in Charlotte continuing right now.
And if you're combating a migraine this morning, it's probably because of the heat that's on the way. Heat advisory in effect to Anson, Richmond counties, and we will be ramping up into the 90s, feeling even hotter than what the thermometer has on tap. We'll detail how long the heat sticks around coming up.
Renewed concerns about safety on Charlotte's public transit. How riders are now reacting to a viral video of a fight where one man pulled a knife.
The Republican primary in South Carolina's governor's race is heading to a runoff. What voters can expect as Pamela Evett and Alan Wilson work to get a GOP majority vote.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Thursday morning, everyone. Hope you're having a great start to your morning. Welcome into our 6 o'clock hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador. Guys, meteorologist Ted Faden is warning people to get ready. The heat is here.
Oh. Listen,
All
Ted,
right.
I opened up the patio door last night around 9 o'clock to let the dogs out. And I said, it's about as hot as it was this afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
There was no relief opening the door.
Nope. Yeah, if you have to be outside, if there's any strenuous activity on the docket for today, do it now. Now's the time, because it's already warm and muggy, and even as we head into the afternoon and the evening, those hot temperatures will stick around. So we have those south-southwest winds, 3 miles per hour, temperatures in the mid-70s, dew points low 70s, with the heat advisory east of I-77, Anson, Richmond County, and even extending up towards Raleigh, Durham, and we could feel like triple digits east of Uptown. We're anywhere from 2 degrees to even up to 6 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday, slightly cooler, Hickory, Lincolnton, Shelby into Morganton, still warm. Not going to change anything. Low 70s, Charlotte, Monroe. We're looking at upper 60s, low 70s, I-40 corridor. Day planner shows that warm up getting us into what will be the 80s as early as 10 a.m. Lunchtime, upper 80s, even 90 degrees by 1 o'clock with spotty showers and storms impacting that 4 or 5 o'clock hour through the peak heating hours of the day. About a 30% chance. So most of us will stay dry, won't see much in the way of wet weather. But those that do could see maybe a rumble of thunder and a brief downpour. Highs land in the mid-90s, hot and sunny, with southwest winds 3 to 8 miles per hour. Overnight lows will settle in the low to mid 70s heading into your early morning hours for Friday. We'll rebound with that heat returning for the end of the work week. A little bit of an unsettled pattern for your Friday evening as well as we hold on to 90s through the weekend. I'll break down that full setup that we're combating here, coming up with a look at your forecast in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Annie?
Thank you, Ted. Parents and students in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools are calling for district leaders to limit kids' screen time in the classroom. Some are even asking the CMS board for an audit of how much time is spent using technology each day. Some parents are also calling for a ban on the iReady program. It's an online platform used from kindergarten through 8th grade to assess math and reading skills. CMS leaders estimate students use it for about 90 minutes per week, spread across multiple days. Several parents are pleading with school board members to rethink policies regarding technology use in the classroom.
You're stacking screen exposure on top of screen exposure and calling it learning.
We all know the negative impacts of technology on mental health, attention, and brain development, and these are well researched. Kids learn and test better off screens.
District officials tell us iReady is not the district's core curriculum and is just one of many tools used to support student learning and monitor growth. In a statement, they said in part, while technology is one instructional tool available to students, the majority of the school day is still spent on teacher-led instruction, classroom discussions, reading, writing, collaborative learning, hands-on activities, problem solving, physical activity, and other non-digital learning experiences.
Gaston County school leaders will hold a public hearing tonight on the proposed closing of a Cherville school. Officials say the closing of Beam Intermediate would help save the district money after getting less funding than they requested. About 200 Beam students would be sent to Cherville Elementary or John Chavis Middle School. The public hearing at the Myers Center at Gaston College is from 6 to 8 tonight.
A heated argument on a Charlotte light rail train leads to one man pulling out a knife, and it was all caught on camera. Now police and transit officials are investigating. The video is raising more concerns for riders, still shaken by the death of Irina Zarutska. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone takes a look at what passengers say needs to change.
A lot has changed for CATS riders since August 2025 when video captured the killing of Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska on Charlotte's light rail.
Someone literally got their throat slashed on the train, and they still aren't doing a good enough job to stop any of this.
Passengers we spoke with say tickets are hardly checked and security can be hard to find.
Most days they don't check. Most days there's no one even on the train to check. Look, just look at it. No one. Where are the people that do their jobs?
This comes as video circulates online showing another alleged incident Sunday night on the light rail where someone is seen pulling a knife on a passenger during a heated argument. CATS officials say no one called 911 for help or reported the incident, but security was working that night, just not on that specific train.
You just have to be on alert, can't be too careful.
Late last month, CATS officials told us transit crime was down nearly 70% for the first 3 months of 2026 compared to last year. But still, riders are uneasy.
You just never know what a person's dealing with and who you may encounter on the bus or the train. So I usually try to ride and keep my back up against the wall where I'm facing everyone and no one is behind me and I can see everything moving.
I've been riding it all day today, and no one checked my train ticket.
CATS says about 1,400 hours a week of off-duty CMPD presence will continue now that City Council signed off on the new budget Tuesday. We've asked for that surveillance video from Sunday night, and we'll bring it to you as soon as we get it. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Riders that we spoke with suggest turnstiles as a better way to enforce those tickets. CATS interim CEO Brent Cagle says that it is not feasible because of the system's open stations.
Well, the race for South Carolina's Republican nominee for governor is heading to a runoff. Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evitt and Attorney General Alan Wilson will face off again in less than 2 weeks after no one secured a majority of the vote during Tuesday's primary. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber tells us what voters should expect.
It was an amazing night. Having the governor by my side was great. My family, supporters, friends, and got a special call from President Trump before I took to the stage. That's always humbling.
South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evitt celebrating her win Tuesday night during an interview with Queen City News. While Evitt had the most votes, she did not have enough to win the primary outright. SC Attorney General Alan Wilson finishing in second, about 2 percentage points behind Evitt.
I'm asking you to hire me to be your next governor. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I need you to get to work.
Western Carolina University professor Chris Cooper said Tuesday's results indicate a runoff could also be incredibly close.
Not a big surprise, but at the same time, I think pretty notable, right? Here's somebody who got a Trump endorsement and still was not able to break 30% of the vote in the state of South Carolina in a Republican primary.
Evitt and Wilson will now proceed to a runoff set for June 23rd. They'll have to spend the next few weeks firming up their support, as Cooper predicts turnout will be a lot lower than what we saw on primary day.
We could see maybe 40% of the vote show up in the runoff as opposed to the primary. I mean, this is, you only have one thing on the ballot. It's a couple of weeks later. It's kind of confusing for a lot of folks about whether they can even vote or not. So I would expect a significant drop off.
Early voting for the June 23rd runoff will begin June 17th and end on June 19th. Reporting in Fort Mill, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Now, Evitt and Wilson are set to take part in a debate at Coastal Carolina University on June 16th ahead of the runoff. A Rock Hill man is facing a federal charge after investigators said he voted illegally in the 2024 election. Ikam Monfum is a legal permanent resident but was not a legal citizen when he voted. According to the indictment, Monfum came to the United States in 2022 and obtained status as a legal permanent resident because he married a U.S. citizen. So how did this allegedly happen? Well, authorities say in August of 2024, a registration to vote was submitted through the registration portal with the South Carolina Election Commission in Monfum's name. That process requires a registrant to affirm that they are a United States citizen, which he is not. Monfum faces up to 1 year in prison if convicted.
A newly released poll by Emerson College tells us more about how Americans feel about the state of the country and some of the biggest sporting events around the globe.
Right now, it shows President Trump at just a 39% job approval rating. That's just unchanged from 2 weeks ago.
Right now, 41% of people polled feel optimistic about the future of the country. That beats the alternative by just a small margin.
The World Cup starts today with most of the matches set to be held in the United States, but that isn't really getting the attention of most Americans. Data shows just under a quarter of people are very interested. About a third of people are somewhat interested, but nearly half of the people polled asked, they said that they are not in the loop and they don't plan to be.
The NBA Finals are also failing to get the attention of most people despite record viewership numbers. 32% of people say they want the Knicks to win. Only 15% want the sports, but more than half of people asked say they don't care and don't watch basketball. There you go. All right.
There you have it.
Puts it into perspective there. But
I know what everyone cares about.
It is a record-setting viewers. So
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
This is the
Numbers
type
matter.
of series, though, that brings back some fans.
Yeah,
You know,
I think so.
This is a series where you're locked in. So hopefully some more folks go from the 50% not watching to actually watching basketball here in the coming seasons. We're locked in here on Clouds and Radar as those clouds continue to roll into the Midwest. The showers and the storms pushing out of Illinois as well, up through Michigan. We're clear for the southeast. Our temperatures are going to be above normal for California through Texas, even through Louisiana and into the Carolinas. Record highs are even well above normal highs. We're talking a deviation of almost 20 degrees above normal from Virginia into the Northeast. We still sit well above normal with those temperatures climbing into the mid-90s today. Our storm potential focuses towards Virginia into eastern Philadelphia and into New Jersey. Marginal risk for severe weather level 1 out of 5 to our north. We still could see a few showers and storms, but really just run-of-the-mill pop-up showers and storms for your Thursday. Our cluster of storms out over the Caribbean Sea pushing west towards the southern Gulf gives us a 10% chance of development, something we'll watch for here as we continue into the weekend. Water vapor, satellite imagery, dry and quiet for the most part. We'll hold off on most of that rainfall with an update in your drought conditions coming later this morning. I'm looking at severe drought, extreme drought level 3 and 4 out of 5. When it comes to radar, clear. Not picking up on any rain here this morning. As a matter of fact, we have more sunshine on the way than cloud cover today. And then rain chances slowly dissipate Thursday and Friday. Dry for Saturday, rebounding with more of that active pattern settling in Sunday into Monday of next week. First half of next week brings those slightly cooler temperatures and also going to bring in more of the rain potential and, of course, those storms early next week. Mid-90s Saturday, low 90s Sunday, overnight lows in the 70s, so a hot afternoon for your weekend, warm overnight. I'll break down everything you need to know with another check of your forecast coming up here in the next 10 minutes.
All right, Ted, thank you, sir. 612. Let's take a look at our pinpoint traffic outside. Good looking shot here, courtesy of our NCDOT camera network. Looking up at the Queen City, that's a great shot at the top of the screen there. This is right down at the state line, North South Carolina, I-77, north and south near Carowinds at the 485 split. So watching that sunrise, looking really good this morning. Overall, really kind of a quiet start to the morning. We got 5 different things out on the board. Most are on some of the secondary roads, so not causing any slowdowns. The only one that's on the interstates in the southeast part of the city. And it is 485 and John Street this morning. We don't see any backups from that, which is good. But yeah, 485 outer at John Street. They're saying it's backed up to Independence Boulevard. We're not seeing it just yet. Volume is still pretty light, especially with everyone should be out of school by now. So that's really good news. Let's take you to a little bit northeast of town, I-85 at Sugar Creek, north and south in all directions, looking good. A little further up, 85 near Concord Mills, looking at some intersections there, the overpass, but it's all looking good as well. Independence Boulevard, we're seeing cars stream in the way they should be doing it. We'll give you another update of pinpoint traffic, plus drive times to the airport coming up at 6:30. Annie?
All right, Jason, thank you. The U.S., Mexico, and Canada are prepared to kick off the World Cup today. The ongoing security preps underway to keep players and fans safe. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
Fans are ready and host cities are making their last checks for the World Cup as the largest soccer tournament kicks off today. And it's not just threats of violence that officials are watching out for. Reuters is reporting that a team of public health experts will be monitoring wastewater and internet chatter throughout the U.S. during every game. The goal, to detect any possible infectious diseases. A recent uptick in cases of measles, norovirus, and Ebola, coupled with government cutbacks on international health aid, is pushing this surveillance. In addition to health concerns, ticket costs have been an ongoing issue, with prices at historic levels. According to ESPN, if you want a seat at the final game, that's going to cost you tens of thousands of dollars. On the resale market, that number's well over six figures. There are also questions about access for Iranian fans. The country claims FIFA revoked their ticket allotment for fans. Iranian officials believe that's because of the ongoing tensions with the U.S. It's being widely reported that FIFA issued a statement saying that they are working with the Iran Football Federation to, quote, identify solutions that maximize opportunities for Iranian supporters to attend those matches. FIFA's president also addressed the issue yesterday.
Iran, tickets and visas. Nothing to do with football. A lot to do with the current situation, with our host countries, with the world the way it is. So let me say that on Iran, I'm very happy. And when Iran plays, the stadium will be full, and I hope there will be a positive atmosphere, because this is football. This is about people forgetting for a moment their realities and being able to focus on a match and on a team.
Today's matches are taking place in Mexico. They're Mexico versus South Africa and the Korea Republic versus the Czech Republic. The U.S. will end up playing tomorrow, finally, against Paraguay in Los Angeles.
Federal leaders are launching a new premium program meant to expedite some visa interviews. Foreign travelers looking to visit or do business in the country would be required to make appointments within 10 days of their trip and pay an additional $750. That's on top of the standard $185 visa application. The pilot program would start in July and run through the rest of the year. The new premium service comes as the Trump administration has implemented a series of measures to limit entry into the country by foreign nationals who require visas, including fees on H-1B visas. Now, earlier this week, though, a federal court did strike down the proposed $100,000 H-1B visa fee. Coming up on 6:20, let's get a check of our pinpoint weather forecast with meteorologist Ted Baton. Starting off this morning like we did yesterday, muggy.
Muggy. warm. We are looking at those light winds out of the south-southwest, even though a breezy day would be welcome to help us combat some of the heat. Not going to get much of that. Temperature starting off in the 40s, making a run for the 90s. We're in the 60s, Boone and Jefferson here early this morning. Upper 60s, low 70s through the I-40 corridor. Low 70s for just about everybody around uptown. We're going to ramp up those temperatures, aiming for the low to mid 90s today with your heat index, your humidity factor, making it feel like upper 90s through your afternoon. So a high of 94 Charlotte, 95 Monroe and Wadesboro, looking at low to mid 80s Boone and Jefferson. High temperatures are going to extend into the mid 90s towards Washington, New York. I'm looking at triple digits El Paso, Phoenix, Las Vegas, 70s out towards the Pacific Northwest. Below normal temperatures in the blue through the Dakotas. We're looking at above normal temperatures from California into the mid-Atlantic. We'll ramp up into the upper 90s through the peak heating hours of the day. Average highs this time of year, mid-80s, closer to that early next week. But Friday's high of 97, landing just 1 degree shy of our record high set back in 1956. I'm looking at your muggy meter, keeping us humid all the way through the remainder of the work week into the weekend, and our overall setup pushing more of that moisture into the Ohio Valley region. That plays into the storm activity Friday for the Northeast. I'm looking at mostly sunny and clear skies with a storm potential here Friday for our mountain counties. A slight risk for severe weather, which is level 2 out of 5. Damaging winds being the main threat. Only a pop-up shower or two for your Thursday afternoon. Dry overnight, Friday mostly dry and sunny. I'm thinking the evening is where the storm potential really ramps up heading into the end of the work week. So 7-day forecast will host those 90s through the weekend. We'll have those 80s settle in early next week as that active pattern returns Sunday heading into Monday. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. Regulators are close to allowing most sports betting with some exemptions. We're going to have that story coming up when we check in with Jane King live from the New York Stock Exchange, and we'll take a look at how those stock futures are shaping up. Welcome back. Regulators are close to allowing most sports betting with some exemptions, and prices are rising on everyday grocery items. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning.
Annie, good morning to you. And really interesting to watch stock futures this morning. We are quite a bit higher. Of course, we had a huge drop yesterday, but we're going to make up maybe about half of that at the open today. At least that's the indication. And oil is down a little bit, even though we've seen these military strikes on Iran. And Iran has said they're shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. Now, inflation numbers yesterday came in as expected, but showed inflation marching higher. So there started to be talk yesterday about an interest rate increase this year, and that just kind of added to all the selling that we saw. Well, Americans are paying more for produce and baked goods, among other things, driven by the Iran war, tariffs, and drought. Now, the Consumer Price Index showed the cost of lettuce and coffee rose, especially last month. While the war in Iran has fueled most of the run-up in prices, tariffs and drought also have been playing a role. And federal regulators moving to allow most sports betting, but barring wagers on war and other controversial topics on the prediction markets like Kalshi and Polymarket. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission, so that's the agency in charge of all this, and they came up with these new proposed rules in the wake of a series of insider trading scandals. The guidelines aimed at giving regulators the ability to nix bets it deems aren't in the public interest or that are likely to be manipulated. Annie?
Jane, that's interesting. I know there's been a lot of talk about Kalshi and Polymarket being, exploiting certain situations. So people have been calling for federal regulation. So we'll kind of see how far exactly it goes, but that's a step.
We'll see how it goes. And they're just proposed rules at this point, but they're at least taking a look at some kind of regulation.
Exactly. All right, Jane, thank you so much. We'll see you in our 8 o'clock hour. Heading to a break, you're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. No end in sight as the U.S. and Iran enter another day of intense fighting. A warning from the U.S. Defense Secretary and how Iranian officials are responding.
The driver in a bus crash that left 5 people dead appears in court for the first time. What's next and where the investigation stands.
Plus, Governor Josh Stein pushing for more relief in Helene recovery efforts. His plea to federal leaders as the fight for funding continues.
6:30 on your Thursday morning. Thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Thanks for watching today, every day for that matter. Meteorologist Ted Payton says today, if you need to lay warm asphalt or, wear that turtleneck sweater, you just may want to rethink it.
Yeah, you may want to rethink it. Yeah, I remember as a kid when it got really hot, speaking of asphalt, like the tar that would use to repair the roads, those would get soft and melt a little bit. Today's going to be one of those days.
Is it really?
Good
Yeah,
stuff.
it's going to be hot, even hotter as we head into your Friday, upper 90s on the way to end the work week. Right now, looking at a warm start to your morning, tower camera showing the Queen City in the distance. We're holding on to mid-70s, south-southwest winds 3 miles per hour, low 70s dew points, not too far off from the temperature, so be on the lookout for the potential for some fog out there as you get your day underway. Heat advisory expected for Anson, Richmond County. That's going to start later this morning, lasting through 8 p.m. as we hold on to those hot temperatures. Could feel like triple digits in some spots. We have a warmer start by 2 degrees compared to yesterday for Charlotte, Concord, Gastonia, 1 degree shy of where we were yesterday, Salisbury, and a little bit warmer in our mountain counties. That translates into the low 70s for just about everybody. I-40 corridor, upper 60s to low 70s, 60s on tap in our mountain counties. So not a big difference in temperatures from the higher elevations into uptown. We all will get that heat though. 80s take hold by 10 a.m., 90s through lunchtime. Going into the mid-90s peak heating hours of the day with those showers and storms developing for your late afternoon, early evening. I'm looking at a high of 94 degrees, hot and sunny. Southwest winds will be between 3 to 8 miles per hour. Overnight lows settle into what will be the low to mid-70s heading into your early morning hours. A pollen forecast showing those medium pollen counts, grasses, poplar, willow. Those are going to be the top allergens to look out for as we head into the remainder of the work week. Mountain County forecast, low 80s Thursday and Friday, overnight lows in the 60s. We'll have mostly sunny skies heading into Saturday to start the weekend. We rebound back into the low 80s and then eventually into the 70s early next week with showers and storms ramping up, becoming more prevalent again as we head into early next week. That's going to be that's going to be both for our mountain counties and uptown. I'll break down more of what you could expect here with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, appreciate that. Rush hour won't officially start for about another half hour. Volume we expect to be lighter now that school is out. We are looking straight up 77 northbound coming out of South Carolina, right at the state line, looking at the Queen City skyline. Man, what a beautiful shot. The silhouette there as the sun is coming up. Traffic's looking great. All 8 lanes in both directions. On the right-hand side of the screen, that's the 485 split right there, looking good. Good news, the accident we had in the southeast part of the city near Matthews, 485 Inner and John Street, has cleared. So there we go. We like being able to deliver that kind of news. 85 north and south near Sugar Creek, just barely northeast of Uptown. That stretch is looking good as folks are coming down from University City. A little further up, 85 and Mallard Creek. We've got Independence Boulevard this morning. If you want to go back down near Carowinds, we've got Westinghouse and I-77. Watching all those different directions. I-77 at LaSalle and Uptown. Boy, that is a beautiful shot. All right, we'll give you another update of your traffic. Just don't be distracted on this Thursday morning. More coming up at 7 o'clock. Annie?
Gaston County school leaders will hold a public hearing tonight on the proposed closing of a Cherryville school. Officials say the closing of Beam Intermediate would help save the district money after getting less funding than they had requested. About 200 Beam students would be consolidated into Cherryville Elementary or John Chavis Middle School. The public hearing at the Myers Center at Gaston College is from 6 to 8 tonight. We're working to learn what caused a window to fall from a high-rise in Uptown. It happened yesterday afternoon at the 1 South building. The broken window caused glass to fall to the ground on South Tryon Street. Crews closed off the area to clean up all that glass. Medic tells us they were not called to the scene.
CMPD officials say they're cleaning up more crime in the Sugar Creek area. They made 10 new arrests, seized fentanyl and an illegal firearm since a multi-agency operation just 2 weeks ago. Now, the operation on May 27th led to about a dozen arrests and the seizure of 11 guns and 1,700 grams of drugs from the Garden Inn Hotel. Police Chief Estella Patterson told us at the time she plans to continue to work with state and federal partners to cut down on crime in the area. A Charlotte-bound bus driver charged in a deadly crash will be back in court later this month. Jing Dong faced a judge Wednesday after being released from the hospital. He's charged with 5 counts of involuntary manslaughter in connection with last month's crash on I-95 in Virginia. 5 people were killed and more than 40 others were injured, including Dong. Investigators say traffic slowed in a work zone, but the bus driver did not, causing the multi-vehicle crash. The judge set the suspect's arraignment hearing for June 22nd. Warning sirens are sounding again in the Middle East as the U.S. and Iran trade another round of missile strikes overnight. President Trump wants Iran to pay the price for bringing down a U.S. Army helicopter. As News Nation Washington correspondent Raquel Martin reports, U.S. allies are also being targeted.
U.S. Central Command confirms the U.S. has launched another round of strikes against Iran Wednesday evening at the direction of the commander-in-chief. For now, the ceasefire that's held on for weeks is in effect by name only. As Wednesday, the U.S. and Iran continue to exchange fire.
We're going to be attacking them very hard.
In the Oval Office Wednesday, President Trump blamed Iran for the ceasefire disruption.
We were really close to a deal, but they keep tapping us along. They keep playing us for suckers.
The escalation began after the president says Iran shot down a U.S. Apache helicopter while it patrolled the Strait of Hormuz Tuesday morning. According to U.S. Central Command, both pilots were rescued and were not injured.
They got very lucky.
While in Florida, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth urged Iran to stand down.
The War Department is prepared to set the terms to ensure that we get the kind of deal President Trump expects.
Iran has not taken responsibility for Tuesday's helicopter crash. Instead, on X, Iran's foreign minister suggested U.S. troops should not be patrolling the Strait of Hormuz, writing, quote, to reduce risk. Best solution is for them to leave. Wednesday, the foreign minister's spokesperson said the U.S.'s actions could undermine negotiations. Meanwhile, U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee posted online, quote, things may get a bit spicy in the neighborhood soon. Central Command says the strikes are in response to Iran's unwarranted and continued aggression. For now in Washington, Raquel Martin, back to you.
One of Microsoft's founders says that he made an error in judgment by ever meeting with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Bill Gates testified yesterday before the House committee looking into the government's files on Epstein, where Gates is mentioned multiple times. He says the convicted sex offender offered to raise money for his global health initiatives. But Gates says he never saw Epstein engage in criminal conduct. The billionaire also says he cut off contact with Epstein years before he was charged with trafficking minors.
When I asked him, are you saying that the ends justified the means? He said, well, that's probably too strong of language, but I felt that getting billions of dollars for global health was worth it.
Democrats said Gates admitted that he knew Epstein had pleaded guilty to sex crimes in 2010. Chairman James Comer says he wants to bring Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche back before the committee next month. The New York Times is reporting Trump administration officials faced heated internal arguments over how they would handle calls to release the Epstein files. According to the Times, various White House officials disagreed over whether to release any information or to release all the Justice Department had. The paper reports MAGA supporters pressured the administration to release information, though President Trump wanted it blocked. Sources say the president fired Attorney General Pam Bondi back in April over her handling of the Epstein case.
Governor Josh Stein is urging congressional leaders to approve more than $10 billion in additional funding to support Hurricane Helene recovery in western North Carolina. It comes after a meeting with North Carolina's congressional delegation in Washington, D.C. yesterday. Stein says North Carolina is grateful for the federal funding that it's received so far and has put those dollars to work. Of the more than $10 billion in funding, $3.7 billion would go towards repairing and rebuilding damaged homes. Another $1 billion would help rebuild and strengthen water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure. There would also be funding for dams, roads, highways, and local businesses.
Well, the Canes are back on home ice, looking to take their first lead of the Stanley Cup Finals. How they're getting prepared for the most critical game yet. You're watching Queen City News this Thursday morning. Good-looking shot of Bank of America Stadium, home of the Panthers and Charlotte FC. We'll be back.
Welcome back. The Carolina Hurricanes are looking to gain the advantage over the Golden Knights ahead of their home opener later tonight.
But it could be a tough battle for a team currently tied in the Stanley Cup Finals.
Carolina Sports Live's Gia Lancey's following those preparations in your morning sports.
The first 4 games of the Stanley Cup Final have been nothing less than a masterpiece, keeping us on the edge of our seats throughout all 60-plus minutes. And the intensity only heightens as they shift their focus to Game 5 now. Many words describe the Stanley Cup Final series so far. Nail-biting, barn burner, but mostly unpredictable. After an exhilarating Game 4 win by the Canes to even the series, winning at 5-3, the first game of this series that was decided by more than 1 goal differential. That defines the series so far pretty well, I guess. But that doesn't matter because the series is now a best of 3 yet again. The biggest question for Rod Brind'Amour is who will start in net for the Canes. Brandon Bussey came in for his first career Stanley Cup playoff start. Frederick Anderson had started every playoff game for the Canes up until that point. Brind'Amour said he would not discuss the lineup just yet. However, he praised Bussey for his Game 4 performance.
Wow, he was phenomenal. And, we got a taste of it the other night and kind of just picked up right where he left off, I thought. And, we gave up a couple, breakaways early and just some breakdowns. And, he was just really solid all night. Got to give him a lot of credit. I mean, we're still giving up way too much, in my opinion, but again, you're not going to shut these guys down. They're just coming at you, and they got the talent there. And now that we're into it, 4 games deep, tough to control them. So we're doing our best we can. That's the best way I can put it.
Now let's take a look at the deeper numbers for the power play unit during the Stanley Cup Final. In Game 1, the Canes had 2 power play opportunities and failed to cash in on either of them. In Game 2, it was a different story. 4 power play chances and Carolina scored 2 goals on the extra man advantage. Now in Game 3, loss in double overtime, both the Knights and Canes had 2 power play chances, and each team scored a goal. And in Game 4, the Canes evened up the series, converting 1 of the 3 power play chances on their way to a Game 4 victory. And we will have even more of a preview of the Canes game later this evening on CSL Extra Time, and we will also have more from Panthers mandatory minicamp, all starting at 5:30 for CSL Extra Time.
All right, we've been talking about it all week. World Cup kicking off today, but the U.S. men's teams, they've got one more day before they can actually hit the pitch to start group play. To advance to the round of 32, the U.S. is going to need to come out in first or second place of Group D or be one of the 8 best third-place teams. You following that? Okay. The first test is going to be Paraguay. That's tomorrow out in L.A. Then a week later, they take on Australia up in Seattle, and then back to California for Turkey on June the 25th. The U.S. did play these 3 opponents in friendlies last year, and only one had a 1-goal differential in all 3 matches.
So the new change right there with the third place teams, right? That's because they've expanded the World Cup play from 32 teams to 48. So now more teams make it out of there. You get more teams in. It's the biggest World Cup ever. First time we've had it in 3 countries as host nations.
This is crazy.
Right?
And it's
I'm excited.
It's fun, too, because it's been overseas, right? In multiple time zones, either forward or behind, right? So games were on at, this time of day.
Which made it easy for us.
Which made it easy for us to watch, which was great. But it'll be so cool. I hope that gets more U.S. engagement in the games, or at least, because we have North America, right? So we're going to be on similar time zones.
So one thing that Johnny Infantini said when he came here for the Club World Cup last year was that if American athletes could get as invested in soccer as they are in football and basketball, that America could become a powerhouse on the international stage. So maybe this is a chance to get American kids in maybe I can do it. And you got a guy like Christian Pulisic who could, show kids from Hershey, Pennsylvania, you can play for one of the best teams in the country.
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean, look at the fanatic video we've been showing every day with the NBA Finals. And even hockey, even with the Hurricanes. If it was on that level for soccer matches all across the country,
I think we could get
it would
there.
be next level.
I think it'll just take some time.
Yeah, we've seen it at
sports.
FC matches.
Oh my God, yeah,
That's true.
The environment's crazy. My one gripe with the World Cup schedule, though, have you guys looked at the spacing out of games?
I looked at this on your screen, and I can't make sense of it. That's like the worst spreadsheet.
More matches.
The worst spreadsheet
on
I've
the
ever
same day.
seen.
Yeah. All right. So speaking of sports that Americans follow, are you ready for the tricky triangle? NASCAR taking a trip to Pocono Raceway this weekend, where drivers will drive on the iconic triangle track. No truck racing tomorrow, but the ARCA Menard Series will kick off action this weekend with the race tomorrow at 3. Then Saturday you can see the O'Reilly Series at 4 for the MillerTech Battery 250, and then on Sunday it's the main event, the Great American Getaway 400. All that action starts on 3 on Sunday for that. And to get you ready to head out north, our Carolina Sports Live team is talking with Cup Series driver Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and America's crew chief Larry McReynolds. That's this weekend on Around the Track. Woof. Okay. Woof. Bringing in meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Guys, I feel like South End, all those areas are going to have the outdoor patios ready for World Cup matches at 3 today.
Yeah.
But it's probably going to feel like that Gaston County image right there.
Just so thick.
Steamy.
I love going to the gas station. You get the, you get the windshield clean. I feel like we need one over Gaston County right now.
Oh, we need some help. That's what we need. That fog is sticking around in some spots as we have those temperatures just about 3 degrees off of those dew points. Winds are light out of the south-southwest, 3 miles per hour. The sun's up now, so it's going to slowly work to break through the cloud cover, giving us more of those clear conditions later this afternoon. We have those low 70s from Charlotte into Monroe, Lancaster into Rock Hill, even east towards Rockingham, upper 60s Boone and Jefferson, upper 60s to low 70s along that I-40 corridor. Now, the humidity factor, it's going to be hard to stay cool, so as we get into the peak heating hours of the day, temperatures make it into the 90s. We'll feel like the mid to upper 90s through the peak heating hours of the day. I think your thermometer will read a high of 94 and 95. from Charlotte into Monroe. Low to mid 90s I-40 corridor. Low to mid 80s Boone and Jefferson. Big picture setup shows triple digits back towards Phoenix, Las Vegas, into El Paso. 70s and even upper 60s, Bozeman, Montana. Much on the cooler side for the Pacific Northwest and into the Dakotas. I'm looking at more of the warmer temperatures, above normal east towards the Carolinas into the Northeast, looking at upper 90s Friday, still getting closer to normal early next week, landing in the mid 80s, but those upper 90s for the end of the work week lands just 1 degree shy of our record high of 98 degrees set back in 1958. I remember 98 degrees. That was a good band. Average high 86 degrees this time of year. Will be hot and humid, muggy all through the remainder of the work week. I'm looking at your overall setup. Clear skies here close to home. Cold front approaches the northeast on Friday, giving us more of that storm potential from Virginia up into eastern Pennsylvania, and that still keeps us clear as our storm potential Friday sits at level 2 out of 5, the slight risk for severe weather through our mountain counties. I expect most of that to impact areas east of I-77. Low-end pop-up showers and storms for today. Friday stays mostly dry from the morning into the afternoon, but it's the evening that brings in the storm potential that we're watching out for. So 7-day forecast brings in those 90s through the weekend. We'll back into the 80s early next week with that active pattern rolling in through Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday and Wednesday. Jason?
All right, Ted, thanks. Let's keep talking a little weather, shall we? Only on Queen City News Plus. Pinpoint Weather University is going to take you to school, teaching you the science behind what's happening weather-wise. And this week it's all about, humidity, and why you might not sweat as much when it's extra muggy outside. Take a look.
Humidity is the problem. Why is that the thing that gets us? Well, you're in a low humidity environment. Our body sweats, that sweat evaporates into the atmosphere because the atmosphere does not have a lot of moisture, so it can take whatever moisture you have off your body and it cools your body down. However, in a very high humid atmosphere, our body can't release that sweat into the atmosphere because the atmosphere's already got too much moisture. Here's the problem. If the sweat's staying on us, it's not evaporating, it's not cooling us down. So evaporative cooling fails and sweat can't evaporate to cool us down, and that means your body can't cool adequately and we can get overheated.
There you go, Professor Lawson, schooling everyone there with a little humidity. You can watch that full episode of Pinpoint Weather University right now for free. All you got to do is download the Queen City News Plus app on your favorite smart TV, Roku, Apple TV, Samsung Smart TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. You're watching Queen City News this Thursday morning. Glad you are. Look at that. Captain of the U.S. men's team, Tim Ream right there. Charlotte FC, how about that? Little representation on the pitch. We'll be back after this. 6:54. Welcome back, everyone. Younger students have regained ground academically after the pandemic's disruptions, but older students' test scores aren't seeing a lot of improvement. That's according to the latest testing data released by the federal government. Data shows American students' academic achievement was already declining when the pandemic hit. But it also shows 9-year-olds are back to pre-pandemic reading scores. There were also improvements in math and reading, but the same recovery has not been seen for 13-year-olds, whose average scores in math and reading remain below pre-pandemic averages. For the first time in nearly 40 years, the FDA has added a new chemical to the list of permitted sunscreen active ingredients. It's called bimotrizonol. It provides protection against ultraviolet A and B rays, and it has low levels of absorption through the skin into the body, according to an FDA release. The FDA considers the ingredient to be generally recognized as safe and effective for use by adults and children 6 months of age and older.
Summer means kids are home from school, but it also means a lack of school-provided meals. Some North Carolina nonprofit groups are stepping in to close that gap and make sure that students are fed. Volunteers with the NACS Foundation packed about 10,000 pounds of food for Raleigh area families on Wednesday. Organizers say almost 40% of SNAP beneficiaries in the state are children, and nearly 1 million students rely on free and reduced meals.
Bad thing is it's affecting, infants to preschoolers, to then your middle school children, all the way to veterans, military spouses, and even senior citizens. And so this is something that, whether you're listening to this, check on your friends and family and neighbors.
Organizers say the need for events to share food with families grows each summer and cannot be done without the help of volunteers. Watching Queen City News and most local news in Charlotte as we say good morning to our friends out there in Monroe. 73 degrees here on your Thursday morning. We'll be right back.
If you have a Google smart device, you might be able to claim some settlement money. It's all centered around devices giving users targeted ads after snooping on their conversations. The $68 million lawsuit against Google says Google assistants recorded personal conversations when triggered. It happened when users said phrases like, "Hey Google" or "Okay Google." Impacted users should have gotten an email notifying them. It is 6:59 right now. A warm, very humid day on tap as that sun is shining on the east side of the Queen City. Stay with us as we kick off our 7 o'clock hour.
We are stacking screen exposure on top of screen exposure and calling it learning.
Reducing student screen time in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. The call from parents for more face-to-face learning for their children.
Rock Hill may have a different take on the meaning of bus stop, why its express line to and from Charlotte could come to an end.
And the World Cup begins today, bringing the globe together for 39 days of soccer. How organizers are preparing for the matches on the world stage.
Queen City News starts now.
Well, you may want to say no to Mother Nature this morning. Stop it, slow down. Enough already. It's not even July. Welcome in, everyone, to Queen City News. It is 7 o'clock. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Amy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Fate with your pinpoint weather forecast. While you're saying no, Mother Nature's saying yeah.
It can't be avoided.
No.
You know what? Here's a positive, right? Because we're all complaining about the heat. It could actually help the U.S. men's national team because there's a lot of reports of these other countries' players coming here, and not being able to play in the heat and humidity. We're a little more used to it. So if you need a positive, that might be the only one.
Might be our advantage.
Right. Yeah. You know what they say? If you can't stand the heat,
get out the kitchen.
Get out the kitchen. Well, we're cooking today, y'all. Taking a look around the crown as we see Monroe getting some good sunshine, a little bit of that fog lifting up. So our tower camera top left-hand corner doesn't have a clear view of uptown. Top right-hand corner, Bank of America Stadium, nice and bright. And we have traffic moving at a speed limit pace, bottom left-hand corner with our Independence Boulevard camera. Temperatures are in the 70s this morning. South-southwest winds 5 to 8 miles per hour. I'm looking at dew points in the low 70s, but we're starting to ramp up a little bit. Those temperatures now in the mid 70s from 73 to 75, heading in the right direction, starting to separate from the dew points. We need another 2 degrees to really alleviate some of the fog and the haze out there. Heat advisory, that's going to be in effect for Anson and Richmond County heading into 8 p.m. this evening, extending up towards Durham and Raleigh. That's going to be for this afternoon and evening as we start warmer by 2 degrees, Gastonia and Charlotte, sitting in those low 70s, Charlotte into Monroe, and we'll ramp up into those 90s today with the low-end pop-up shower or rain chance. Something to watch out for with light winds. Another check of your overall setup here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Guys.
Thank you, Ted. Gaston County school leaders are looking for public input on a proposed campus closing.
Cherryville area parents worry consolidating schools could lead to overcrowding, but district officials say they must balance a budget shortfall.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live in Dallas with details on that. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. The Gaston County officials are making time and a little bit more space by moving tonight's meeting here to the Meyer Center at Gaston College. They'll give parents an opportunity to weigh in a little bit more about what happened with WB Intermediate School. Now, they say I want people to sign up online ahead of time, and that link, just as of 2 minutes ago, is just now activated on the board's website. Once again, they're looking for input about what to do with the potential closing of WB Beam Intermediate School. And district officials say they have to close it especially after receiving just $35 million of their $60 million request for funding from county commissioners. So tonight they'll take public feedback on the 3 options. Option A sends 4th graders to Cherryville Elementary and 5th graders to John Chavis Middle School. Option B would allow 5th graders a chance to attend Tryon Elementary if they weren't ready for the middle school. And option C adds both grade levels to Cherryville Elementary. District officials say closing beams saves about $280,000. The parents we spoke to say there are ways to find that money without disrupting students.
The kids didn't cause that problem. They didn't have anything to do with the financial mismanagement or the a lot of the spending that probably shouldn't have been done in the county, and all it's going to do is punish these children.
Now, RSVPing for the meeting not required tonight. However, for those who want to speak, they can either sign up online, which again, link is now active as of 2 minutes ago on the board's website, or there is the opportunity to sign up in person from 5:15 until the meeting starts at 6. And board members say no matter how many people are signed up, this meeting will only last about 2 hours, finishing promptly at 8. Reporting live in Dallas, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Parents and students in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools are calling for district leaders to limit kids' screen time in the classroom.
Parents are taking their screen time concerns to CMS board members, with some even asking for an audit of daily time spent on technology.
Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer outlines their issues.
Beyond the audit, these parents want a ban on the iReady program. It's an online platform used in kindergarten through 8th grades to assess math and reading skills.
We are stacking screen exposure on top of screen exposure and calling it learning.
We all know the negative impacts of technology on mental health, attention, and brain development, and these are well researched. Kids learn and test better off screens.
Those are just two of the nearly 20 adults and children who addressed the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Board of Education this week, pleading with members to rethink policies regarding technology use in the classroom. Some of the complaints focused on online testing.
We've normalized placing 8 and 9-year-old children in front of screens for assessment after assessment. That doesn't even count the screen time used for daily instruction, test prep, and curriculum delivery.
But many of their frustrations centered around the iReady program, which CMS leaders estimate students use for about 90 minutes per week spread across multiple days. The students who talked about the platform are not fans of it.
School is about learning, but iReady doesn't benefit our learning, which leads me to ask you to please remove iReady from all CMS schools.
It is negatively impacting teachers, parents, and students.
District officials tell me iReady is not the district's core curriculum, and it's one of many tools used to support student learning and monitor growth. They said in a statement, in part, while technology is one instructional tool available to students, the majority of the school day is still spent on teacher-led instruction, classroom discussions, reading, writing, collaborative learning, hands-on activities, problem solving, physical activity, and other non-digital learning experiences. CMS leaders also say they recognize families are looking for a balanced approach to technology use in schools. They are committed to make sure digital tools are used strategically and purposefully to support, not replace, teaching and learning. In Charlotte, Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
Well, the spotlight is once again on Silfab Solar this morning after another workplace accident at the Fort Mill facility. The company spokesperson says a contractor was hurt yesterday afternoon while delivering equipment to the solar panel assembly center. They say that worker suffered non-life-threatening injuries and that there is no safety risk to the community. You may remember Silfab had emergency crews at its plant back in March after a pair of chemical leaks.
York County is set to lose a public transit option that's been in place for nearly 25 years. Officials say the Rock Hill 82 Express hit a budget shortfall and ridership is down. The Charlotte Area Transit System line connects Rock Hill and Fort Mill to uptown Charlotte. The last rides will be June the 30th, but riders tell South Carolina Bureau Chief Shakira Speaks they will fight to keep the service.
Very disheartening news. You can work on the bus if you want to. You can just kind of relax.
Heidinger saved about $300 a month in gas alone just by taking local transportation. But that savings door will close if York County transportation leaders decide to suspend the Rock Hill 82 Express.
The local jurisdictions do not see enough value in the operational results, then they have to make a judgment of whether they want to continue to allocate local resources.
Rock Hill Fort Mill Area Transportation Director David Hooper says there isn't enough money to maintain the transit route from York County to Charlotte. And Hooper says the declining number of passengers who use the line is forcing their hands.
The highest point I think I'd ever seen the ridership on a monthly basis was about 5,000 trips that month. And then for the last decade, it's been vacillating between maybe 2,700 and 32 or 33 on a monthly basis. The most recent ridership month was 1,400. On a percentage basis, that's a ridership decline from the high of 78%.
Michael Plumley has been trying to get leaders to reconsider the move.
I don't want to drive into Charlotte. I don't want to take the train.
As an avid passenger for 19 years, he says ridership isn't the issue. He believes the route could be saved if more people knew about it.
More companies are bringing people back to work, and we're seeing that. I think we're going to, if we could promote it, plus the growth in the area, I think looking back at numbers is not the right way to plan for the future and budget.
He's encouraging current and potential riders to support the 82 Express through the City of Tegakay's ridership survey.
We can get through anything, but it's definitely not going to be good. Short term and then long term, I worry about the overall community because public transit just kind of represents progress.
Reporting in York County, Shakir Speaks, Queen City News.
The fragile ceasefire in the Middle East is on thin ice this morning. The U.S. launching a second round of airstrikes on Iran overnight. Iran responding with strikes targeting 3 countries with U.S. bases in the Middle East. Kuwait closed its airspace for several hours because of the attacks, but didn't provide information on any damage. President Donald Trump threatened more strikes will continue tomorrow if a deal is not reached. 7:10 the time. Let's get over to meteorologist Ted Fate. And Ted, what are we seeing on radar?
Yeah, we are quiet on radar, mostly clear for the southeast, but some of the showers tapering off here, pushing out of Illinois and Michigan, and still through the Ohio Valley region. Could see a little bit of that cloud cover, but the above normal temperatures heads in our direction. I'm looking at that orange, indicating the warm air from California through Texas into the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic. We could see a drastic difference on the warmer side from what we normally see from Virginia all the way up into New York, Pennsylvania, and parts of Maine. Our storm potential ramps up your Thursday afternoon for eastern Pennsylvania, New Jersey, into Delaware, and even parts of Virginia. So our severe risk stays to our north here for today. Not going to see the impacts here locally. A dry, quiet start to your morning. When it comes to our tropics, we want to keep an eye on a cluster of storms coming out of the Caribbean to the southern Gulf, giving us a 10% chance of development, something that we'll keep a close eye on here heading into the weekend. But for now, it's just hot and humid in that forecast for your Thursday. I'll break down more coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, thanks. Rush hour started 11 minutes ago. Beautiful shot here. All the traffic, most of it moving into Uptown, right at the North-South Carolina state line. The 45 split on I-77 looking good. Overall, volume picking up. Nothing too big, though. We do have a new accident on the east side of town. If you take Albemarle Road trying to get to Highway 74, which is Independence, we got the right lane blocked from an earlier accident. Drive times overall, a little bit slow coming in from Gaston County. That is typical for this time of day. You can see it here at 85 in Hickory Grove. The traffic on the left-hand side coming up from Gastonia. Beautiful shot from Lake Norman. Woo, love that. Further down 77 at LaSalle Street, just a gorgeous shot. Independence Boulevard as well. Traffic on the east side of the city. And as promised, if you headed to the airport, here are your drive times. Check with your airlines. Make sure there's no delays as far as the road goes. No delays there. May Kay, good morning.
Good morning. Well, now that the kiddos are out of school and the summer vacation travel season is upon us, yay. Well, there's still homework to do if you are planning a getaway. On May Kay Bueller coming up, I'll tell you what you need to know to avoid the top travel mistakes. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Stay with us.
Welcome back. Now that school's out and summer vacation is in, that means it's time to hit the road.
But there are some things that could make your trip harder or even end it early.
Chief Transportation Correspondent May Beeler joining us to talk about the common travel mistakes that can really put a damper, if not completely ruin your vacation.
Do you ever just take a trip on a whim?
Oh, yeah.
You just
I have.
schedule it and you go, but you didn't research anything?
Once or twice.
Okay. I have. So making rash decisions without researching your travel destination, that can be a huge trip ruiner. So travel experts at The Points Guy urge you to take note to avoid these epic travel errors. All right, this is a big one. Traveling with an expired passport or one that is close to expiring. It's the #1 passport mistake to avoid. Many countries require passports to be valid for at least 6 months. So that means they could deny you entry if your passport expires within the next 6 months. Well, if that's the case and you need to renew it, you can get an urgent passport renewal, but you're gonna have to pay some high expedited passport renewal fees. And even then, the process can take up to 3 weeks. All right, so that's a big one. Did you all know that? Do you know the reason why for that?
In case you overstay your passport, they don't want you staying in the country.
That's right. Yeah. What if you had an emergency, medical emergency,
Right.
travel delays?
Interesting.
You need to have a valid ID to get home.
Yeah.
And now you got an expired pass. So that's to protect the airlines and the country. So good to know the reason behind that. All right, another error is misplacing your passport.
The worst.
You need to be more organized, people. So you know what? It's a good idea to invest in a passport holder with a pocket for an air tag.
I like that.
Ever
That is a
think
good
about
one.
that?
No, I like
I
that
have
on the
not,
air
but
tag.
I like
that
it.
too.
I'm always so worried. I'm checking my
I know,
passport
me
at
too.
like every 30 minutes. Like,
Always checking that pocket.
I know, you feel like you're crazy. You check it 1,000 times. What's the matter with you? All right, another error that can derail your trip in its tracks, traveling with an ID with an outdated name.
Oh, yeah.
So let's say you legally changed your name, you got married, you got divorced, whatever. You need to renew your passport or your license to reflect your current name, and don't use nicknames when booking airline tickets. The name on your boarding pass must match the name on your ID.
Yeah.
All right, so very important to know that. I've got some more information to share with you in the 9 o'clock that is really important that can keep you out of jail.
Oh. Okay.
Whoa.
Jail.
We
I don't
are
have time to tell you now.
listening,
Okay.
May.
Tune in the 9 o'clock and they'll tell you about that. So these are top mistakes people make they don't even think about.
Next thing you know,
Okay.
you're in jail. Okay.
Next thing you know, you could be in jail.
All right.
So
No.
do your
Man.
homework. I'm going to help you with that.
Thanks, May.
Coming up in the 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, you might feel like you're in prison if you're outside, stuck in the heat. It's like being out.
Yeah.
It's like being out in the what do they call it? The yard? Yeah, it's like being out in the yard.
Yeah.
Ted.
When May-K's like, stay out of jail, I was like, should have started with that. Hold on. I'll be back at 9 a.m. Hope you will too. South-southwest winds, 7 miles per hour. We will be looking at those hot temperatures this afternoon, warm and muggy to start. Some good sunshine to kick off this morning. More sunshine than we've seen in some of our previous mornings. 60s, Boone and Jefferson, 70s around the Queen City. And as we ramp up those temperatures, it will feel hotter than the actual thermometer reads. So while we get into the low to mid 90s, we'll feel like the mid to upper 90s today. I'm looking at a high of 94 Charlotte, 95 Concord and Monroe, more in the way of the mid to upper 90s, Albemarle and Rockingham, 80s on tap in our mountain counties. Those mid-90s extend all the way up through New York, low 90s Tampa, Charleston in the low 90s, and we're looking at triple digits back towards the desert from El Paso into Phoenix and Las Vegas. Cooler temperatures through the Dakotas and into Montana. We'll still stay above normal Friday from California through Texas into the deep south and the northeast and the mid-Atlantic. That helps us get into the upper 90s for the end of the work week. A little bit of a cool down, relatively speaking, still hot through the weekend. I'm looking at mid-80s Tuesday and Wednesday, but the high of 97 that we're forecasting for Friday, just 1 degree off of the record high of 98 degrees set back in 1956. So as we look at your muggy meter, we'll hold on to those humid and sticky conditions at the very least until the start of the weekend. We'll have that low pressure system extend up towards Nebraska and Iowa, keeping all the moisture well off to the Midwest and into the Great Lakes, keeping us dry, but our storm potential on Friday moves through more of the Northeast towards parts of New Jersey, New York, into West Virginia, and parts of our mountain counties. So while we stay sunny and dry for today, our severe risk Friday will be level 2 out of 5. The slight risk for severe weather, that's going to be from some isolated pop-up showers and storms, mainly east of uptown. So today's rain and storm chance, relatively limited. Only going to focus towards the afternoon. Overnight stays dry, mostly dry for your Friday before we usher in the potential for those pop-up storms heading into your evening hours Friday night. 7-day forecast, upper 90s, dangerously hot for the end of the work week. We're bringing in those 80s in an active pattern, settling in, heading into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. 7:23 the time as we take you up there to New York City. Stock futures in the green this morning. Now, they saw a major drop yesterday as we take a look there at Wednesday's numbers. The Dow Jones down 1.8%, 1.9 almost. NASDAQ down even more at almost 2%. S&P 500 a little bit behind the other two. We're going to talk with Jane King. She'll join us live from the New York Stock Exchange coming up at 8:25.
The Sherwin-Williams Paint Company says it's identified this year's loneliest color, meaning it's a shade that almost no one picks. Why did they make it then, you ask? I don't know. The company says it deserves a second look, though. They're hoping that you will consider it. Here it is. It's called Offbeat Green.
Nope.
Buh.
Or if you want to be exact, this is you want to go to the store, you like this, you want to paint your kitchen island, that color. It's SW7606.
Oh, yeah, sure it is.
My favorite. Sherwin-Williams describes it as earthy lime green that balances brightness with warmth.
Looks like pea soup.
It does look like pea soup, or Jason said the barf emoji.
Yeah.
That's pretty close. If you're a bit stumped about how to use it, the company says it's great as an accent color in kitchens, living rooms, and bedrooms. This reminds me of the 70s.
Yeah,
and I'm saying
does. No. Okay.
Yeah.
No thanks. SW7060.
It's a choice. It's a choice.
That it is.
All right, here's something else that's green. Just wait. A man in Louisiana is recovering after he was attacked by a gator while running from a traffic stop. Police pulled him over on the interstate outside of New Orleans. Keep looking look at the back of the lake there, or the swamp. Officers say he ran from his car, jumped off a highway bridge into a swamp to get away, only to be attacked by a gator. He suffered injuries to both of his arms and was eventually taken into custody.
Wow.
What's the saying? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes?
Yeah.
What if the cop
Pretty
was
much.
just trying to let him know he had like a taillight out? Like it was
Something just like, hey, you should
I don't
get
think
this
you're
fixed.
running.
See,
You're running and jumping in a swamp.
his
over
guilt,
That's
his
what I'm
guilt
saying.
could have been bigger than what the actual offense was.
Yeah, the cop might have been just like, hey, bro, just want to let you know you have a taillight out.
And now,
He might have been doing nefarious things thinking, they got me.
man,
A helpful gator.
that's
Okay, I guess, man.
I don't want to be in that
probably
swamp.
minding
That's
his own
scary.
business though. Just
He had
chilling in a
his
swamp and
day,
somebody jumps in there.
ruined.
Right.
This man just comes into his house.
So egregious.
At that point, that guy is actually saying, just take me to jail. Like
Right.
any place is better than where I currently am right now.
I mean, now you're wet because you jumped in the swamp. You
Yep.
got alligator bites all over your
They're gonna
arms,
smell.
and you're going to jail.
Yeah, and you're going to stink.
And you gonna
I hope
stink.
he's in his cell by himself.
I can
Oh,
just
man.
imagine that story. It's like, hey, man, how was the last 10 minutes for you, dog?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, let's not. Let's
Well, what had
delete that.
happened was-
What had happened was. All right, almost 7:30 on this Thursday. It's going to feel like a swamp out there. You don't have to go down to Cajun country. Just stick around for another 24 hours. We'll be back right after this.
We're turning up the heat on this Thursday with the heat advisory. Anson, Richmond County, highs in the 90s. We get even hotter on Friday. How long the heat sticks around, I'll have that answer coming up.
Renewed concerns about safety on Charlotte's public transit. How riders are reacting to a viral video of a fight where one man pulled a knife.
The Republican primary in South Carolina's governor's race is heading to a runoff. What voters can expect as Pamela Evett and Ellen Wilson work to get a GOP majority vote. Coming up on 7:30 here on your Thursday. Thank you so much for being here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us wherever you're watching this morning. stay there longer than you probably typically would, just because when you walk outside, your day might be kind of ruined.
Yeah.
Let's bring a meteorologist, Ted Pate. It's not even July, and we're already acting like it's. I mean, I saw last night that in Raleigh it's going to be like 100 today and tomorrow.
Heat advisory stretches out towards Raleigh, Durham. We could feel like triple digits in Anson, Richmond County. Listen, we're going to be in the mid 90s, feeling like upper 90s for the peak heating hours of the day. So we're not too far off here in the Queen City as we get into the afternoon. Mostly sunny skies over our Arlington camera. Skyline lit up nice and bright. We're coming off of those 90s yesterday, upper 80s for your Wednesday. Thursday, starting off in the mid 70s, southwest winds coming in at 7 miles per hour. A little haze in the atmosphere, 4-degree difference from dew points and temperatures. Yeah, there's that heat advisory we've been mentioning. Richmond, Anson County, that's going to last until 8 p.m., but Raleigh, Durham, areas east towards Fayetteville, all underneath that heat that sticks around, giving us those feels like temperatures in the triple digits. Our difference from yesterday into today, we're about 4 degrees warmer for Charlotte and Concord, not too far off from yesterday. So a similar start leading to a hotter finish, low 70s to mid 70s. We just have a little bit more sunshine with upper 60s in our mountain counties. Day planner will host the clear skies with 80s on tap by your mid to late morning hours. I'm looking at 90s through lunchtime with highs landing in the mid 90s, a low end rain and storm chance. Peak heating hours of the day, southwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour, hot and sunny with a high of 94 degrees. Lows tonight will be warm. We settle into what will be the low to mid 70s heading into your early morning hours. Pollen forecast will still be medium through the remainder of the work week and the start of the weekend. Grasses, poplar, willow, that's your top allergens to watch out for. Zyrtec and Claritin will be useful if you're sensitive to those allergens. Mountain counties, a little cooler, but still warm by any stretch. You're holding on to those 80s, overnight lows in the 60s. Intermittent showers and storms Thursday and Friday, and again Sunday into Monday. We'll break down the whole setup here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Well, hopefully you got the AC in your vehicle ready and primed up, because you're going to need it this entire weekend. Traffic primed and ready to go. We're looking at the state line traffic down near Carowinds. This is I-77. You got 8 lanes across. Traffic on the right-hand side at the 45 split, working its way up into the Queen City. Overall, we've improved. We had about 5 or 6 incidents earlier. Now we're down to 3. None of these on major interstates causing any big-time slowdowns. It's good. We do have some slowdowns coming out of Gaston County. That's typical for this time of day. And a little bit of slowdown coming down from Lake Norman. But again, nothing out of the ordinary. Let's take you out to Gaston County. Traffic on the left-hand side. Those headlights coming up out of Gaston County through Hickory Grove. This is on I-85, trying to work its way closer to Charlotte. Coming down from Lake Norman, Mooresville area, beautiful over the water. Man, what a gorgeous shot of I-77 north and south. Further down, you're going to run into this. A little bit of slowdown, making your way to Sam Fur Road. Not too bad. You got 2 toll lanes there, which help thin out the traffic. Even further down, the closer you get to Uptown, a little bit slow on 77 South here around the curve underneath LaSalle Street. But man, a gorgeous shot courtesy of NCDOT. On the east side of the city, the sun is shining. Traffic moving well on in and outbound Independence Boulevard. Again, just keep your speed under control so you don't get a ticket. We will give you another update coming up in about 30 minutes.
Parents and students in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools are calling on district leaders to limit kids' screen time in classrooms. Some are even asking the CMS board for an audit of how much time is spent using technology every day. Some parents are also calling for a ban on the iReady program. It's an online platform used from kindergarten through 8th grades to assess math and reading skills. CMS leaders estimate students use it for about 90 minutes per week, spread across multiple days. Several parents are pleading with school board members to rethink policies regarding technology use in the classroom.
Stacking screen exposure on top of screen exposure and calling it learning. We all know the negative impacts of technology on mental health, attention, and brain development, and these are well researched. Kids learn and test better off screens.
District officials tell us iReady is not the district's core curriculum and is just one of many tools used to support student learning and monitor growth. In a statement, they said in part, while technology is one instructional tool available to students, the majority of the school day is still spent on teacher-led instruction, Classroom discussions, reading, writing, collaborative learning, hands-on activities, problem solving, physical activity, and other non-digital learning experiences.
Gaston County school leaders will hold a public hearing tonight on the proposed closing of a Cherville school. Officials say the closing of Beam Intermediate would help save the district money after getting less funding than they requested. About 200 Beam students would be sent to Cherville Elementary or John Chavis Middle School. The public hearing is at the Meyer Center at Gaston College from 6 to 8 tonight. A Lake Norman swim and tennis club has banned a former tennis pro who was charged with child sex crimes. Lincoln County deputies arrested 64-year-old Stephen Curlew last week and charged him with 3 counts of indecent liberties with a child and 3 other sex-related felonies. The Westport Swim and Tennis Club in Denver, where Curlew works, sent a statement to Queen City News. In it, it says, the club has received a report concerning our former tennis professional Stephen Curlew. Upton consulting with legal counsel, we promptly removed him from his position and prohibited him from entering the premises. He will not return in any capacity, end quote. Curlew is currently being held at the Lincoln County Detention Center without bond. His next court appearance is scheduled for June 29th.
A heated argument on a Charlotte light rail train leads to one man pulling out a knife, and it was all caught on camera. Now police and transit officials are investigating. The video is raising more concerns for riders who are still shaken by the death of Irina Zarutska. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone looks at what passengers say needs to change.
A lot has changed for CATS riders since August 2025 when video captured the killing of Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska on Charlotte's light rail.
Someone literally got their throat slashed on the train, and they still aren't doing a good enough job to stop any of this.
Passengers we spoke with say tickets are hardly checked and security can be hard to find.
Most days they don't check. Most days there's no one even on the train to check. Look, just look at it. No one. Where are people that do their jobs?
This comes as video circulates online showing another alleged incident Sunday night on the light rail where someone is seen pulling a knife on a passenger during a heated argument. CATS officials say no one called 911 for help or reported the incident, but security was working that night, just not on that specific train.
You just have to be on alert, can't be too careful.
Late last month, CATS officials told us transit crime was down nearly 70% for the first 3 months of 2026 compared to last year. But still, riders are uneasy.
You just never know what a person's dealing with and who you may encounter on the bus or the train. So I usually try to ride and keep my back up against the wall where I'm facing everyone and no one is behind me and I can see everything moving.
I've been riding it all day today, and no one checked my train ticket.
CATS says about 1,400 hours a week of off-duty CMPD presence will continue now that City Council signed off on the new budget Tuesday. We've asked for that surveillance video from Sunday night, and we'll bring it to you as soon as we get it. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Riders we spoke with suggest turnstiles as a better way to enforce tickets. CATS interim CEO Brent Cagle, though, says that's not feasible because of the system's open stations.
Well, the race for South Carolina's Republican nominee for governor is now headed to a runoff. Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette and Attorney General Alan Wilson will face off again in less than 2 weeks after neither secured a majority of the vote during Tuesday's primary. Chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us what voters should expect.
It was an amazing night. Having the governor by my side was great. My family, supporters, friends, and got a special call from President Trump before I took to the stage. That's always humbling.
South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette celebrating her win Tuesday night during an interview with Queen City News. While Evette had the most votes, she did not have enough to win the primary outright. SC Attorney General Alan Wilson finishing in second, about 2 percentage points behind Evette.
I'm asking you to hire me to be your next governor. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I need you to get to work.
Western Carolina University professor Chris Cooper said Tuesday's results indicate a runoff could also be incredibly close.
Not a big surprise, but at the same time, I think pretty notable, right? Here's somebody who got a Trump endorsement and still was not able to break 30% of the vote in the state of South Carolina in a Republican primary.
Evette and Wilson will now proceed to a runoff set for June 23rd. They'll have to spend the next few weeks firming up their support, as Cooper predicts turnout will be a lot lower than what we saw on primary day.
We could see maybe 40% of the vote show up in the runoff as opposed to the primary. I mean, this is You only have one thing on the ballot. It's a couple of weeks later. It's kind of confusing for a lot of folks about whether they can even vote or not. So I would expect a significant drop off.
Early voting for the June 23rd runoff will begin June 17th and end on June 19th. Reporting in Fort Mill, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Now, Evan and Wilson are set to take part in a debate at Coastal Carolina University on June 16th ahead of the runoff. A Rock Hill man is facing a federal charge after investigators said he voted illegally in the 2024 election. Ikam Monfum is a legal permanent resident but was not a legal citizen when he voted. According to the indictment, Monfum came to the United States in 2022 and obtained status as a legal permanent resident because he married a U.S. citizen. So how did this allegedly happen? Authorities say in August of 2024, a registration to vote was submitted through the registration portal with the South Carolina Election Commission in Monfum's name. That process requires a registrant to affirm that they are a United States citizen, which he is not. Monfum faces up to 1 year in prison if convicted.
A newly released poll by Emerson College tells us more about how Americans feel about the state of the country and some of the biggest sporting events around the globe.
Right now, it shows President Trump is just 39% job approval rating. That's unchanged from where it was just 2 weeks ago.
Right now, 42% of people polled feel optimistic about the future of the country. That beats the alternative by just a small margin.
The World Cup starts today with most of the matches set to be held here in the U.S., but that is not getting the attention of most Americans. Data shows just under a quarter of people are very interested. About a third of people are somewhat interested, but nearly half of people asked say they aren't in the loop and they don't plan to be.
Got to change that if we want to win a World Cup one day. The NBA Finals also failing to get the attention of most people despite record viewership numbers. 32% of people say they want the Knicks and only 15% say they want the Spurs, but more than half of people asked say they either don't watch basketball or simply do not care.
One Florida man is suing a police department after he says he was wrongfully arrested because of AI. Our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes, joining us here at the desk in just a couple minutes to explain what this case could mean for the future of AI in law enforcement. You're watching Queen City News on this Thursday morning. Beautiful sunrise over the Queen City. We'll be back. A Florida man is suing several law enforcement agencies for his arrest after he was wrongfully identified using faulty AI facial recognition software. Jacksonville Beach police say that an algorithm found that Robert Dillon was the man caught on security cameras in the town's McDonald's, accused of trying to abduct a child.
Dillon, however, lives in Fort Myers, more than 300 miles away, and has never visited Jacksonville Beach. The case was dismissed, but now Dillon is looking to get paid, saying police misused the AI-driven match technology and let the system stand in for an actual investigation.
All right, joining us now, our chief legal analyst colleague, Feroz Khalif. This is not the first and not going to be the last time that police get the wrong guy because of whatever leads. But now AI is into this wrinkle. Does that change things at all, or is it kind of the same old, you thought it was me, it wasn't me, and now you're on the hook?
I think a couple parts. Obviously, this is not the first time, 15th known incident across the country with an individual that's been arrested based on AI. But before that, these type of situations have happened where you may have taken some shortcuts throughout the investigation, you as in the officer or officers that are involved. I mean, there were a number of things that were red flags. First of all, he lived hundreds of miles away, had talked about never being in that location. His vehicle's tag had never pinged for that location as well. That was omitted from the warrants that were requested to go after him. So those are the types of things that have happened before AI. The AI, I think, has now expedited the time that folks now will justify the reason, the rationale for an arrest. His attorneys list in their 66-page complaint that they used the AI that was 93% verification for him and then attempted to build the case around him as opposed to what they believe they should have done, which is build the case and then use AI to support what you've already had, not the other way around.
I mean, this is similar in our own industry in journalism, right? We're told if you use AI, don't use that and then report it on TV. We could be found liable, right? So same thing. So what does this do to the trust of how important that independent investigation should be? And then, like you said, you use AI at the end to maybe help and assist with it.
I think that's what they're asking. Part of what they're asking in the complaint, obviously there's a monetary component in there, right? But there's also some declaratory judgment. They're asking the court to declare that a number of the things they're using within their investigation component should be laid out. Specifically, if this process isn't vetted properly, if there are some loopholes in it, that those should be removed. And they list a number of things that are known problems that have not been remedied or fixed. And so I think it's a twofold. Obviously, people want to be compensated for the harm, the humiliation, being arrested in front of his family, being scarlet lettered. I mean, the AI edition, where now every time someone sees your face, they connect you with some type of criminality. So it's hard to roll that back as an agency. So part of it is using this as a learning example to figure out as an agency how you move forward. But law enforcement across the country are watching cases like this to try to figure out how they can get it right.
What kind of dollar amount do you foresee them asking for and getting? Because you mentioned all of that, I think it's more of the reputation, right, that people in the town saw. And even though he obviously wasn't convicted and they got it wrong, there's still going to be a little bit of that impression.
Yeah, there is as they list in the complaint, a devastating social stigma around just child-involved cases already. So now if you're plastered everywhere and you had nothing to do with it, he talked about how he's scared to even go around children now, how he wants to, like, you know, it's fearful in law enforcement. So all those things are building the case for future potential harm. You know, if he lost some type of employment currently, if he's lost future opportunities, that's how you build that damages amount, right? It's not just like a personal injury where you can say, hey, you hurt your back, I can connect that to the dollar amount you spent on physical therapy or training or surgery. No, this is what reputational harm did you lose and how can we make sure that we restore you to whole, which is the reason that we have some type of case. Bring me back to how I was before this injury occurred.
Okay, again, our chief legal analyst, Colleen Feroz, weighing on that for us. Khalif, thank you. 7:48 the time. Let's get over to meteorologist Ted Payton here on your Thursday morning. Ted, as we take a look, what are we seeing outside? Warming up pretty quickly.
Yeah, warming up quickly. Mid-70s, south-southwest winds coming in at about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Still humid out there with dew points in the low 70s. Lots of sunshine to go around. Upper 60s crossing into that 70-degree mark here up through our mountain counties. Just a 5-degree difference, really, from the higher elevations into uptown. So not a drastic difference. We're all warm and muggy to start, but we're all making a run for what will be a hot and humid afternoon. That humidity factor makes it feel hotter than the temperature temperatures actually read. We'll get to the low to mid 90s, feeling like upper 90s peak heating hours of the day. When I say mid 90s, I think a high of 94 for Charlotte would be appropriate. Maybe 95 degrees Monroe, Wadesboro, low 90s I-40 corridor, low to mid 80s up through our mountain counties. Now, when it comes to that heat, that extends north towards New York, west towards Louisiana, even triple digits El Paso, Phoenix, into Las Vegas. A little bit of those cooler temperatures, cooler below normal, still warm by any stretch for the Dakotas into Montana for Friday. Orange expresses the above normal temperatures from California through Texas into the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, and parts of Florida heading into the end of the work week. Upper 90s Friday. I'm looking at a brief cool down, getting us back into the mid 80s, near normal for this time of year as we head into early next week. But at the very least, those highs in the upper 90s land just 1 degree shy of the record high of 98 degrees set back in 1956. Muggy meter stays sticky and humid all the way through the rest of the week into the start of the weekend. So not only are we hot, we will be humid, and that's going to play into some dangerous conditions through the peak heating hours of the day. Clouds and radar mostly clear with storm activity possible up through Virginia into parts of New York and the Northeast while we stay dry. This brown dotted line is what we call the dry line, showing the drastic drop of moisture to our south, but we still hold on to a severe risk heading into Friday, level 2 out of 5, with the low-end rain chance this afternoon. Could see a pop-up shower or two, but Friday afternoon and evening is what brings more of the rain potential and the storms east of I-77 to finish off your work week. So taking a look at your 7-day forecast, I expect us to hold on to what will be an active pattern heading into the weekend and early next week. 90s linger with overnight lows in the 70s, 80s kick off Monday and stick around through Tuesday and Wednesday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. So here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. It's finally here. Clear your schedules. The World Cup kicks off today in Mexico City. Queen City News is your home for the World Cup. We've got everything you need to know about the upcoming games and the huge debut of Team USA. And summertime is here, and many are traveling through the air to get to their vacation destinations. But jet fuel prices are sky high, and tickets are also very pricey. Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot McKay Beeler will join us to discuss the best time to book your flight if you want to save a little bit of cash. And parents in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District are begging district leaders to stop using so much screen time to educate their kids. Some say it's too much and it has a negative impact on brain development. Coming up, you'll hear from those parents and how CMS says it is tackling the problem. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
Well, new data highlights financial struggles among the nation's teachers. A new Gallup poll shows 21% of K-12 teachers in the U.S. find it challenging to get by on their current household income. The poll also finds 1 in 3 teachers have a second job outside of education. Some of those jobs include rideshare driving, food service, or running a side business. Some teachers say the cost of having to purchase classroom supplies makes getting by even more challenging. Teacher salaries are on average 27% lower than those of their similarly educated peers. That's according to the National Education Association. The current average starting salary in the U.S. is about $48,000. Well, our neighbors to the north are working on a new proposal to keep kids safe on social media. The Canadian government introduced the Safe Social Media Act Wednesday. That would require verification that users are at least 16 to use platforms such as Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram. The bill would also require social media platforms to remove deep fake images and content that sexually victimizes a child or re-victimizes a survivor. A new regulator called the Digital Safety Commission of Canada would enforce those regulations. Criticism of the youth social media restrictions includes concerns that identity verification steps could act as surveillance, put personal data at risk, and limit free speech. Wednesday's proposal will need to be passed by the Canadian House of Commons and Senate before it becomes law. All right, stay with us. Our 8 a.m. hour starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
It is almost 8 o'clock. Good morning, everyone. Happy Thursday. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. It's going to be a hot, humid afternoon, and this is just the start.
Ooh, listen, it is so hot. We're already starting the "it's so hot" jokes.
Yeah.
Today is actually National Corn on the Cob Day. Celebrate,
Oh,
however you choose to celebrate. But it could be so hot that it like turns into popcorn.
Yeah.
If
just
you eat
starts
that on the patio, it's that hot.
Yeah, it is that hot. I'm sorry. You said corn on the cob. How do you like your corn on the cob? You put the butter on
Butter
it
and salt.
Are you
kidding me?
It's butter and salt, but sometimes with the really good sweet corn, man, you don't even need anything.
Oh,
That's true.
true. Sometimes you just
Right,
into
man.
it.
Come on.
Yeah.
I can hear it.
Street corn, Mexican street corn.
Mexican street.
That's it.
I just got so excited. That is appropriate because it's the World Cup and they are kicking off in Mexico. So why not do a little bit of that street corn? For today, though, we have that sunshine around the crown, bottom right-hand corner. Good morning to you folks out in Monroe. Top left-hand corner, we're looking at our tower camera. We see the Queen City in the distance barely as we have some of the hazy conditions. Top right-hand corner in Arlington camera. Bottom left, we have our Independence Boulevard camera with that sunshine dominating. A warm, muggy start to your day. Temperatures are in the 70s still. We're going to ramp up into the 80s by the time we hit our mid-morning hours, and I expect those dew points to still stay locked into the low 70s. We're in the upper 70s now. South-southwest winds coming in at 8 miles per hour. Heat advisory in effect. That's going to be for Anson, Richmond County, and even further east towards Raleigh, Durham. The feels-like temperatures could exceed the triple digits here east of Charlotte. We will feel like upper 90s for today, but starting off slightly warmer, 2 to 4 degrees warmer than where we were this time yesterday. Temperatures in the low to mid 70s, Monroe and Charlotte, upper 60s, low 70s, Boone and Jefferson, 70s through the I-40 corridor. Your day planner will host those warm temperatures. I'm talking upper 80s by lunchtime, 90s early afternoon. Highs make a run for what will be the mid 90s with hot and sunny conditions, southwest winds anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. About a 30% chance of a pop-up shower or storm. Overnight lows settle into the low to mid 70s heading into your early morning hours. So we will be holding on to what will be, again, another warm start to your day on Friday. Top allergens, grass, poplar, willow. We are looking at that medium pollen count, which again will continue to flare up those allergies if you're sensitive to those allergens. Our mountain counties, low 80s Thursday into Friday. We'll have those 80s for Sunday with 70s returning by Monday. Active pattern heads into early next week. We'll break down more of what we could expect with another check coming up here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Well, let's take a deep breath together. A little woo-saw as we look at pinpoint traffic in the 8 o'clock hour. We don't see issues from this point of view. This is down at the North-South Carolina state line. I-77 north and south traffic. It's moving faster than that. The camera just froze on us. But all right, let's take a look around the crown. A couple of issues that we do want to point out this morning that are causing some headaches depending on what side of town you are working your way in on. The first one is going to be the south part of the city. We've got 45 at Johnston Road. We've got part of Johnson is backed up. You can see well into the Ballantine area. If you're trying to hop on 45, enter one of the lanes blocked there. So that's going to slow you down, and it's back past Tom Short Road, almost over to Ray Road. So just be prepared for that. A little further up, 77 northbound at Arrowwood. We've got an accident there. One of the lanes blocked northbound. That's going to have you backed up to the 485 interchange. So if you're trying to work your way up from South Carolina, that will slow you down a little bit. Drive times aren't too bad, honestly. Whether you're coming in from Gaston County or down from Lake Norman, they're all under half an hour. This is 85 at Hickory Grove out in Gaston County. Both stretches, all 6 lanes across, looking pretty good this morning. Coming down from Lake Norman, beautiful up there in Iredell County. between Mooresville and Davidson. Further down near Huntersville, traffic now flowing as you get closer into Mecklenburg County, and then just outside of Uptown, a little bit slow on 77 around the bend. Don't be distracted with that cell phone. We'll give you another update coming up at 8:30 this morning.
Gaston County School Board members are looking for public feedback on a controversial cost savings decision.
Officials are set to close WM Beam Intermediate School, and they're still considering options for where to send its current students.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell's live in Dallas, where a meeting on this is scheduled for tonight with the latest in the debate. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jason. And guys, we know that Gaston County School Board members, they want to have a hearing for about 2 hours tonight, give people a chance to express some of their opinions about WB Beam Intermediate School, something that has been a cause of debate and a bit of budget stress for about the last month or so. Now, WB Beam Intermediate School, houses 4th and 5th grade students, about 200. It's essentially, it has the potential right now to close. Now we have board members who are still weighing some of their options as to where to go from here. The school houses 4th and 5th graders, and they could instead go to Cherville Elementary, Tryon Elementary, or John Davis Middle School. But the board, again, still weighing some of those solutions. More than 1,500 people, though, they signed a petition to add a 4th option to the list: do nothing and keep the school open. Now, anyone who, during a board meeting here last month, members acknowledged the difficulty around this decision, which could potentially impact hundreds of students.
There is not a single one of these 9 board members who woke up one morning and said, I want to close Beam Elementary in Cherryville. That didn't come from the board. We're given options that we have to vote on. It did not come from these 9 people sitting here. And I want to tell you one darn thing. I'm tired of this board taking the blame for everything that happens in Gaston County schools.
Anyone wishing to speak tonight at the meeting will have to sign up in advance. There is a link that is available on the board's website that is open now for people to sign up, or in person at the Meyer Center lobby here on the Gaston College campus, where the meeting will be held starting at 6 o'clock tonight. Now, the board members say no matter how many people sign up, they do plan to limit the time to just 2 hours. They won't take a vote on any of the possible solutions. Reporting live in Dallas, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. For the second day in a row, the U.S. military hit targets inside Iran.
Yeah, that's right. The heavy bombing follows an attack and a crash of an American helicopter. The Pentagon says both pilots on board are safe.
News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlot joining us live today to explain the latest. Vinay, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. President Trump said he wanted to make a deal with Iran, but he said the Iranians were taking too long, so he used the military.
We were really close to a deal, but they keep tapping us along. They keep playing us for suckers.
Another round of American strikes targeted Iran. President Donald Trump says he had no choice after the Iranians shot at an American helicopter. He says both soldiers on board survived.
Based on the helicopter, I guess we have the right to do that.
Just before sunrise in Iran, U.S. Central Command said it finished its latest round of airstrikes targeting Iranian military surveillance. Iran responded with strikes in Kuwait, Jordan, and Bahrain, Gulf countries with American bases.
If we need to negotiate with bombs, we'll negotiate with bombs.
The latest round of attacks follow another high inflation report. It says prices are outpacing wages and more Americans are dipping into their savings. Consumer prices in May rose 4.2% over the year before, the highest level in 3 years.
I love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, you know, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil?
And that was another headline from the president's remarks in the Oval Office yesterday. He said that the United States military had helped more than 100 million barrels be ferried through the Strait of Hormuz. We have not yet been able to verify that, but the president says it's helping to lower gas prices, and he thinks gas prices will plummet after this war is over.
And Vinay Simlot live in our nation's capital for us. Vinay, thank you.
Time is 8:08 right now. One of Microsoft's founders says that he made an error in judgment by ever meeting with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Bill Gates testified yesterday before the House committee looking into the government's files on Epstein, where Gates is mentioned multiple times. He says the convicted sex offender offered to raise money for his global health initiatives, but Gates says never saw Epstein engage in criminal conduct. The billionaire also says he cut off contact with Epstein years before he was charged with trafficking minors.
And I asked him, are you saying that the ends justified the means? He said, well, that's probably too strong of language, but I felt that getting billions of dollars for global health was worth it.
Democrats said Gates admitted that he knew Epstein had pleaded guilty to sex crimes in 2010. Chairman James Comer says he wants to bring Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche back before the committee next month. The New York Times is reporting that the Trump administration officials faced heated internal arguments over how they would handle calls to release the Epstein files. According to the Times, various White House officials disagreed over whether to release any information or to release all the Justice Department had. The paper reports MAGA supporters pressured the administration to release information, though President Trump wanted it blocked. Sources say the president fired Attorney General Pam Bondi in April over her handling of the Epstein case.
Governor Josh Stein is urging congressional leaders to approve more than $10 billion in additional funding to support Hurricane Helene recovery in western North Carolina. It comes after meetings with North Carolina congressional delegations in Washington, D.C. yesterday. Stein says that North Carolina is grateful for all of the federal funding that it's received so far and has already put those dollars to work. Of the more than $10 billion in that request for the funding, $3.7 billion would go towards repairing and rebuilding damaged homes. Another $1 billion would help rebuild and strengthen water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure. There would also be more funding for dams, roads, highways, and local businesses.
We're working to learn what caused a window to fall from a high-rise in Uptown. It happened yesterday afternoon at the 1 South building. The broken window caused glass to fall to the ground on South Tryon Street. Crews closed the area off to clean up the glass. Medic tells us they were not called to the scene, so as far as we know, no injuries were reported. CMPD officials say they're cleaning up more crime in the Sugar Creek area. They made 10 new arrests, seized fentanyl and an illegal firearm since a multi-agency operation 2 weeks ago. The operation on May 27th led to about a dozen arrests and the seizure of 11 guns and 1,700 grams of drugs from the Garden Inn Hotel. Police Chief Estella Patterson told us at the time she plans to continue to work with state and federal partners to cut down on crime in the area. Ted?
We are going to be hot and humid, no rain chances to speak of as radar stays clear and dry. We could see a few pop-up showers and storms isolated in nature for this afternoon, but we are also going to be drying out as we head into your Saturday. An active pattern returns early next week. We'll break down the scope of the heat and, of course, the active weather heading into early next week with a look at your forecast after a short break. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Some North Carolina lawmakers are once again pushing to regulate where people experiencing homelessness can sleep. The House bill being considered would ban unauthorized sleeping in public spaces and allow cities to direct people to a designated space. It would also give local governments the power to designate some publicly owned outdoor space for camping as long as they provide security and things like running water.
All right, so let's bring in our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes, once again. How much control does the government have in these public spaces, right, that are for people to use at their will? How much control can they have over what's done there?
In terms of banning homelessness, the courts have held that municipalities have wide range of ability to limit that. I can point to a study from 2021. Almost at that time, 48 states had laws restricting behaviors that prohibit sleeping, loitering, loafing, vagrancy in public places. And that was all thanks to a case called Grants Pass versus Johnson. In that case, a municipality had placed restrictions on doing just that. And folks had sued saying you don't have the authority to do that. Justice Gorsuch came out and said, well, homelessness is a serious policy problem, but courts are not equipped to manage it, basically kicking it back to the municipality, saying that we as a court shouldn't decide this, that they have the right to decide, limit, and or advance type of issues like this, and that's what it does. He also said the Constitution doesn't create a right to camp on public property. Justice Sotomayor, in her dissent, said people should not be punished for sleeping outside when they have no realistic alternative. Homelessness is often involuntary condition. So criminalizing sleeping outdoors effectively punishes people for being homeless. And so you had mixed reviews. That was a 6-3 decision across political ideological lines. But what I can say is, to your question, yeah, they can limit that. They, as a municipality, states, local governments can do that, and they have, at least in 48 states.
Years ago, I took my wife on a lovely bike ride in downtown San Diego, and we went from a public park to blocks of homeless camps. And we felt unsafe for a moment. Nothing happened. But I started thinking, if any part of North Carolina were to do this, what risks do cities take on if they create some type of encampment or a designated space? What kind of risk now does the city have?
Well, you got a couple of things. First of all, these two House bills they're looking at, it's both House Bill 781 and House Bill 437. They've done a twofold approach. They talked about the aspect what you're mentioning about these homelessness camps, and they're saying that this is already something that's there. It seems like they're trying to push away from homeless camps, and the best way I can look at it is push homelessness further away from, because as they list in here, away from schools, away from communities, away from other areas. And so within their own listing, it's find some publicly owned land that's away from any of those listed locations, and then as long as they have running water, they will be able to be in those locations. So it would be opposite of what you saw in San Diego and other larger cities that have created these more urban homelessness shelters or camp centers. They're saying we don't want to do that here, and this would now give them access to federal dollars, up to $25 million grants, which Democrats have said on the other side that the federal government is not going to support creating these additional camps, but the folks that are pushing this forward believe they will.
Khalif, if this goes into law, it passes, what rights would then people who don't have a home, unhomed individuals, have to say, okay, the city needs to give me this? Like, do you have to take care of these people once you've designated a city space? Is there any now burden for the city or state to protect those people?
Well, I mean, based on this law right here, 781, this House bill, it would be only ensuring that there would be designated running water. Now, I will say this, and this is back to the criminalizing these individuals there. There is a request to increase drug activity and criminalize, or I should say, increase the penalty for drug activity there. So while on the one hand, you are trying to figure out a way to remove these folks from places like communities and neighborhoods and in schools, you're also saying if you deal drugs in those areas, we're now going to, in some cases, where our criminal system goes from A being the highest to I being the lowest. Most of the time where you have a possession with intent to sell or deliver, it will either be an I, a H, sometimes an F. They will have these now be an E. Well, let me put that in perspective. If you're convicted of a crime with a right now under an H, it would be 5 to 6 months. However, if you're convicted of an E, that's 25 months. So that takes it up significantly higher for the exact same offense. but just because you're inside of one of these zones.
Right. I guess with more the running water, the question is, if they say the water stops, then would that homeless person have a claim against the government and said, you're legally, supposed to supply water. We don't have water now. Now I have a claim against the city.
According to House Bill 781, yes, you would open themselves up to liability, and you would give the homeless individual that's staying there standing to bring a claim for sure.
Wow.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on those bills. Collie, thank you.
8:19 the time. Let's get over to meteorologist Ted Phaeton as we take a look here at the Thursday temperatures. Ted, we're getting closer to 80 and we're making a run for the 90s.
Yeah, we're already off to the races. Upper 70s. It's not even 9 a.m. yet, and I expect us to hit 80 degrees by the time we hit 9 a.m. South-southwest winds coming in at 8 miles per hour. Dew points in the low 70s here this morning. Temperatures in the mid to upper 70s around the Queen City, low 70s Boone and Jefferson. We're all in the 70s, and we are going to hold on to those warm and muggy conditions playing into a hot, humid afternoon. The dew points are still in the 70s, makes it hard to stay cool. So while we hit the low 90s, we'll feel like upper 90s through the peak heating hours of the day. Right now, I'm looking at mid 90s from Charlotte into Monroe, low to mid 80s, Boone and Jefferson heading into our mountain counties. Still warm by any stretch as we hold on to those mid 90s for your afternoon highs. Warmer than parts of Florida. Tampa only getting into the low 90s. I'm looking at triple digits, El Paso, Las Vegas, Phoenix, 80s for parts of California with a somewhat cooler temperatures. Still warm, but cooler than normal up through the Dakotas into Montana. Friday echoes the above normal temperatures west towards California, north towards New York, and east into the Carolinas. We'll hit the upper 90s to end the work week, cooling down into the 80s early next week, which is closer to normal for this time of year. But the 97 degrees I'm forecasting for Friday is 1 degree shy of the record high of 98 degrees set back in 1956. The average highs this time of year, 86 degrees. Again, you're looking at your muggy meter holding on to those 70-degree dew points. That's going to keep us humid and sticky heading into the weekend. So overall setup shows we're quiet across the southeast. Can't rule out some storms for the end of the week on Friday from parts of Virginia into Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, and up through New Hampshire and Vermont. A dry line, that's what the brown dashes are over the Carolinas. Drastic drop off in dew points to the south and east with our severe risk, a slight risk for severe weather into our mountain counties. So low end rain chances today. I'm thinking we'll be dry overnight into Friday, mostly dry Friday with our pop-up showers and storms moving in late in the day Friday for your evening and overnight hours. 7-day forecast hosts those 90s Saturday and Sunday. 80s return early next week. Jason.
Thank you very much, Ted. Well, the Dow is up just about as much as the temperatures this morning. Yeah, futures, the Dow's 375, S&P, NASDAQ up as well. So a fairly good start. We're still over an hour before markets open. We'll join Jane King live from the New York Stock Exchange right after this break. It is 8:25. Welcome back, everyone. Airfares soared in May as fuel costs rose, and some restaurants are adding surcharges for the World Cup. Jane King is live this morning at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Thursday morning.
Happy Thursday to you too, Jason. And the stock market's looking positive, so looks like we're going to make up some of that huge loss that we had yesterday. Oil, which has been slightly lower, just turned slightly higher. So continuing to watch this, especially as the tensions are escalating in the Middle East. And the markets yesterday falling so much because of the inflation number. Some think that we could get an interest rate increase this year. We do get another inflation number at the producer level in about 5 minutes. Well, those numbers on inflation yesterday show one of the things that went up the most in May, airfares. The cost of a plane ticket shot up 27% from a year ago. Hotels also went up about 5% since last year. Part of that could be because of the World Cup, though. And when dining over the next month or so, you may see a surcharge on the bill. Visitors to U.S. host cities for the World Cup may not know about tipping customs. So operators wanted to ensure that all the workers share in the tournament's financial benefits. They say that the average surcharge, according to the Washington Post, will be right around 20%. Jason? Back to you.
Oh, listen, Julian this morning has been sharing with us a lot of global travelers that are coming to the States maybe for the first time because of the World Cup, talking about how excited they are to go to In-N-Out Burger and Waffle House and Buc-ee's and have barbecue for the first time. So it seems like it's been a fun culture experience, for a lot of folks. So we'll see.
I mean, we take these things for granted, but for them, it's probably super exciting.
Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, Jane, listen, thank you. We'll join you right after the opening bell at 9:30. Appreciate it. 8:27 right now, warm and muggy, already in the upper 70s. We're going to make it to the 90s today. We'll have that and more coming up.
All right, we're coming up on 8:30 here. Thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
That is Julian Sador, Jason Harper here. We also have got meteorologist Ted Payton. So hot We don't even want to open our mouth. We don't even want to talk. We're just trying to conserve all body energy.
That's right.
To stay cool, right, Ted? See, now Ted doesn't even want to. You got to save it. You got to save it for the people. Now's your time, Ted.
Now?
Yeah,
Now
now's
you
your
can
time.
I'm trying to be economical with the words and energy. So
Okay.
taking you live outside, we're looking at what to expect. We're going to be heating up this afternoon. So AC, the mall, definitely maybe even going to the movie theaters to enjoy some nice cool conditions here as those temperatures ramp up heading into the afternoon. Right now, looking at our tower camera out of West Charlotte, seeing the Queen City in the distance, a little bit of the silhouette of which, because of that haze in the atmosphere, I'm expecting us to ramp up the temperatures into what will be the 90s through the peak heating hours of the day. Right now, 70s locked in for the Carolinas. We're going to be knocking on the door of 80 degrees here in just a little bit. South-southwest winds anywhere between 3 to 10 miles per hour. We're looking at dew points in the low 70s. Your heat advisory sticks around heading into this evening for Anson, Richmond County, lasting until 8 p.m. Low to mid, anywhere from 2 to 4 degrees warmer as we sit in the mid to upper 70s. Charlotte into Monroe, we're in the low to mid 70s along the I-40 corridor. Same goes for our mountain counties, higher elevations in the low 70s. Day planner hosts lots of sunshine. We'll be in the upper 80s lunchtime before we get into the 90s second half of the day. Early afternoon, peak heating hours, bringing in the heat with the low end rain and storm chance. So can't rule out a pop-up shower or two, but still looking at light winds out of the southwest, 3 to 8 miles per hour with highs in the mid 90s. Overnight lows will drop down into the low to mid 70s. Early morning hours will be holding on to what will be, again, a warm start to the day. Pollen forecast is medium with your main allergens being the grasses, poplar, willow. Again, that's what's going to be flaring up those allergies heading into your afternoon and even into the weekend. Mountain County forecast, low 80s Thursday and Friday. Overnight lows in the 60s. I'm looking at what will be a warm weekend for the higher elevations. Rain and storm chances come back Sunday into Monday, gradually cooling off too as we drop back into the 70s, uptown in the 80s. That active pattern will linger into the mid portions of next week as well. So we'll keep an eye on your forecast, what to expect with another check coming up here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, thank you very much, Ted. Let's take a look outside at the 8:30 half hour. Volume picking up all around the Crown this morning. No major issues. We're looking down at the North-South Carolina state line, I-77 at the 45 split near Carowinds. That stretch is looking good this morning. A lot of sunshine out there as we look around the Crown. A couple of big issues have cleared. We had 77 northbound inside the 45 loop at Arrowwood. We had an accident. Lane was blocked. Now it's open. We also had one in the south part of the city. 485 inner at Johnston Road. That has cleared. So good news in both of those areas of town. Let's show you drive times. Not too bad, honestly. Less than half an hour coming in from Gaston County, down from Lake Norman. Looking great coming up from Rock Hill. Again, schools are out, you guys. It should be better. And let's hope we've got smooth sailing from now until about August. Coming in from Gaston County, this is 85 at Hickory Grove on the left-hand side. That's northbound traffic. Looking good. A little further up 85 on the east side of the city, Sugar Creek Road, and 85, all lanes looking good up and over the hill. 77 coming out from Lake Norman. You guys are looking great. That beautiful stretch through Iredell County, a little further down at LaSalle Street. A little bit slow once you pass under LaSalle and before you make it into Uptown. These shots courtesy of NCDOT. Inbound Independence also looking good. We'll wrap up your morning pinpoint traffic reports and a look at drive times to the airport coming up at 9 o'clock. Highway patrol officials say that one person is dead after a vehicle crash that shut down much of I-77. This happened last night after 6 p.m. near Gilead Road. Investigators say a motorcycle was traveling in the general purpose lanes on 77 southbound, just south of Huntersville, while a Tesla was traveling in the designated toll lanes in the same direction. The motorcycle entered into the toll lanes in an unauthorized area, hitting the Tesla. The motorcycle driver, identified as 36-year-old Tawan Jordan, died as a result of that crash. The investigation is still ongoing.
Parents and students in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools are calling for district leaders to limit kids' screen time in the classroom.
Parents are taking their screen time concerns to CMS board members now, with even some asking for an audit of daily time spent on that technology.
Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer outlines their issues.
Beyond the audit, these parents want a ban on the iReady program. It's an online platform used in kindergarten through 8th grades to assess math and reading skills.
We are stacking screen exposure on top of screen exposure and calling it learning.
We all know the negative impacts of technology on mental health, attention, and brain development, and these are well researched. Kids learn and test better off screens.
Those are just two of the nearly 20 adults and children who addressed the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Board of Education this week, pleading with members to rethink policies regarding technology use in the classroom. Some of the complaints focused on online testing.
We have normalized placing 8 and 9-year-old children in front of screens for assessment after assessment. That doesn't even count the screen time used for daily instruction, test prep, and curriculum delivery.
But many of their frustrations centered around the iReady program, which CMS leaders estimate students use for about 90 minutes per week spread across multiple days. The students who talked about the platform are not fans of it.
School is about learning, but iReady doesn't benefit our learning, which leads me to ask you to please remove iReady from all CMS schools.
It is negatively impacting teachers, parents, and students.
District officials tell me iReady is not the district's core curriculum, and it's one of many tools used to support student learning and monitor growth. They said in a statement, in part, while technology is one instructional tool available to students, the majority of the school day is still spent on teacher-led instruction, classroom discussions, reading, writing, collaborative learning, hands-on activities, problem solving, physical activity, and other non-digital learning experiences. CMS leaders also say they recognize families are looking for a balanced approach to technology use in schools. They are committed to make sure digital tools are used strategically and purposefully to support, not replace, teaching and learning. In Charlotte, Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
County school leaders will be holding a public hearing tonight on the proposed closing of a Cherryville school. Officials say that the closing of Beam Intermediate would help save the district money after getting less funding than they requested. About 200 Beam students would be consolidated into Cherryville Elementary or John Chavis Middle School. The public hearing is at the Myers Center at Gaston College from 6 to 8 tonight.
A Lake Norman swim and tennis club has banned a former tennis pro who was charged with child sex crimes. Lincoln County deputies arrested 64-year-old Stephen Curlew last week and charged him with 3 counts of indecent liberties with a child and 3 other sex-related felonies. The Westport Swim and Tennis Club in Denver, where Curlew worked, sent a statement to Queen City News saying the club has received a report concerning our former tennis professional, Stephen Curlew. Upon consulting with legal counsel, we promptly removed him from his position and prohibited him from entering the premises. He will not return in any capacity. Curlew is being held at the Lincoln County Detention Center without bond. His next court appearance is scheduled for June 29th. Well, the spotlight is on Silfab Solar this morning after another workplace accident at the Fort Mill facility. A company spokesperson says a contractor was hurt yesterday afternoon while delivering equipment to the solar panel assembly center. They say the worker suffered non-life-threatening injuries and that there is no safety risk to the community. Silfab had emergency crews, you may remember, at its plant back in March after a pair of chemical leaks.
York County is set to lose a public transit option that has been in place for nearly 25 years. Officials say that the Rock Hill 82 Express hit a budget shortfall and ridership's also down. The Charlotte Area Transit System line connects Rock Hill and Fort Mill all the way to uptown Charlotte. The last rides will be at the end of the month on June 30th. But riders tell South Carolina Bureau Chief Shakira Speaks they will fight to keep the service.
Very disheartening news. You can work on the bus if you want to. You can just kind of relax.
Heidinger saved about $300 a month in gas alone just by taking local transportation. But that savings door will close if York County transportation leaders decide to suspend the Rock Hill 82 Express.
The local jurisdictions do not see enough value in the operational results, then they have to make a judgment of whether they want to continue to allocate local resources.
Rock Hill Fort Mill Area Transportation Director David Hooper says there isn't enough money to maintain the transit route from York County to Charlotte. And Hooper says the declining number of passengers who use the line is forcing their hands.
The highest point I think I'd ever seen the ridership on a monthly basis was about 5,000 trips. that month. And then for the last decade, it's been vacillating between maybe 2,700 and 32 or 33 on a monthly basis. The most recent ridership month was 1,400. On a percentage basis, that's a ridership decline from the high of 78%.
Michael Plumley has been trying to get leaders to reconsider the move.
I don't want to drive into Charlotte. I don't want to take the train.
As an avid passenger for 19 years, he says ridership isn't the issue. He believes the route could be saved if more people knew about it.
More companies are bringing people back to work, and we're seeing that. I think we're going to, if we could promote it, plus the growth in the area, I think looking back at numbers is not the right way to plan for the future and budget.
He's encouraging current and potential riders to support the 82 Express through the City of Tigakay's ridership survey.
We can get through anything, but it's definitely not going to be good. Short term and then long term, I worry about the overall community because public transit just kind of represents progress.
Reporting in York County, Shakir Speaks, Queen City News.
The fragile ceasefire in the Middle East is on thin ice this morning. The U.S. launched a second round of airstrikes on Iran overnight. Iran responded with strikes targeting 3 countries with U.S. bases in the Middle East. Kuwait closed its airspace for several hours because of the attacks, but didn't provide any information on damage. President Trump threatened more strikes he threatened that more strikes will come if a deal is not reached. 8:41 now. Queen City News will bring you the first game of the 2026 World Cup today. That gets underway at 3 this afternoon as the Mexican national team takes on South Africa. The action, of course, not over from there, though. Korea will take on Chechnya at 10 p.m. in Guadalajara. Team USA starts their pursuit for glory Friday at 9 p.m. when they take on Paraguay in Los Angeles. Before that, though, Canada faces off against Bosnia-Herzegovina at 3. You can catch all of Team USA's first matches right here on Queen City News.
Brunson allow him to operate at the top. 1-on-1. Brunson gets it, fires up a 3. Shot no good. The tip is gone. It's gone. It's gone. With 1.2 remaining. Knicks take the lead.
Oh, NBA fans might be a little bleary-eyed. Did you see a little Jerry Seinfeld? Almost said Jerry Springer. Oh, my gosh. Jerry Seinfeld. 2 very famous Jerrys, I promise you, though. Man, history, though, last night. The Knicks completing the largest comeback in NBA Finals history against the San Antonio Spurs when OG tipped in the go-ahead basket right there at the end, missed by Jalen Brunson. 1.2 seconds left. Fans, oh, my gosh, going crazy. This erased the 29-point comeback that they faced around the halfway point of the game. The Knicks now lead the series 3-1. They are 1 win away from their first championship since 1973. Game 5 is this Saturday night at 8:30 p.m. in San Antonio. May-Kay, what's coming up?
All right, calling all frugal flyers. If you're planning to fly away for summer vacation and you want the best deal, do you know the best day to fly to snag the cheapest fare? On May-Kay Dealer, coming up, are there rumors about a particular day and a particular time flat out false? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Attention all frugal flyers. If you're pining for that summer getaway that won't break the bank, you'll want to know the best days to fly for the cheapest airfares.
But is there really a best day? We hear about that. We're going to get the answer.
Yeah, Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot May K. Beeler joining us with what you should know. May K, tell us.
Never a good day for me. They're always expensive.
Right?
I
It doesn't seem like it matters really, but you're saying there might be a little something to this.
So full disclosure. All right. There is no specific day of the week that guarantees the lowest airfare. But flying midweek, especially on Wednesdays, often results in cheaper fares. All right, beware of the rumors that are flat out false, like setting a reminder on your phone to shop for flights at a certain time on a certain day. No. All right, now I typically cover this topic twice a year with any updates that bargain hunters want to know. I always check several reputable sources, including well-known travel experts like the Points Guy, and I'm quoting him today. Most travel outlets agree with what I'm sharing here. This summer's a bit different, though, because, airfares are up 27% over last year due to soaring jet fuel prices. And of course, booking a summer flight, it's never cheap because it's peak travel season.
Okay, so let's talk about this timing. When can we maybe save a couple bucks here and there?
So this is difficult because if you book too early or you book too late, it's not good. So yeah, timing is everything. Booking a domestic flight, and you've heard this before, this hasn't changed. Generally speaking, book 1 to 2 months in advance for the best prices. We know that. All right, for international routes, planning 3 to 5 months ahead is recommended. This is what I said 6 months ago. Now, some airlines will offer credits if fares drop after purchase, or I like this, you can always cancel and rebook at a lower fare. But if you do that, make sure your ticket is refundable. Got to pay extra for that, right? And it's got to be changeable. Got to pay extra for that too. Cha-ching, cha-ching.
May K, I don't have extra time to be keeping up with the changing of the airfares out there, and most people don't. So how do we do it?
So I'm learning I don't have time either, for heaven's sakes.
Yeah.
All right, so according to the Points Guy, use tools like Google Flights. Yes, so they're shaking their heads, Annie's saying yes. And AI-based flight price trackers to help you monitor fare changes. They can alert you should the price drop, and some even give you trip credits if you didn't book an economy ticket. Palback and Junova, have you heard of these? These are recommended. Have you heard of those?
I have not heard of
trackers.
Those. Okay.
In addition, because you use Google
Flights.
Flights.
Google Flights is great too, especially if you're not, married to a certain airline.
Right.
You can take whatever works best for your schedule.
Right.
So I like looking at that. It just has to, it's not always about price. Sometimes it's about convenience, unfortunately. So
Same here,
what if you want to, we're starting to get into summer. What if you want to take that summer trip now and you're trying to book?
So that's like me. I got a birthday next week.
Okay.
Do I want it? Do I
listen
want
up,
it?
people.
Listen up, I need a gift. No.
What day, by the way?
So 17th.
Okay.
Historical data shows the best window to snag low summer airfare prices. Well, yeah, it's already upon us. We know that. Good news, Expedia recommends the most affordable booking window for domestic economy. According to Expedia now, if you use their service, 15 to 30 days before departure, with prices averaging $130 lower than bookings made over 6 months out. And Annie is shaking her head yes again. For last-minute bookers like Miss Maykay here, the brave and the bold air travelers, Expedia suggests booking 8 to 15 days out. That'll get me out of here by the 17th. In advance, that can offer the best value and save me an average of $225.
Wow.
Red-eye flights and early morning flights we know tend to be cheaper. Also look for alternative airports as well. Flying on a holiday is always the cheapest too. Be flexible. Now let me just say, I'm going to be honest. So yesterday I was on there looking at flights to Nassau or places like that. It's still ridiculous.
It is.
Yeah.
No matter where you go.
It's over $1,000.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Listen, go to Walmart, get your kiddie pool,
You know
get a little
what?
bag of sand. You can create your own little backyard.
That's right.
No, forget that. I'm saying splurge.
Oh,
Special day.
Because you know
splurge
what?
on it because
That's
you're
it.
worth it.
We are worth it.
there you go.
Thank you, Annie.
We'll start our GoFundMe account.
I'm never
for
the
Maykay's
person to
birthday.
ask to not spend things on yourself. All right,
you go.
Ted. Let's get it over to you before I dig
Man,
myself into a
that's
deeper
it, Ted.
and deeper hole. It's going to feel like we're somewhere tropical today, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't need to fly far to get that tropical feel because those 90s are heading in our direction. So we are looking at the warm and humid start to your morning, hot and humid to finish. South-southwest winds 8 miles per hour. Upper 70s, we're going to knock on the door of 80 degrees here shortly. Again, looking at now 79 degrees Charlotte into Concord. You're looking at low to mid and upper 70s I-40 corridor. Everybody in the 70s before those 80s take hold and we really ramp up the temperatures, shooting for the low 90s, peak heating hours of the day. But again, the humidity, that factors into what it feels like, which is the heat index, making it feel like upper 90s for the peak heating hours of the day. So I'm looking at a high of 95 for Monroe, 94 Charlotte, more in the way of the low to mid 80s in our mountain counties. That heat stretches north and east towards New York, and the above normal temperatures from California extend into the Carolinas and up into the Northeast. We hit the upper 90s Friday, well above our average high of 86 degrees that we typically see this time of year. Back into the mid 80s Tuesday and Wednesday. That high of 97 lands just 1 degree shy of your record high set back in 1956 for Friday. So we'll flirt with those record highs to finish off the work week. Your muggy meter stays humid all the way through the start of the weekend. Rain chances focused towards our mountain counties and storm potential up through the Northeast on Friday. That extends further south towards the Carolinas. Right now we have that dry line in effect, so this is very low end rain and storm chance. But Friday brings the potential for those pop-up showers and storms, thinking we're going to have the isolated pockets of showers for your Thursday afternoon. Friday afternoon and evening is what brings the potential for those impacted storms east of I-77. 7-day forecast hosts those 90s for the remainder of the work week into early next week, with 80s taking hold Monday through Wednesday. Jason.
Ted, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Are you ready for the Tricky Triangle? NASCAR's taking a trip to Pocono Raceway over the weekend. Drivers are going to be on the iconic Triangle track. No truck racing tomorrow, but the ARCA Menard Series will kick off the action this weekend with a race tomorrow at 3 p.m. Then Saturday, you can see the professionals of the O'Reilly's Series at 4 for the Miller Tech Battery 250. And then, of course, the main event always on Sunday, the Great American Getaway 400. That action starts at 3. You're watching Queen City News on this Thursday. There's our award-winning crew right there. What's up, Amber? What's up, Emily, our director, making everything look good. Hey, guys. All right, we'll be back right after this. Younger students have regained ground academically after the pandemic's disruptions, but older students' test scores aren't seeing a lot of movement. That's according to the latest testing data released by the federal government. Data shows American students' academic achievement was already declining when the pandemic hit, but it also shows 9-year-olds are back to pre-pandemic reading scores. There were also improvements in math, but the same recovery has not been seen for 13-year-olds, whose average scores in math and reading remain below pre-pandemic averages. It is 8:57. We are wrapping up the 8 o'clock hour, about to kick off our 9 o'clock and final hour. I hope you're making plans to stay cool today. Stay with us as we kick off another hour of Queen City News.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Thursday morning, everyone. 9 o'clock. Welcome into our final hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast, and really not much to say other than it's getting hot, hot, hot.
Oh, okay.
Kind of line to the green.
You're not going to want to be dancing outside, though,
No,
Ted.
not a dancing type weather.
Indoor.
I'm dancing because we have AC. That's why I'm dancing.
Okay.
Listen, I remember when I was a kid, I came in the living room and I caught my mom working out to Sweating to the Oldies from Richard Simmons on a VCR back in the day.
Yeah.
So if you're going to do one of those in-home workout things, it better be inside where there's air conditioning.
There you go.
Absolutely. Yeah. You don't want to be outside, especially from now on for any strenuous activity. It's just going to be too hot as we have clear skies, the sunshine dominating over Charlotte Motor Speedway. Concord looking at those upper 70s. We're going to knock on the door of 80 degrees here as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. Still looking at a warm start to your morning, 79 degrees. Again, knocking on the door of 80s with southwest winds 6 miles per hour. Heat advisory for Anson, Richmond County. That's going to last until 8 p.m. this evening. That's going to extend further east towards Raleigh, Durham, feeling like triple digits, while our temperature change sits anywhere from 4 to 5 degrees warmer than yesterday, outpacing yesterday's temperatures. Upper 80s now crossing, upper 70s rather, now crossing 80 degrees Wadesboro, low 70s Boone and Jefferson. Day planner will host clear, sunny skies. Spotty showers and storms roll in as we head into that 4 o'clock hour. I'm looking at a high of 94 degrees, hot and sunny, also humid as we have a low-end rain chance, light winds out of the southwest, 3 to 8 miles per hour. We'll have another look at your forecast here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason?
Sounds good, Ted. Thank you very much. Let's wrap up our pinpoint traffic reports for the day. Traffic still moving well down at the state line near Carowinds. This is I-77 north and south. Northbound's on the right-hand side, right at the 485 split. You can see the Queen City skyline way off the top of that picture there. Most of our accidents have cleared for the day, which is really good. Little slow spot down near Ray Road and 45 in the south part of the city, but it's off to the shoulder. No major issues going on this time of day, which it should be better. School is out. We're on the backside of rush hour, so we should see some improved drive times, which we are. Everything around 20 minutes or less. The slowest section coming down from Lake Norman this morning, but 21 minutes is not bad at all. This is out in Gaston County, 85 at Hickory Grove. North and south traffic, all 6 lanes across, looking really good. Up the northeast part of town, Sugar Creek and 85 up over the hill. That stretch also looking good for drivers this morning. We are seeing a slowdown. There we go, 77 at Lake Norman. That's slower than we typically see at 9 o'clock. Southbound traffic on the left coming out of Iredell County, trying to work its way down closer to Uptown, which we're looking at here, 77 at LaSalle. That stretch actually looking really nice. Independence Boulevard, all 6 lanes in both directions also looking good. As we wrap it up, here's your drive times to Charlotte Douglas International Airport. No delays there as well. We'll give you a whole nother round of traffic reports coming up tomorrow morning starting at 4:30. Gaston County families are invited to share their feedback tonight on a proposed school consolidation plan.
District leaders say they needed to balance a budget shortfall, but some patients worry closing a campus would actually lead to overcrowding.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live at Gaston College ahead of tonight's hearing. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. We know that Gaston County School Board members are going to be holding a hearing tonight on Gaston College's campus at the Myers Center. That'll be tonight at 6 o'clock. Their sole focus of the evening is to gather more opinions about the proposed plan to close W.B. Beam Intermediate School. District officials say they have to close the school in order to save costs, especially after receiving just $35 million of their requested $60 million from county commissioners. Tonight, they'll hear feedback on 3 options. Option A sends 4th graders to Cherville Elementary and 5th graders to John Chavis Middle School. Option B would allow 5th graders the option to attend Tryon Elementary. And option C, the one that leaders previously said they were leaning towards, adds both grade levels to Cherville Elementary. District officials say closing Beam saves about $288,000. Some community members believe that's an overestimation, and the county should find other ways to cut costs without disrupting more than 200 students.
Cherville school system is working, and Beam Intermediate was created for a specific overcrowding situation 20 years ago, and we're going to be right back into that situation.
Now, anyone interested in speaking about the proposals for what happens to the WB Beam Intermediate students, they're welcome to sign up before the meeting begins, either in person at the Myers Center from about 5:15 until 6, or at any time online, and that link is on the board's website. The board members say that no matter how many people are set to sign up to speak, they'll only have about 2 hours of listening time. They say they'll be ending up right at 8 o'clock. The board does not plan to vote on any of the options tonight. Reporting live in Dallas, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. A Superior Court judge has ruled that so-called never residents cannot vote in any North Carolina elections. The decision announced this week confirmed a result that Republican groups had touted as a legal victory 2 weeks earlier.
The Republican National Committee and North Carolina Republican Party challenged a state law that allowed some, quote, never residents to cast ballots in this state. The issue played a role in the months-long dispute over the outcome of the 2024 state Supreme Court election.
All right, joining us now, our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Whenever you talk about people voting in elections, you have to go through the question of what is constitutionally allowed in terms of our election process. How difficult does it get when we talk about what your constitutional rights are to vote?
It's extremely difficult, especially when you have states that are trying to implement the rules, and you have some rules that may conflict with federal rules. I mean, federal rules will preempt any state rules anytime. This is what I start with. I think this will be appealed. It'll be appealed to our Court of Appeals. I suspect there are some constitutional issues that may be at play here going forward, and they mentioned that in the interim. The Republican argument is that the Constitution doesn't allow that only allows residents to vote. So these folks that are never residents are children of parents that live here that have never resided in our state, but will still fall under their parents' individual residents. That's how they've been given that opportunity to vote, and the Superior Court judge has ruled that would not qualify them to vote, and I don't think that's as elementary as the argument actually is.
Does this decision just apply to state elections? Could you see this going further to like federal elections?
I think it's extremely limited to state elections now, but that's why I say I think that this conflict of this Uniform Military and Overseas Voter Act is the provision that it strikes down that provision within there. But there are other federal provisions that this one can't stop. So that's why you have an issue when folks would go to the polls and say, well, am I allowed to vote in this one, but I wasn't allowed to vote in the state one? That's going to cause confusion to the voter, which the courts don't want to have. That's why I think it's ripe for appellate process.
I was going to say, is this where this ends, or what sort of appeals do you see, and how soon are we going to see them?
This is only the beginning. I mean, and rightfully so. Our court systems start with district court, but district court, these type of cases are always heard in Superior Court. So you had two routes. You could have it in Superior Court, and you could have moved for it to go to federal court, right? But then they would have challenged that this is a state election issue, and it would have got kicked right back to Superior Court. So it's exhausted that remedy there. It's at Superior Court. The next step is to go to the appellate court or North Carolina Court of Appeals. I think after that, this is a case that can be in front of the Supreme Court, and it would be ironic that the case that started in the Supreme Court with Riggs and Jefferson Griffin, it now ultimately end in the same place in our North Carolina Supreme Court. I think that would probably be the final resting place. I don't see this going to the United States Supreme Court, but I do think that it would work its way to our North Carolina Supreme Court, and they would have to make some type of final resolution, again, because this is a state court election issue, not state court, but a state election issue, not a federal issue.
Khalif, would it be as simple as the state Supreme Court, and I say simple very lightly, but defining what a resident of North Carolina would be, saying that you have to live here, and then would this also have to get kicked over to the General Assembly? Would you have to actually change anything on the books, or is it just simple, the court interprets resident as such?
Yeah, I think nothing about this would be simple or elementary. This is all complex, convoluted, and I'd step back and say a couple portions. Jason, your question about the striking down right now, and it currently would apply to both state and federal election. I just think that's why it's going to be raising to the level of an appellate issue, because you can't preempt or tell the federal elections what to do. Regarding Julian's issue, I think there are some elementary aspects of it. Have you had a parent that's resided here, and has that been your permanent residence at some point? If you're serving in the military, yes, you don't live in North Carolina, but at some point you have parents that have lived here. Where are you supposed to vote, I guess, would be the question that Democrats that are fighting this would ask.
Okay, again, our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes, weighing on that for us. Khalif, thank you. We do have some breaking news to get to. President Trump, in a social media post this morning, vowing more attacks on Iran and is threatening to seize Kar Island. This comes after the two countries exchanged new strikes this week. In a true social post, he says, quote, the United States will be hitting Iran, whose Navy, Air Force, radar, anti-aircraft, and all other forms of defense together with most of its offensive capability are gone very hard tonight. He went on to say, at some point in the not too distant future, we will be taking Clark Island and other oil infrastructure points and assume total control of their oil and gas markets, much like we have with Venezuela, which is working out brilliantly for both Venezuela and the United States of America. Of course, that would be an extreme escalation in terms of the strikes on Iran. Again, the president threatening that will happen tonight. We'll follow this and bring you the latest on air and online. QCnews.com. Let's get back over to meteorologist Ted Phaeton right now. Ted, what are we seeing on radar?
Yeah, quiet here close to home. It's just warm and humid. The moisture very much in place as we continue to hold on to those scattered showers up through the Ohio Valley region. Above normal temperatures stretching from Texas into the Carolinas in the Northeast. Well above normal. Eastern towards New York into parts of eastern Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and into Virginia. Storm potential this afternoon will be up towards Virginia into the Northeast for New Jersey and parts of New York. Our severe risk will be a level 1 out of 5, and that marginal risk right along the border of Tennessee, touching some of our mountain counties. For the most part, quiet and dry. We do have a very low-end development chance, 10% chance of development in the southern Gulf when it comes to the tropics. Outside of that, we're dry close to home, not seeing much in the way of rain for your morning commute, but can't rule out some pop-up showers and storms later this afternoon and evening. More on that here with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Maykay?
Thank you, Ted. Well, now that the kiddos are out of school and the summer vacation travel season is upon us, there's still homework to do if you are planning a getaway. I'm Maykay Beeler. Coming up, I'll tell you what you need to know to avoid the top travel mistakes. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Well, now that school's out and summer vacation is in, that means it's time to hit the road.
But there are some things that could make that trip of yours a little bit harder or even end it early.
All right, let's bring back our chief transportation correspondent, Maykay Beeler, to talk about these common travel mistakes and how they can really just upend things. Maykay.
So time to fly the friendly skies. Also, so if you missed in this 7 o'clock, we just want you to know, make sure your passport, if you go abroad, make sure your passport has not expired. It needs to be good for at least 6 more months. Don't lose your passport. Get an air tag on that. And if you've changed your name, if you got married or divorced, make sure the name on your boarding pass matches the name on your ID and your passport. Okay, so now we have some new information for you. A proper travel authorization. This is a big mistake the travelers made. Check before your flight. Research if you're going to need a visa or an electronic travel authorization to enter the country. Proper documents is a big deal. Lots of times travelers are turned away. Something else you may not think about, a vaccination card. If needed, some countries still require proof that travelers have received certain vaccinations before they can enter. So how would you know? See the U.S. State Department's travel information page. Ignoring, oh, this is a big one. All right, ignoring other countries' banned substances law. Do you know certain over-the-counter and prescription medications are banned in other countries? Well, we say, I have to bring my stuff. What do I do? Be sure you bring a copy of your doctor's prescription plus a letter stating the purpose of the drug. Not knowing laws about drugs, and of course no street drugs or they're going to throw you in jail for the rest of your life. Not knowing laws about firearms. Now, a couple years ago, I reported on this, Turks and Caicos. Some folks went to Turks and Caicos. They had ammunition, not even firearms, not even guns, but ammunition in their suitcases. They landed in jail for months until they could get out. They said, well, we didn't know. Be sure to research the laws of the island nations and countries you are traveling to before you take off. There are many other errors, too, to avoid. Like if you're booking a hotel through unknown sites, a lot of scams out there. Use reputable platforms. On any trip out of the country, if you have medical issues, make sure you have medical insurance. Know if hospitals are available. Some remote islands, you must be medevaced out, flown out by air ambulance. And I will tell you, I did airline training in St. Croix for many months, and part of my contract was, something happens, we got to be medevaced out. There was no hospital. There was one, but it was closed.
Wow.
God bless the people in St. Croix, but I guess if you had something serious, they would medevac us to Miami. Know these things before you take a trip. You know, if you're elderly and you might have some type of condition, you may not want to go.
That's true. One of the big things, you know, unfortunately, we have a vaping epidemic, right? Where people, all these kids are doing it. There's countries where vaping is actually illegal, and you can go to jail for vaping in public. Thailand is one of them. Also, the Philippines. If you use it in public, you could face up to 4 months in prison. So something that you think is, you know, common over here. End up in jail over there.
For sure.
Right.
And you know, for marijuana, any street drugs, forget it.
Yeah.
There are TV
Just
shows
don't.
about that. They lock you away for life. But the prescription drugs, you may not know.
Right.
Yeah.
You need to do the research. Let's say you're
Do the
going to
research.
Ireland even or something like that. You know, just what are the things you can search it on Google. You can use AI.
Or the State Department.
Right, but just fact check it and say, what do I need to know before I go to Ireland? Do I need to know laws? Do I need to know what do I need to carry with me?
Yep.
And for sure, firearms typically are not allowed. It's not like America.
Usually not. But
usually not. But even just the ammunition.
And sometimes, even if it's a shell of ammunition,
Right.
like
Casing,
a spent one, they will still put you in jail in Mexico.
Yep. Ignorance
I know
does
that
not work when you're going through customs.
No, but think
They don't
about
care.
it. You know, just don't take off on a whim. Throw your stuff in a
Well,
duffel bag.
if you're
and
investing that much time and money into a trip,
Hopefully.
you don't want to spend part of it in jail or a fine or something.
Have you ever thought of stuff like that when you've gone? I haven't. I'm going to be honest with you, but I don't have that stuff.
I have with medication.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to be sure and I had to check it and all that stuff.
Leave it in the original container,
Right.
right, and have a doctor's note if you can.
Ziploc bag doesn't work in all countries.
Right. That's right.
So
Wouldn't advise that.
Just trust me. It's Advil.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right, May-Kay, thank you so much.
Coming up on 9:20, let's get over to meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Teddy, we are on the verge of the 80s, and we got way more to go.
Yeah, we are this close. And once we get to the 80s, we still have to make a run through into the 90s. Winds are out of the southwest, 5 to 10 miles per hour. Dew points low 70s. Sunny skies dominating for the most part. And we hold on to those upper 70s. Gastonia, Charlotte, low 70s to upper 70s through the I-40 corridor. Just like that, we hit 80 degrees in Statesville. See, real time, updating those temperatures. Low 70s, Boone and Jefferson will ramp up into the 90s this afternoon. feeling like upper 90s when you factor in the humidity gives you the heat index, or the feels like temperatures, which will be above what the thermometer reads throughout the day. So highs today, 94, 95 degrees. I'm looking at low to mid 80s, Boone and Jefferson. We extend that heat even further north and east with New York getting into the mid 90s, triple digits El Paso, Phoenix, and Las Vegas. And I'm looking at your orange indicating the above normal temperatures from San Francisco, Las Vegas, parts of the West Coast into the Carolinas here across the East Coast. Average highs this time of year typically land in the mid 80s. We'll get closer to that early next week with a cool down getting us near normal Tuesday and Wednesday. But a high of 97 degrees forecasted for Friday. Dangerous heat as we flirt with our record high of 98 degrees set back in 1956 to end the work week. Again, looking at the muggy meter, which will stay humid heading into your weekend. So not just hot, but the humidity limits your ability to stay cool. That's what plays into what could be some dangerous heat for the peak heating hours of the day. Still mostly clear with our storm potential Friday pushing north towards Virginia into Pennsylvania and New York. Dry line here over the Carolinas will limit the amount of rain that we see today, but for your Friday could see a slight risk for severe weather, level 2 out of 5, with damaging winds being the main threat to watch out for. Clouds and radar showing some spotty, isolated showers today. Mostly dry for folks as we head into the afternoon and evening. Friday, not seeing too much activity until the evening hours into your nighttime, bringing the potential for those storms rolling into Friday night. Our 7-day forecast will host those 90s through your Friday and into the weekend. Early next week, cools down, relatively speaking, more in the way of what will be the mid to upper 80s Monday through Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
We know this development is a serious threat, but it did not catch us off guard.
That was a response from Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins yesterday as she spoke with lawmakers on Capitol Hill about the New World screwworm cases and their impact on the cattle industry. The latest case was found in a dog from New Mexico. The USDA confirming 5 additional cases in 4 cattle and 1 goat in parts of Texas. This is the first time the flesh-eating parasite has been found in the United States in more than 60 years. Ranchers are also sounding the alarm, saying the pest could shrink the U.S. cattle herd. Herd size is already at its lowest level in 75 years, driving up consumer prices to record highs. Secretary Rollins spoke about the outbreak earlier this week. Some farmers say she isn't doing enough.
They're depending totally on 100-year-old technology, which is a sterile fly technique, so it doesn't work. We've released over 7 billion sterile flies since we started this program about 18 months ago. And we have more cases today than we had then. You can look for higher beef prices because of the failure of the USDA to control this pest.
These developments obviously represent a serious threat to our livestock and wildlife, but they haven't caught us off guard. We have been tracking this pest for a long time, and we have fought before, and we will do so again.
Infestations can be treated if they're caught early. Federal officials stress the parasite is detectable, preventable, and treatable. USDA leaders say they've defeated screwworm before and believe surveillance, border restrictions, sterile fly releases, and rapid detection can stop it from regaining a foothold in the United States. All right, let's give you a look here at New York City. Stock futures are green, but how will markets open? We're talking with Jane King on the other side of this break, live from the New York Stock Exchange right after Wall Street rings its opening bell.
All right, almost 9:30 here. Happy Thursday. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you for the final 30 minutes. Ted says hot and humid and sticky today. Tomorrow's even worse, Ted.
Yeah, it gets even hotter as we hit the dangerous level of heat as we head into the upper 90s Friday. Today, it's still going to be pretty hot. You just want to avoid the peak heating hours of the day, which will start soon the way we're going.
Okay. So what do you
Fantastic.
think? 11 a.m. is when's the cutoff, Ted? Give people some time.
12 o'clock.
12 o'clock, noon.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
We're
it.
already in the upper 80s, making a run for what will be near 90 degrees heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Right now, a look over our Arlington camera. We see the Queen City in the distance. Not looking too bad as you head out the door, but it's still a little warm, a little muggy, so you'll combat that as we knock on the door of 80 degrees here heading into your morning hours. So 79 degrees southwest wind, 6 miles per hour. There's traffic moving at a speed limit pace. Heat advisory east towards Anson, Richmond County, and especially towards Raleigh, Durham, and into Fayetteville, North Carolina, holding on to the feels-like temperatures exceeding up to the triple digits. Our temperature change compared to yesterday, we're outpacing those temperatures from 4 to 5, even 7 degrees warmer up through Iredell County and Statesville. Right now, sitting in the low 80s, Albemarle, Monroe, into Wadesboro, Concord, and Statesville, low 70s, Mountain Counties, upper 70s for the Queen City. So highs make a run for the mid-90s today. We'll hit 90 degrees by 1 o'clock, and I'm looking at those spotty showers and storms that will develop through the peak heating hours of the day. Low-end storm chance, but it's the winds that come out of the southwest, 3 to 8 miles per hour, and the hot and sunny conditions, the humidity that sticks around for the remainder of your afternoon. Overnight lows in the 70s, a warm start to your Friday. I'll break down your overall setup and what to expect with another check coming up in the next 10 minutes. Guys.
Ted, thank you so much. The New York Knicks' success is driving its parent company's stock to records.
Yeah, and stocks will try to rebound after one of the worst days for stocks this year.
Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories plus today's opening numbers. But Jane, markets have a lot to look at today. How are we starting off almost 2 minutes into the day?
Feels like there's a ton of news coming out today. Let's start with the headline numbers and where we are. Dow's up 277, so we were down 900 and something yesterday, but a little bit of a rebound. Oil is actually a slight bit lower this morning. Now, there's talk of the Trump administration saying they're going to attack Karg Island. That's an island close to Iran that is very integral to that country's oil infrastructure. Iran says in retaliation, they're going to attack Elon Musk's businesses in the area, which would include Starlink, perhaps some Tesla businesses in the United Arab Emirates as well. We also got an inflation report out today, so producer prices and like yesterday's consumer price number that also did show there is some inflation out there.
And Jane, OpenAI may actually slash its prices. What's going on with that?
Well, people are starting to realize how much they're paying for this AI, and it's adding up. There's even some businesses that have been kind of limiting employee use because of the cost. Now, the Wall Street Journal reports that OpenAI may cut prices from its current 3-tiered prices of $8, $20, and $100 a month, and rival Anthropic may also cut prices to compete.
Hey, I won't argue at either one of them. If they both want to cut prices, go for it. I'm here. Jane, let's talk about some stock prices when it comes to sports. MSG Sports, they're up because of the Knicks, you think?
Yeah, so the parent company, Madison Square Garden Sports, the stock has more than doubled in the past year and hit a record high on the Knicks' success in the NBA Finals. The Knicks, a rare professional sports franchise that is part of a publicly traded company. The Green Bay Packers, also one of them. There aren't very many like this, but it'll be interesting to see how that stock does.
All right, keep an eye on it, Jane. A lot of Knicks fans happy no matter which way you spin it. So we will see you at dark and early here tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Coming up on 9:34, Gaston County school leaders will be holding a public hearing tonight on the proposed closing of a Cherryville school. Officials say the closing of Beam Intermediate would help save the district money after getting less funding than they had requested. About 200 Beam students would be sent to Cherryville Elementary or John Chavis Middle School. The public hearing is at the Myers Center at Gaston College from 6 to 8 tonight.
Parents and students in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools are calling for district leaders to limit kids' screen time in classrooms. Some are even asking CMS for an audit of how much time is spent using technology each day. Some parents are also calling for a ban on the iReady program. It's an online platform used from kindergarten through 8th grade to assess math and reading skills. CMS leaders estimate that students use it for about 90 minutes per week, spread across multiple days. Several parents are pleading with board members to rethink policies regarding technology in the classroom.
They're stacking screen exposure on top of screen exposure and calling it learning.
We all know the negative impacts of technology on mental health, attention, and brain development, and these are well researched. Kids learn and test better off screens.
In a statement, the board said in part, technology is one instructional tool available to students. The majority of the school day is still spent on teacher-led instruction, classroom discussions, reading, writing, collaborative learning, hands-on activities, problem solving, physical activity, and other non-digital learning experiences.
A Lake Norman Swim and Tennis Club has banned a former tennis pro who was charged with child sex crimes. Lincoln County deputies arrested 64-year-old Stephen Curlew last week and charged him with 3 counts of indecent liberties with the child and 3 other sex-related felonies. The Westport Swim and Tennis Club in Denver, where Curlew works, sent a statement to Queen City News. In it says, the club has received a report concerning our former tennis professional, Stephen Curlew. Upon consulting with legal counsel, we promptly removed him from his position and prohibited him from entering the premises. He will not return in any capacity. End quote. Curlew is being held at the Lincoln County Detention Center without bond. His next court appearance is scheduled for June 29th.
We do have breaking news this morning. President Trump, at a social media post this morning, is vowing more attacks on Iran and is threatening to seize Karg Island. This comes after the 2 countries exchanged new strikes this week. In a Truth Social post, he says, quote, the United States will be hitting Iran, whose Navy, Air Force, radar, anti-aircraft, and all other forms of defense, together with most of its offensive capability, are gone very hard tonight. He went on to say, quote, at some point in the not too distant future, we will be taking Karg Island and other oil infrastructure points and assume total control of their oil and gas markets, much like we have with Venezuela, which is working out brilliantly for both Venezuela and the United States of America. The latest round of heavy bombing follows an attack and a crash of an American helicopter. The Pentagon says both pilots on board are safe. Washington correspondent Vinay Simlot outlines the disagreements.
President Donald Trump said he wanted to make a deal with Iran, but he says the Iranians are taking too long to negotiate, so he used the military.
We were really close to a deal, but they keep tapping us along. They keep playing us for suckers.
Another round of American strikes targeted Iran. President Donald Trump says he had no choice after the Iranians shot at an American helicopter. He says both soldiers on board survived.
Based on the helicopter, I guess we have the right to do that.
Just before sunrise in Iran, U.S. Central Command said it finished its latest round of airstrikes targeting Iranian military surveillance. Iran responded with strikes in Kuwait, Jordan, and Bahrain, Gulf countries with American bases.
If we need to negotiate with bombs, we'll negotiate with bombs.
The latest round of attacks follow another high inflation report. It says prices are outpacing wages and more Americans are dipping into their savings. Consumer prices in May rose 4.2% over the year before, the highest level in 3 years.
I love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. We've been taking out millions of barrels of oil.
And that was another headline out of the president's remarks from the Oval Office. He said that the U.S. military had helped ferry secretly more than 100 million barrels of oil out of the Strait of Hormuz. We have not yet been able to verify that. The president says he thinks inflation and gas prices will come down after the war is over. Vinay Simlot, News Nation, Washington.
All right, Vinay, thank you. The race for South Carolina's Republican nominee for governor is heading to a runoff. Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette and Attorney General Alan Wilson will face off again in less than 2 weeks after no one secured a majority of the vote during Tuesday's primary. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber tells us what voters should expect.
It was an amazing night. Having the governor by my side was great. My family, supporters, friends, and got a special call from President Trump before I took to the stage. That's always humbling.
South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette celebrating her win Tuesday night during an interview with Queen City News. While Evette had the most votes, she did not have enough to win the primary outright. SC Attorney General Alan Wilson finishing in second, about 2 percentage points behind Evette.
I'm asking you to hire me to be your next governor. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I need you to get to work.
Western Carolina University professor Chris Cooper said Tuesday's results indicate a runoff could also be incredibly close.
Not a big surprise, but at the same time, I think pretty notable, right? Here's somebody who got a Trump endorsement and still was not able to break 30% of the vote in the state of South Carolina in a Republican primary.
Evatt and Wilson will now proceed to a runoff set for June 23rd. They'll have to spend the next few weeks firming up their support, as Cooper predicts turnout will be a lot lower than what we saw on primary day.
We could see maybe 40% of the vote show up in the runoff as opposed to the primary. I mean, this is, you only have one thing on the ballot. It's a couple of weeks later. It's kind of confusing for a lot of folks about whether they can even vote or not. So I would expect a significant drop off.
Early voting for the June 23rd runoff will begin June 17th and end on June 19th. Reporting in Fort Mill, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Evatt and Wilson are set to take part in a debate at Coastal Carolina University on June 16th, ahead of the runoff.
A Rock Hill man is facing a federal charge after investigators said he voted illegally in the 2024 election. Ikam Monfum is a legal permanent resident but was not a legal citizen when he voted. According to the indictment, Monfum came to the United States in 2022 and obtained status as a legal permanent resident because he married a U.S. citizen. So how did this allegedly happen? Well, authorities say in August of 2024, a registration to vote was submitted through the registration portal with the South Carolina Election Commission in Monfum's name. That process requires a registrant to affirm that they are a United States citizen, something he is not. Monfum faces up to 1 year in prison if convicted.
Tim Ream will be stepping onto the world's biggest stage tomorrow in his second World Cup appearance, but this time he's hoping to be the one leading the team to victory. We dive into the vital impact of his leadership for both Charlotte FC and the U.S. men's national team. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
The tournament of all tournaments has finally arrived. Matches kick off today for the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and Carolina Sports Live is switching it up to help you be in the know. All tournament long, our crew's going to bring you CSL Extra Time, stoppage time. You're going to still get all the top-tier sports news and analysis from all across the Carolinas, but now we're adding some World Cup flair to it all with the highlights, match previews, and more every day until we crown a new world champion of soccer. And speaking of the Cup, Charlotte FC's Tim Ream is about to step onto the world's biggest stage for his second World Cup appearance for the U.S. men's national team.
This time he is wearing the captain's armband.
Gia Lancey looked at how his leadership is integral on and off the pitch for both his country and his club.
Head coach Dean Smith has entrusted Ashley Westwood to wear the armband for the crown, but several other players step into leadership roles as well, including Tim Ream. Ream takes such pride in his leadership on both Charlotte FC and the U.S. men's national team. He's a decently quiet guy that chooses to lead by example, but the overall goal is to just be the support that any player needs on or off the pitch.
There's things that I do here that I do with the national team in terms of trying to help the young boys and try to, you know, to teach them things and you know, give them thoughts and ideas. I'm not super vocal in either place. I'm not one of those rah, you know, in your face, I'm going to be shouting and screaming, but leading by example, showing guys and just being one of those that's very open and available to anybody who you know wants to have a chat and talk about anything from on the field to off the field.
The 38-year-old has extensive experience at the highest of levels, with over 80 caps for the U.S. men's national team. The Premier League with Fulham FC he played for 9 seasons, and of course he's at the MLS level now. And with the extensive experience comes with vast knowledge, which is why his teammates constantly rely so heavily on him.
Tim is obviously a true professional, and his career speaks for itself. He's played at a very high level. He's very serious. He takes his training very serious, in the locker room very serious. But just like a great player and guy to kind of model yourself after.
As you can see, he's got a lot of experience in the Premier League. He's been around for a long time, and I don't know how many caps he's got, but there'd be a few there.
He's been at the, played at the highest level in Europe, and he's played in World Cup, and he gets it. He understands the game. He's reliable. He's always healthy. Takes care of his body. It's a good example for the younger players. Just a tremendous leader in our locker room.
But his experience really isn't the main characteristic when leading the Crown. Of course, he commands them on the field, but it's really off the field where he excels. And for some, like Morrison Ajiman, that started the second they walked in the door of Atrium Health Performance Park. Ream went far beyond just welcoming Ajiman to the club, but as a player who's never even set foot in the city of Charlotte and was from a country on the other side of the globe, Ream's presence was an immediate impact for him.
I mean, he's welcoming to everybody, especially the young ones coming from somewhere else. He used to welcome in. I used to go to him, ask a lot of questions life itself, the football related issues and other stuff too. So, I mean, he's a great guy, honestly, and then I look up to him too, yeah.
Since coming in, he's been a good role model for me. And for a lot of the younger players, you look up to him and see what he does day in, day out, and you take those things and kind of mould them into your game to see what works for you. And I just think he's such a good character to have around the boys in the change room. So, I think it'd be very impactful this World Cup and be a great leader for the US.
Carolina Hurricanes are looking to get ahead of the Golden Knights after an unpredictable Stanley Cup final series. Canes were able to even out the series in Game 4, and while there were celebrations, the team has their heads down now, prepping for tonight. The biggest question for Rod Brindamore is who will start in net for the Canes. Brandon Bussi came in for his first career Stanley Cup playoff start. Frederick Anderson has started every playoff game for the Canes. Up until that point, Brindamore says that he would not discuss the lineup just yet. However, he praised Bussi for his Game 4 performance.
Wow, he was phenomenal. And, we got a taste of it the other night and kind of just picked up right where he left off, I thought. And, we gave up a couple, breakaways early and just some breakdowns. And, he was just really solid all night. Got to give him a lot of credit. I mean, we're still giving up way too much, in my opinion, but again, you're not going to shut these guys down. They're just coming at you, and they got the talent there. And now that we're into it, 4 games deep, tough to control them. So we're doing our best we can. That's the best way I can put it.
5 returning to the Carolinas, and leaders in the state's capital are already showing their support. Look at this statue of George Washington outside of the old Capitol in Raleigh, been dressed in a Canes jersey. I think it fits perfectly. Yeah, hopefully he can help. I don't know, maybe help the team lead to another victory tonight. The puck drops at 8 p.m.
All right, well, speaking of sports, are you ready for the tricky triangle? NASCAR taking a trip to Pocono Raceway this weekend, where drivers will be on the iconic triangle track. No truck racing tomorrow, but the Arkham Menard Series is going to kick off the action this weekend with the race tomorrow at 3. Then on Saturday, you can catch the O'Reilly Series at 4. The Miller Tech Battery 250, and then the main event is going to be on Sunday at 3, the Great American Getaway 400. And to get you ready to head north, our Carolina Sports Live team is talking with Cup Series driver Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and America's crew chief Larry Mack. That's this weekend on Around the Track. Ted, as far as temperatures outside, it feels like you are on the racetrack with that heat coming up off the pavement right now.
Yeah, it certainly does, man. We need to cool down, stay hydrated, do everything you can as we take a live look here over Independence Boulevard and traffic moving at a speed limit pace. Well, let me go back because that one scene was a little frozen. Now you can see traffic moving at a speed limit pace. Temperatures in the upper 70s, southwest winds 6 miles per hour. Low 80s, Charlotte, Monroe, into Gastonia, 70s, Boone and Jefferson. We will be looking at a hot afternoon with those temperatures ramping up into the low 90s, your heat index or your fuse-like temperatures in the upper 90s through the peak heating hours of the day. I'm forecasting a high of 94, 95 degrees Monroe, Concord. We're looking at low to mid 80s, Boone and Jefferson. High temperatures really ramp up with those mid 90s, Washington and New York. I'm looking at more in the way of the triple digits, El Paso, Phoenix, Las Vegas, and below normal temperatures in the Dakotas towards Montana. And we have more of the above normal temperatures here in that orange shading through the mid-Atlantic, northeast, and out west towards California. We'll get closer to normal early next week, dropping down into the mid-80s. That's average for this time of year, but forecasting a high of 97 degrees on Friday. That's going to match or just be shy of our record high of 98 degrees set back in 1956. So dangerously hot temperatures along with the muggy meter ushering in the humidity that sticks around for the end of the work week. Clear for the most part with that dry line over the Carolinas, limiting our storm potential on Friday up towards New York into Virginia and then parts of North Carolina. So clouds and radars dry right now, but your storm activity on Friday could give us a slight risk for severe weather, level 2 out of 5. And that shows the pop-up showers that come through this afternoon. Run of the mill, not too concerned about that, but Friday starts off dry with your evening pulling in what will be those rain and storm chances heading into your overnight hours. 7-day forecast is going to be bringing us those 90s heading into the weekend. Still looking at what will be the overnight lows in the 70s, back into the 80s with that active pattern locked in heading into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Taking one last look at your pinpoint weather forecast. Mid-90s this afternoon as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. Hot and humid, low-end rain chance. And then Friday, we'll have those upper 90s, dangerously hot as that humidity sticks around heading into the weekend as well. Saturday and Sunday, mid to upper 90s locked in. We'll fall back into the 80s with an unsettled pattern. Pushing into early next week, Monday through Tuesday and Wednesday, we'll have those 80s settled for the Carolinas.
Oh, I can't help look at that 97. All right, check this out. A South Carolina police officer is being called a hero after rescuing a toddler that had fallen into a swimming pool. This happened in Greenville County. The sheriff's office says the quick thinking of 2 deputies led to the toddler being revived after they arrived to the call where they were told the child wasn't breathing. The child is expected to be okay.
Holy cow.
Right?
I get the icky feeling in my stomach just watching that. I'm glad that baby is going to be okay.
My God, oh, wow, that's tough to see. You just have such a little precious body. And the fact that, that CPR and whatever, first responders can do to help a kid. It is.
Bless
I'm so
all of
grateful.
them.
It's also a reminder of all the life-saving things that law enforcement does too. So many times we have the bad headlines, but it's moments like that we're like, oh my gosh, thank goodness they were there.
We are thankful for you guys, heroes. Thank you for watching us today and every day. We'll see you back here tomorrow for Friday, 4 o'clock.
You don't want to miss what we have coming up next on Positively Charlotte. Forget a man cave, we found a golden. Come with us to see your new soccer headquarters right here in the Queen City.
Plus, it's National Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Month. We speak with Jennifer Rawlings to learn how we can maximize our produce's potential this summer. We've got tons of fresh fruit and veggies.
And one of the Queen City's very own is making it big. Meet 11-year-old Nola Wallace and find out about her big Apple TV project. Happy Thursday. It feels like a holiday to me, you guys. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. I'm Alicia Quarles.
I'm Liza Mahacek, and Alicia is sporting and repping her
I'm
Knicks.
repping my Knicks. This is our 2026 final championship because we're going to win it. What a game last night, Liza.
I mean, seriously, I saw so many people on social media posting videos of them going crazy.
Right.
Bars, at home, in the streets.
Okay, so let's talk about it because Game 4 of the 2026 NBA Finals, it's one that's going to be long remembered. In a game that can only equate to a roller coaster, the Knicks were down bad the first half, you guys. We're talking 29 points.
I mean, Alicia went to bed.
I was angry. I went to bed.
She was mad at
I was
them.
protesting. I might have been cursing. I was like, I'm going to bed. I'm tired of this.
And then the Knicks, they showed up, slowly chipping away at that point deficit. It came down to 7 seconds left, and an insane putback by the OG Anunoby.
You got it.
That's his name, right? So he put the Knicks up by 1 point with 1.2 seconds left. And that was all it took to cement this game as the biggest comeback in NBA Finals history. And the number of people that were at that game also.
Like everybody.
I mean,
was there.
Taylor Swift.
Taylor
She
Swift was there. I mean, everybody was there. But my phone was blowing up, and I'm like rolling over, and I could not believe it. When they said we made a comeback, I'm like, of all times for me to go to sleep, I've been a Knicks fan for 20 years. I've been through some terrible seasons, and we finally do this.
But this game reminds me of the playoffs at the Hornets game.
Yeah.
That Hornets game where it literally was in those last few seconds. It was so fun.
Okay, go Knicks.
Continuing with the world of sports, the FIFA World Cup kicks off today. So we took a trip over to the Golden to get us in the mood for all things football. The name of the game is soccer for the FIFA World Cup for 39 days straight. And if that is inspiring you or your kiddo to get into the sport of soccer, the Golden is your place to go. We've got AJ De La Garza here. He's the founder of the Golden and also a professional soccer player for many, many years. So how did you decide to create this space here in Charlotte? Did you see a specific need?
Yeah, I moved here 3 years ago, and just growing up, I wanted to give the kids in what I now consider my forever home a different type of environment, a different experience, and this was my way of doing that, and I'm proud of what we've done in year one and really excited for year two.
Well, so excited because I know you just reached your first year anniversary. Yeah. You've got over 100 kids here that you're training, but you guys have some pretty cool training things around us. So talk to me about this thing that we have behind us.
Yeah, this is an Elite Skills Arena icon. You know, I actually used it when I was playing, and it was just so game realistic.
Really?
And I remember training when I was playing for the LA Galaxy. I was like, one day I'm gonna have this in my own facility, and you know, I kind of bet on myself in my career after soccer, and here we are. I have it, and things are going well for me.
Well, talk to us about your professional career experience, because I know you were with the LA Galaxy. You traveled around to some different teams as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, I've played all around the country. Played for the U.S. men's national team, also the Guam national team. So I got to experience life and sports in the U.S., but also life and sports all over the world. So it's what I want to give back, that knowledge that I gained throughout my career, and give it to these kids and really help them grow.
Well, so what's the age range of kids who can come and train with you?
Yeah, so we have 8 and over in my indoor space, but with the addition of our outdoor space, we'll be going all the way down to our 3-year-olds and doing some outdoor programming. So really, that age is really important, right? Because it's their first experience. You want to give them the proper techniques at a really young age. We love rec soccer, we love the YMCA and all those experiences, but we want to give them real coaches as well that have played the game, and I think that's really important for our younger age.
Well, so you've got a new field coming. Talk to us about kind of the drills that you run in this space behind us too as well.
Yeah, we also have a futsal court, so being able to have that indoor-outdoor experience has been really good, right? The weather is not always great in the summer.
No, Charlotte, you know it's gonna be night and day real quick.
Or right now too, when it's pouring down rain, which is great for us.
Yeah.
Not so great for building an outdoor field right now, but
It's true.
You know, we have adults, we have kids out here as well. So everything that I try and build is all about the experience. So everything that we do outside is how can I make the experience better for the players, but also for the people watching. So I think people will be surprised that when this is all said and done and finished, just having little kids be able to watch their parents, or parents being able to sit down and relax and watch their kids out there on the field is going to be something special.
Now, if people want to take camps, if they want to get a membership with you, what does that whole process look like?
Yeah, right now we just have our indoor membership. It's for, I would say, more advanced development, players that want to take that next step, right, in their development and really push themselves. The ones that want to get to that next level, I think that's the group that I can influence the most, right? Like, I've been in their shoes, I know what it took to get there, so trying to learn from somebody that has done it before, I think is something I didn't have when I was younger, but I had good role models around me. So just trying to be a good role model for players in Charlotte.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be learning from a professional, from a pro, literally. So if people want to learn more information, where can they head to?
You can head to our website at thegolden.com.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We're so excited for the next, 39 days of FIFA. It's going to be awesome.
It's gonna be wild.
And we can't wait to see it. Thank you so much for chatting with us today. We really appreciate it.
Of course.
All right, well, get ready to have a late lunch today. In honor of the start of the World Cup, Chipotle is offering customers a buy one, get one free deal starting at 3 p.m. But here's the catch. For every free item you receive, at least one customer in your party needs to be wearing a soccer jersey.
Okay, so the promotion allows for a max of 5 free items per check. So if your office or friend group hasn't decided where you're getting lunch, give this a shot. And what a fun way to kick off the next 5 weeks of football.
That's exciting. Even at Starbucks today, they gave me little cozies for everybody.
Yes.
So I think this is cool.
I love it. I love that. It's very uniting.
Yes,
it's unifying.
It's unifying. We need that. Go next. Okay. I'm just going to keep saying it all hour. Anyways, don't go anywhere. We've got the tips that you need to keep that crisper jar looking immaculate.
And on the topic of food, meats and cheeses galore, we get a lesson on the artwork of plating. Charcuterie 101 is in session.
You're taking a live look at West Charlotte. We will be right back. Welcome back. Well, June is National Fresh Fruits and Vegetables Month, and there, of course, is so much fresh seasonal produce right here in the Carolinas. The question is, what's in season and how do we best store our fruits and veggies? Well, here to give us some tips and tricks is registered dietitian Jennifer Rawlings. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, this looks so beautiful. So let's start with what fruits and vegetables are in season right now?
Yes, so here in June, we're starting to see a lot of tomatoes, cucumbers, sweet corn, and then peaches. I don't know if you know, but South Carolina is the second largest producing state of peaches after California in the country.
That shocks me because you always think of Georgia for peaches.
Exactly.
Okay, so how do we decide if the peaches are ripe, if they're ready to be taken home? I don't know anything.
Yeah, so here, smell one.
Okay.
Does it smell like a peach? It should smell like a peach.
Oh, that smells like a peach.
Yes, and you can pick up a tomato. A tomato should smell like a tomato.
Okay, but you got all kinds of tomatoes here.
Yes, those are heirloom tomatoes, red tomatoes. You also can find some cherry tomatoes coming up. But the biggest thing with tomatoes and specifically peaches is a lot of people don't know when you get them home, you want to leave them on the counter.
See, I always put mine in the refrigerator.
Yes.
Okay, why the counter?
Yeah, so we want to tend to squeeze them at the store and think, oh, they're too hard, they're not going to be ripe. So if we put them in the fridge, they're not going to get ripe. So keeping them on the counter, you'll get that nice ripeness. And then peaches you can put in the fridge after they're ripe to last a few extra days. But tomatoes on the counter,
always, no matter
Always.
what. Okay, then let's talk corn.
Yeah, corn. So what do we want to do at the store? We want to take that shuck off and we want to look at it. But no, I don't recommend doing it.
Really?
Yes. So when the air gets to the corn, it actually starts drying out. So I say just look at the green color. Make sure it's bright green. You can give it a squeeze to make sure nothing's rotting in there. And then when you get home, keep the shuck tightly bound, put it in the fridge, and it's going to keep the sweetness even longer.
So these ones go in the fridge?
Yes.
Okay, what about, is there such thing as cucumber season? Because I feel like I buy cucumbers all year round.
Year round, yeah. They're really in season mostly in the summer. They're going to taste a lot better. So you can get cucumbers year round, just like strawberries a little bit, but they're not going to taste as good in the wintertime.
And then is there a key for picking the right cucumber?
Just make sure it's not mushy.
Okay, that's easy.
Make sure it looks good, it's not mushy.
I can do that. And you say with all this wonderful fresh produce we have, we can obviously make something delicious.
Yeah, summer salad. You can throw anything in. I've kind of done most of these ingredients. You can do the cucumber in there. I have some mozzarella cheese, some fresh herbs, and then mix up like a light vinaigrette. You could do olive oil, lemon juice, a little salt and pepper. It's going to be great for a summer cookout.
You are a unicorn because you are from Charlotte, born and raised. So why is it so important to shop local?
Yeah, we're not only supporting farmers, because again, think about how busy they are in South Carolina with all the peaches they're producing, but really when we take it from the farm to our kitchen in a shorter window of time, we're gonna lock in that freshness. The nutrients as well are gonna be higher and the food is just gonna be so much more delicious.
Is there a key though, an overall key to getting our produce and veggies to last longer? Because I try to eat organic, but that stuff goes quick so bad and I get angry because I've spent all this money and within a few days it's gone.
Yes. So again, corn straight to the fridge. You can put it in your crisper drawer, put it in a Ziploc bag, keep the shuck tightly bound. Shuck it before you cook it, so that'll keep it sweet longer.
Is it true that we should be putting everything in Ziploc bags? Because I see the girls on Instagram and they're putting all their fruits and veggies in Ziploc bags.
No, a lot of them it'll dry out. So you can do your blueberries like in a jar and you can freeze them. So you don't even wash them. And when they're frozen, just take them out, wash them, and use them. Or just keep them in the container that they come in. They already have the holes to get some of the air to it. And just wash it right before you use it. So it'll last longer.
Jennifer, you're a wealth of knowledge. How do people get in touch with you if they want to?
Yeah, they can find me on my website at www.myrdncoach.com.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we always have a study about coffee. Literally, like every week there's a new study. Well, guess what we found? Turns out that late afternoon cup might not be the right move.
Scientists say that they have figured out the best time to have that last cup of coffee. Researchers found for the best night's sleep, you need to stop finishing your coffee at least 9 hours before you go to bed. So those who didn't reduced total sleep time by 45 minutes and increased how long it took to fall asleep. So maybe opt for some good old water after that post-lunch cup. So 9 hours.
I believe this though. I think I have a caffeine sensitivity anyways.
I kind of agree.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you got to cut that caffeine off.
But it's also like tea has caffeine in it. Sodas have caffeine in them. So you have to keep in mind when you're doing that. If you're trying to have some Diet Coke, make sure it's caffeine free for your dinner.
When I moved here, I didn't realize Celsius had like caffeine in it. I thought it was just a drink.
Alicia.
So I was drinking like 3 a day.
Alicia.
It's a wire. My sister's like, are you okay?
You're shaking all the time.
I was like,
That is terrifying.
Yeah, it was terrible.
That must have been a hard time for you.
It was a time. She's like, are you in the real world? I'm like, clearly I'm
You're like,
not.
no, she was in the clouds.
No.
She was in the clouds. All right, well, some good news for everyone spending time outdoors this summer, which, let's be honest, that should be most of us. Touching grass is good for you. The FDA has added another compound to its list of allowed sunscreen ingredients. Bemotrizonol Try that 3
You got it.
times
You said
fast.
it. I'm here.
Has already been in use in Europe and Asia for years. Now, the chemical filters out both harmful UV and UVB light from the sun.
And the ingredient is said to be better for sensitive skin. It also sits on top of the skin and does not get absorbed into the bloodstream, unlike other sunblocks. Oh my gosh, here's my term for it. Bimotrizinol, there we go, does not break down in the sun. So really this just sounds like an all-around win. This is interesting. But I think a lot of things get approved in Europe that are actually better. So I think it's good they've already been using it.
You know what? If we're putting sunscreen on, let's get that sunscreen on.
Get it on.
That's always good.
Okay, so if you're serious about working out, this might be the gadget for you. Therabody's Cryotherm Palm cools your hands between sets and claims to boost athletic performance. So according to the company, cooling down your palms during exercise slows down the rise in your body's core temperature. And the gadget also heats up if you want it to.
So this is not a dumbbell, it's not weighted, it's to cool you down or heat you up. That's it. You can also use it to soothe aches and pains, reduce swelling, and help with any inflammation. Now, it's not cheap though. It's probably about 40 bucks on
400.
400
That's all right.
Thank you. $400 on Therabody's website. So again, only if you're serious about working out. But I mean, $400, that's quite an investment.
I think, look, if you're like a serious athlete, this is, this is probably worth it.
True.
I'm not. I'll go get a bag of ice.
No, exactly. Or I'm heating something. Get the bag of peas.
Bag of peas,
Put
bag
that
of
on your
tea.
hand.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. All right, well, after the break, we talk with a young actress who is making it big on Apple TV. Don't go away. We're talking with her about the new series.
And here's a live look at Uptown on this hot and steamy day. You're watching Positively Charlotte. Stay locked in.
It's me. It's Trevor. Paula?
Just a sec, Hazelnut.
I need help. I need help because they kidnapped me. My mom gave me all the money and he said it was.
Well, you were just watching a clip there of Apple TV's series Maximum Pleasure Guaranteed. It's new. It just premiered at the end of May, featuring big names like Jake Johnson. And the television series tells the story of a divorced mom getting caught up in a web of blackmail, murder, and youth soccer. You know, all one and the same. It turns out one of the stars of the show is from right here in the Queen City. 11-year-old Nola Wallace plays Hazel in the show, and we're lucky enough to have her joining us today. I'm so excited to have you in studio with us. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I, first of all, want to talk about your sweater. Adorable, but you got it from the show, right?
Yeah, when the show wrapped, the costume designer gave me this because it was along with other sweaters I wore on the show.
So fun. And it's got horses on it. Wait, can I see it? Put your hands on your hips right there. Oh, look at it. So cute. That's adorable. So what was it like getting to be a part of this production? I know that you've been acting for a little while. You've got some credits under your belt. But this is a big show, so what was this like for you?
It felt really weird, like, because I've never done a TV show before.
Yeah.
But it did feel like it was really fun.
Yeah.
With Tatiana, because she made it feel so just fun.
Yeah. So who does Tatiana play in the show?
She plays Paula Sanders, the lead, and she is my mom.
Yeah, she's your mom in the show. Very fun. So we just saw a clip of the two of you guys together. But what was it like working with this cast? I mean, Jake Johnson, a lot of people know him from New Girl. You had a star-studded cast. So what was that experience like, getting to work alongside some really, consummate professionals?
It felt like I remember when we were first driving, because we were going to New Jersey to see my grandparents, and then I was going up to New York with my mom. My dad. Yeah. And I was like, I can't believe that I'm going to New York and I'm meeting celebrities.
Right.
And my dad was like, they're going to meet you.
They're meeting you. Exactly. That's right, Nola. Yeah. But also, I mean, it's so cool. You got to work alongside them, but you were going back and forth between Charlotte and New York. So what is that like? You know, kind of going back and forth and doing that work, not in the city that you live in.
It was pretty annoying.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I would be like 1 week in New York and then 2 weeks in Charlotte and then 3 weeks in New York and 2 weeks in Charlotte. It would be just going back and forth, and I was like always in the airport and always on planes. And it was annoying.
Man, little Miss Jet over here, we love it. So now for in terms of what you guys want to do in the future, what are you wanting to do with acting? Are you wanting to do more theater? Are you wanting to stay on screen?
Both.
Both.
I really want to, because I really enjoy musical theater and being on stage. But I still acting is kind of just my thing.
Yeah. Do you have a dream role for a musical?
Kind
of hard to pick one.
Yeah.
Or do you have a favorite musical in general?
Hamilton.
Hamilton, so good, so good. Now, for going forwards with acting on the screen, if you were going to do another TV show or anything like that, do you want to get into comedy? Do you want to stay more in the drama, or are you kind of open to anything?
I'm kind of open to anything, but I really would enjoy it to finally be in a movie or a TV show that my friends can watch.
Yes.
And or a comedy.
Yeah.
So.
That is so fair, because you're like, well, I don't know if this would be the best thing for you guys to watch. What was the number one thing that you learned from this experience?
Don't always don't be super focused on the script. Just kind of have fun with it and loosen up a little bit, which Jake and Tatiana taught me a lot about, and that's kind of what made it fun, because we were just improvising.
Man, so fun, and you're getting to learn from the best, and we've got some of the best right here in Charlotte and in the Positively Charlotte studio. Nola, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah,
we're so excited that we got to have a convo with you about this, and we can't wait to watch you on Apple TV. Make sure you check her out over there. Thank you again, Nola.
Yeah, of course.
Well, here on Positively Charlotte, Liza and I have a saying: if there's one thing we're gonna do, it's eat. Okay, but if we're not eating, Liza, we gonna sleep. So listen up, because this is important for your sleep health. A new study says women with sleep apnea may suffer more severe symptoms than men. And researchers at the University of Pittsburgh say women reported more headaches, nightmares, and needing to go to the bathroom at night due to sleep apnea.
So women had more sleep disturbance, anxiety, anger, and fatigue compared to men. I don't know what's going on in our dreams.
Girl, we're
You know,
stressed out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, shocking.
People are making us mad. Researchers say that women may not be diagnosed and treated until they develop severe symptoms, which can lead to delays in diagnosis. Sleep apnea is a disorder in which the upper airway repeatedly collapses during sleep, disrupting normal breathing. So if you think that you may have sleep apnea, talk to your doctor and get the information that you need to live your best life and sleep your best sleep. I do have a friend who is my age who has sleep apnea, and she brings her CPAP with her everywhere she goes.
Because she's thoughtful. If not, she'd be snoring.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
she's
And so
thoughtful.
because when we would sleep in rooms with her, we always knew, you're like, okay, well, if you're sleeping with this girl, she's gonna be snoring. So now we're just like, okay, well, now she's got her CPAP.
She's thoughtful. Yeah,
This
I
is
like her. I
awesome.
like her.
Exactly. Get your resolution.
That's kind of young, but hey.
It's true. It's true. Well, in some sweet treat news, M&M's just released a banana nut bread flavored candy. No overripe fruit or oven required.
The classic peanut M&M is wrapped in banana bread flavored milk chocolate. Now, this flavor is available for a limited time, and it's exclusively sold at Kroger affiliated stores. Liza, you are a resident sweet tooth. Is this something that you want to try?
You know, I want to be totally honest. No.
Oh, wow.
I know, which is a shock.
I wanna
but
try this.
This is because I don't like peanut M&Ms.
Okay.
I don't like, it freaks me out. I don't know why.
Okay.
But something about the peanuts being inside the chocolate, I'm like, I'll eat the peanuts or I will eat the chocolate. I don't want them within the other.
I'll try this. This sounds like banana nut bread to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see, how do you get that banana bread flavor in that
Artificial
chocolate?
flavoring.
Yeah.
That's not good for you.
She said fake.
Well,
It's
let's
fake.
keep talking about our favorite subject, food, because we all enjoy a good charcuterie board. So why not make your own? Crafty's Creations Charcuterie Cart is in the house to show us the ins and outs of making a great board. Well, Crafty Creations is Charlotte's first full-service mobile charcuterie bar. Here to tell us more about it is founder Shay Dixon.
And she's also going to be teaching us some charcuterie making 101. And you say it's a whole lot easier than you think, right?
What do people need to know?
Yeah.
As far as like when you're setting up a charcuterie board, you always want to have like really good fruits, like fresh fruits, really good cheeses, not just your basic cheese. You want to throw in some manchegos. You can, if you want to do basic, you can do like sharp cheddar. Or like
We don't do basic. We don't want basic.
Yeah, you want to do some Bella Batano and some manchego cheese.
Perfect. Okay, so let's go through. So what do you have here on the board?
So on the board itself, I have manchego cheese, I have sharp cheddar, seriously sharp cheddar, and then I have some Castelvetrano olives, I have dried edible oranges, slices, and you can eat the entire thing. A lot of times people just kind of eat only the inside, but you can actually eat the whole thing. I have salami. Cherries are in season, so we have to have cherries on the board.
Of course.
And then we have some nuts. And of course, we have to have our jam or our honey sticks.
Oh my goodness. Well, I was looking at your the little jams, the mini ones. Those are my favorite things. But we were talking a bit earlier about how when somebody is coming through, you kind of treat this as a buffet.
Correct.
You know, when people want to have you, at their event, you can kind of just come through and pick and choose.
Correct.
Right?
So should we demonstrate?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Alicia said,
can we eat? I'm like, Liza, stop talking. Let me eat. Okay, so do I just tell you what I want?
Yeah, so you'll pick a meat, and then you'll pick one meat, and then you get 2 cheeses. I mean, you get everything else.
Let's do this together, Liza.
Okay.
So typically, we'll take it from here.
May I have some more?
Some salami, and then this is where it gets a little messy. I'll just throw your cheeses in.
Okay, lovely. And am I seeing, is that goat cheese right there?
Yes, it is.
That's pretty goat cheese. What is on top? That's the edible flowers?
Edible
on top
flowers, yes.
So where did the idea for this company come from?
I've always had a love for grazing, but I've never liked grazing tables. I've always liked to get what I want personally on the actual tray itself. So that's where I kind of came up with it. And I was like, okay, maybe I could just do like a cart that's something, as far as to bring people together. It's interactive and it's fun.
Yeah. I mean, it is really fun. And that's the other thing is that I feel like charcuterie, you're always going to find something that everyone likes.
Correct.
And you know what? White chocolate. Are those yogurt covered pretzels or white?
White chocolate.
So what do you say to people? You said certain cheeses. People that want to do their own charcuterie. I've never built a charcuterie board. I feel like you have.
Oh, girl, you know I have.
Let's be real.
I have.
Your girl hasn't, but I like to eat. What advice do you give for somebody like me that's never done it before?
So if you've never done it before, I don't know. As far as always have pick your meat. Start with your meats and your cheeses, and go from there. Everything else will be your fruits that you already know. But like most people, salami, they're like, I don't know. I'm like, well, you got to try it, you know.
Right.
And then if you don't want salami, you can do chicken salad. So we also have non-pork options as well.
But that's what's so fun also about charcuterie boards in general, is that you can really customize them to whatever palate that you have.
Can I have some pickles?
Yeah.
More importantly, look, Liza, don't be asking questions over here.
These are pickles, but so pickles and olives, they're like either you like them or you don't.
That's so true.
Right. So I try to have at the end of the event, if something's left, it's pickles or olives.
That's so funny. So those are they little mini pickles? Is there a certain name for them? What are those called?
So the cornicons are the actual.
Cornicons, right.
Or the actual. These are the petite deals though,
well,
because
Alicia,
a lot of people.
perfect. I'm gonna take one of these.
Take you a petite deal. So what kind of events are you going to? Where can people book you?
You can book me on Instagram. I have a website as well, but if you click the link on my Instagram, it'll take you to the website, and then you can send an email there. Because weddings are a little different, corporate events, baby showers, paint and sips.
This is so cute. I love it.
And you have been doing this for 2 years.
I have, coming up on August.
I mean, that's amazing. How have you seen this grow? Because also a cart like this, I feel like you don't see often.
Yes,
You don't.
she said, trust and believe. You don't.
I theme it out everything I do. So with all of my events, you'll never see an event that looks the same. So whatever your theme is, it's always going to have a theme to it.
Awesome.
So.
Well, Shay, you're incredible. We want to thank you so much.
Thank you
for our breakfast little. I'm just going with me.
Thank you for having me.
All right, bye, Shay.
Thank you so much. All right, well, the 2026 FIFA World Cup kicks off today across North America, and we are getting an early look at the FIFA Fan Festival that begins in just a few hours. Jillian Smookler gives us a sneak preview for today.
Countdown is almost over. The Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum is transformed into a FIFA Fan Festival, a 4-day celebration expected to draw up to 40,000 fans each day as the World Cup kicks off. Organizers gave media a sneak peek today, showing off everything from interactive fan activations to food, entertainment, and cultural experiences. At the Hyundai activation, fans can test their soccer skills.
Jillian's going in for the kick. Let's see how fast she can go. Yes! 22 miles per hour.
Snap a picture while appearing to headbutt a soccer ball. Or step into a fan cheer zone and celebrate like your favorite team just scored.
Cheer!
At the Kaiser Permanente booth, the visitors can stretch, answer trivia questions about LA landmarks, and even take a virtual ride through the city.
So we're going past Santa Monica up here right now, popping over the 10 with that traffic.
This is like a total full body workout, by the way. You're on a skateboard and you're just going through it, and this is meant to get all the soccer fans really immersed in LA culture. Once inside, organizers say fans will be surrounded by giant viewing screens and live entertainment.
Thousands of fans down on the field watching on large screens, musical performances by the likes of Steve Aoki, Dioro, Normani, Sick Kick, Los Lobos, Capital Cities, a pretty awesome lineup.
And for those looking to take a culinary trip around the world, the festival is serving up flavors from 6 different countries.
Today you will be getting to try 6 of the different countries that we're representing here at the Fan Fest. So we hope everybody comes down and gets to try some different world cuisine from us.
The event is meant to bring the World Cup experience to everyone, even those without tickets to a match.
It's been 32 years since the FIFA World Cup was last in Los Angeles, and we want to make sure the community knows. Come be part of this celebration. It's going to be multiple decades before an event like this is back in our market.
Well, earlier this week, we showed you the companion popcorn bucket for the upcoming Christopher Nolan epic, The Odyssey. But plot twist, there's another bucket on the horizon, and this one holds a sneaky surprise. The official Instagram for The Odyssey revealed the new Trojan horse-inspired collectible, including a promotional video where the bucket is sat on the bench next to a life-size recreation of the Trojan horse.
So it's clear that everyone working on the project wants every aspect of the experience to be larger than life. So why not 2 different popcorn buckets? We don't have any details on the price at the moment, but when it comes to owning a collectible for one of the most anticipated films of the year, it's money. Is it even really that big of a deal? I mean, come on, it is, but you get what we're saying. I think it's cool they're offering this, but it freaks me out.
It's like a kangaroo belly.
Yeah, I don't know about that,
You know, it's
Liza.
a little pouch.
They could have had it open at the top.
Eating it for the, but you know, I mean, I feel like there's been worse. Like you've been eating out of what's the one, the Dune sandworms.
Yeah,
sandworms
just opening up a horse's belly.
Yeah. All right, well, switching gears now. Sean Penn has made his stance on taking selfies very clear. He's not a fan. In an interview with The Guardian, Penn claimed that he won't be attending any further award shows after being bombarded with requests from fans to take selfies at the Golden Globes. And he says, people should not do selfies ever with anyone. It's bad for you. It's bad for everyone. It's a soul sucker.
Okay, maybe he does have a point, but there, in true Sean Penn fashion, he went to a diabolically wild direction. Okay, trigger warning, because this next part is seriously wild. He continued on by saying, it's the Holocaust grandmother and her 6-year-old paraplegic willing over. It's still a hard no. Sir, what? I guess he said, I can't even. Okay. The reaction to this online was mixed, to say the least, with many comments talking about how Penn should want to show his gratitude to the people who admire him and his body of work. There were those who agreed, maybe not with the grandmother-grandson thing, but, you know, Sean Penn is being Sean Penn. What can we say?
That's very true. You know, I think that also we see this a lot with celebrities, like, you know, think about like Chappell Roan, who she's not a huge fan of having fans come up to her and approach her in certain situations. But
my thing is, you wouldn't be anything without the people supporting your work.
That's fair.
So people, and Sean Penn, actually, my sister told me I was too negative yesterday. I'm going to be, you know what? No, you go, Sean Penn.
She said, we're staying positive
today. I'm not getting dragged by Amber. Okay, so after the break, we talk with the Charlotte area entrepreneur whose beauty brand is blowing up. She gives us the secrets to small business success in just a bit.
And you're taking a live look at the Charlotte Motor Speedway on this sunny Thursday. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Well, Diamond Weaves is the founder and CEO of Lip & Pore, and the brand has earned more than 1,700 five-star reviews. Diamond credits her training from Central Piedmont Community College's cosmetology program for a lot of her success. And Diamond joins me now along with Marsha Colson from Central Piedmont Community College. Welcome, ladies. Well, let's start off. Tell us about Lip & Pore.
So Lip & Pore is a beauty experience where people come in to create their own custom lipstick or lip gloss. So they can create any shade possible. They can add their own shimmer. They can add their own scent. And the good part is they're also able to name their product.
Oh, I love that. We got to come create a Positively Charlotte lip color.
Of course.
So talk to me about Central Piedmont and just the program and how it helped Diamond.
Okay. So our cosmetology program has been in existence now for just over 10 years, and we have it's a 2-year program. It's a degree program, and that's the program that Diamond went through. Since we started that program, we have also added natural hair. So Diamond has had some training in that as well.
I love it. So Diamond, what were the most important things that you took away from the program?
The most important things I've taken from the program was the experience of with the community. By you doing those services, hair, makeup, nails, you get to be able to get that experience with the interaction with the customers as well. So that customer experience.
How important is that sense of community? Because we interview a lot of entrepreneurs, and one of the main things they tell me is they feel isolated. Oftentimes when you're starting a business by yourself, you don't even know who to turn to for advice. So I guess how important is that community that you learned from Central Piedmont?
I think it's very important because I always go back to get services done as well. So because I was actually a graduate 11 years ago, so I'm super excited. But just going back to the community and where I learned from, because like I said, my thing was I always enjoyed doing the makeup, the hair and stuff like that. So be able to go back and to provide those services to have that community for help as well.
And Central Piedmont's Harris campus is expanding, is that correct? Tell us about it.
Yes, absolutely. So we are excited about the Harris campus expansion. So we've been providing cosmetology, natural hair, and massage therapy services. So we are adding aesthetics, nail tech and barbering. So the Harris campus is undergoing a renovation right now to add these services. So we will have about a 28,000 square foot facility that is modern, it is new, and it will be open in September and ready for the public to come over and allow our students to style them.
That was actually going to be my next question. I was like, this might be an ignorant question, but maybe it's not. So we can actually go in and the students can style you. Tell me more about that.
You absolutely can. So once the students are in their program, they have to complete a specific amount of the program before they are able to work on clients. But once they're able to work on clients, the general public comes in to allow them to train. They are under the direction of a licensed professional. So, you know, we don't want you to feel as if, you know, you're being, you're not being serviced by someone who knows what they're doing, because the students are completely trained, but also our professionals, our teachers are already licensed.
So are we paying for these services, or are they at a discount, or how does that part work?
Yes, so you do pay for the services. However, they are at a discount because students are performing those services. However, please know they are high quality. Like, we have really good students. I mean, Diamond was one of our students, and these students go on to you know, really lucrative careers, and they go on to start their own businesses. And you had asked earlier about, you know, how does the college support the community in this? So Central Piedmont has a ton of resources, and so our Small Business Center also helps these students. As part of our curriculum, we do teach them some entrepreneurship skills or entrepreneurial skills. So we not only want them to train and become licensed, but we want them to have good careers, long careers.
Well, like Diamond. Well, ladies, I want to thank you both so much. We appreciate you.
Awesome. Thank you for having us.
Well, here's a fun one and a fast one. Porsche is unveiling 3 one-of-a-kind cars inspired by Pixar's Toy Story. The custom Porsche 911s made their debut at the red carpet at the LA world premiere of Toy Story 5. And each car was inspired by a beloved character from the movie, one after Woody, Buzz Lightyear, and Jessie.
The vehicles will soon be sold and the funds donated to charities. And Alicia, if you had to pick one, which Porsche are you taking?
Why pick one, Liza, when I can have all 3? I'm just
So
saying.
true.
I'll take anyone.
So
Porsche 911s, those are
true.
the car, the engine in that. Ooh.
Man,
Ooh, baby.
I do like the Buzz Lightyear one. That's very eye-catching.
That is, you would be stopping traffic in that, Liza.
That's for sure.
Okay, so it's been 4 decades since Sublime hit the scene. Do you remember them? And the frontman's son is now taking the mantle of leading on the ska punk ensemble. Doug Colt took a very special trip to an exhibit looking back at the band's history.
This Friday, Sublime releases their first new album under frontman Jacob Noel. It was his father that started this band 40 years ago. And that history is on display here at the Grammy Museum.
They did such a good job with this. It just gets better and better every time I come see it. Till the sun explodes, you know? It's the work that I'm probably the most proud of that I've been a part of so far. And it's really taught me a lot, not only about my father and myself, but just about, you know, making music in general. Our first goal was try to sound as authentic and close to the original formula as possible without imitating or rehashing.
How important was it for you to put your imprint on this album?
I think that happens whether we try to or not, right? There's sort of this inescapable essence, I guess, of ourselves that kind of gets deposited into everything. Tell me that I'll never be set free. I think that's sort of the silver lining about a tragedy like the one that you see in my family's story. One silver lining is that I see evidence of my father everywhere that I go. I mean, look where we're at in this awesome Grammy Museum. I love seeing, I don't know, just all the different evidence that they were here and what they did. A chronicling of our rise, you know? It's almost funny to look back on these things and deem them legitimate with booths and exhibits, right? Like, this was just some friends goofing around and hanging out. I think in an unsuspecting way, you look at stuff like this and you discover some small and simple truths about human nature. I sit here and I look at these pieces of equipment that my father and his friends, like, again, poured that signature of themselves into, and I just see evidence of my life, and it's almost like Ozymandias, right? It's like shouting up to the sky, like, I was here, we were here, this was real. But you can't just have a big statue, right? You have to pass it.
I don't practice Santa Riga. I ain't got no crystal
I take this role really seriously. And at the same time, I know that the recipe calls for a little chaos, insouciance, irreverence, and just sort of, you know, not taking yourself too seriously. Those are the best moments when I'm able to just sort of dissolve into the experience and become that small little piece of this thing for everybody else.
The Sublime Straight from Long Beach exhibit is on display now through September 7th. For tickets and information, head to GrammyMuseum.org. With your entertainment report from downtown LA, Doug Cole, KTLA 5 Entertainment.
And there's plenty more positivity ahead, including a daredevil stunt involving 2 boats and a bike. Don't want to miss out on this. We'll be right back. Thanks for spending an hour of your Thursday with us on Positively Charlotte. Well, here is a unique way for people to celebrate the nation's 250th birthday this 4th of July. It's coming up quick. A brewery in Brooklyn teamed up with the New York Public Library for a limited edition amber lager. The library provided the recipe for this batch of Liberty Lager. It came from a handwritten journal that belonged to George Washington himself from 1757 when he was a colonel in the Virginia militia.
It's a small beer recipe, which means it has very little alcohol. It was common to drink back in the day then because of the fermentation process killed harmful bacteria in water. It had a relatively safe and stable shelf life, which was beneficial for soldiers who didn't have a water source on the battlefield. It's also naturally antiseptic. The Liberty Lager, though, it's only available in New York, so you guys got to get somebody to ship it down to you.
Man, I mean, I'd be trying that.
Okay,
Why
okay, you
not?
try it. You let us know, Liza.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you do
know what,
it.
You're right.
You
Actually,
do
let's
it.
have somebody else try it.
You do it. Well, a BMX trick we have never seen before. A loop jump between two ramps that are on boats moving in opposite directions. How about that?
My goodness. Okay, well, you're taking a look at Greek BMX stunt rider George Davutian, and this stunt between two moving boats took several attempts, including one where he almost fell in the water. I would be terrified.
Terrified.
But I mean, you know what? That's what gets me about people who do, BMX biking, skateboarding. They just get up.
There's just so many things that could go wrong. But okay, guys, before we go, we're going to share our closing thoughts with you. And you know how to represent. I was always taught that pressure comes when you aren't prepared or didn't work hard enough. And that's Jalen Brunson. And basically, if you put in the work, there's nothing to be worried about.
That's fair, exactly. It'll pay off if you work.
That's it.
All right, here's my true or false question for your Thursday.
Okay.
USA's best finish at the World Cup was 5th place. True or false?
That's false.
Why do you think it's false?
Because we're winners. We're America.
Okay, well, actually, the best place that we got to semifinals, which is 3rd place in 1930.
What'd I tell you?
It's been since 1930 since we.
Liza, go Knicks. Go Knicks.
These are two entirely unrelated things.
They are.
She said, go Knicks.
Go America and go Knicks.
We'll see you back here tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate in the Carolinas. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. Now, this show is obviously about buying and selling homes. I think our normal viewers probably know that by now. But there's often a step that people miss, and it's estate planning, what to do to prepare for when you pass away, to set your family up for success. Well, we have the experts in the house today. We have Josh Nip and Beth Marks. Josh, you're the owner of Nip Law. Tell me, you don't just do estate planning. You do a little bit of everything, right?
Well, if we do a few things. Good morning. Thanks for having us
Thank you
today.
for coming on Turnkey.
Thanks for having us today.
I missed
Appreciate
the
that.
first line.
That's all right. Thanks for being here. But yeah, no, we do mostly real estate law. We are mostly residential, commercial real estate. Been doing it for a long time. And then recently, last 5-6 years, we realized we need to get into some more estate planning work. So real estate, estate planning, and we have a business law practice as well.
What was the realization?
That is a crucial step that is being missed out there of, hey, you know, we do title work, we do real estate work. It's very important. People are excited to buy their house. But then there's Beth will talk about it much more expertise than I have on this. I'm just a dirt lawyer. Beth does the estate planning stuff. Beth will talk more about, there's some holes in there that people maybe are unaware of until it happens. And then it's probably not too late, but it does create more of a headache afterwards when something passes with real estate. We can do a lot of things with titling property correctly that avoids a lot of that, but there's some things that just need to be taken care of through the estate planning side.
So you're the owner of the law firm. Beth, what do you do over at Nip Law?
So I'm the managing attorney for the estate planning department.
Okay. Were you always in estate planning, or did you have a career before all of this? What's your background?
So my career before being a lawyer was actually as a horse trainer. So
really
a typical path to the law. So I did that for about 10 years and then went to law school and actually did real estate before I did estate planning, but never really loved the real estate side. So wanted to do something else. So when this became an option, I kind of jumped on it.
I'm curious what you didn't like about the real estate side of things that you do like about the legal side of all of it.
So what I do like about estate planning is people are generally happy to kind of get it done. They're thrilled to get it off their to-do list. It's something people tend to put off for a long time. So they are generally happy clients. On the real estate side, sometimes they're a little grumpy because they've had, lender problems, maybe realtor problems, maybe their moving truck was late, who knows. But it seems to be a little happier clientele on the estate planning side and feel like we're really, accomplishing something and getting a big thing off their list.
It's a stressful thing.
Yes, very stressful. Yeah.
Buying or selling real estate. There are emotions involved and there are a lot of parties involved, and I think a lot of times the parties are just trying to keep everyone from panicking, hitting the panic button.
We got yelled at one time for it raining on closing day, and yes, I understand it was very stressful. So yes, and we
raining on closing day.
Smiled and nodded, and that was our lot in life.
We're sorry we made that happen for you. Yes. I will say though, it's always better to rain when you're getting your inspection done.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
You want it to pour because then you know where all the leaks are. Closing day is kind of
Yes.
You can't, and in North Carolina, you can't move in typically on closing day unless it's recorded that day. You have to wait until it gets recorded. South Carolina is a little different, right?
Correct. That's correct. Yep.
So let's jump right in. And we're gonna really dumb it down here for everyone. We'll start with the easiest question. What is estate planning? What does it all involve?
As I said, I'm going to turn to Beth on
Yeah. Okay. So planning for what happens to your stuff when you die is probably the easiest way to put it. It can also be planning for incapacity. Who's going to make decisions for me if I'm still living and can't make them? Probably the biggest, most important part and what we would be focused on with real estate is what happens to this when I pass away. How is this going to work for my family, my kids, things like that.
So could I just we hear about these stories. I think there was like a singer or an actress at one point that she had multiple wills, and one of them was a handwritten note that they found stuffed between two couch cushions, and they were trying to validate it, and they said, yes, this is the one that's valid. This is the one that counts. Is it that easy? Can someone just write what they want to happen to their possessions, including their home, on a piece of paper? I know your answer. And why is it no? Technically, legally, yes. North Carolina does recognize handwritten wills. They're called holographic wills. But what we tell people is that's like I am stuck in an elevator and I think it's gonna fall. So this is my only option. It's definitely not the best option. So yeah, I mean having a signed, notarized legal plan in place is the better alternative. So what are the gaps that you feel like get missed when people go through estate planning? First of all, when it comes to a home, you can treat that differently than there's like a trust, right? You could put your home in a trust.
Yeah.
What is that, and why not just put in your will, here's what I want to happen to my home? Yeah, I think probably primary issue is a lot of people don't do estate planning at all, will or trust. I think it's, most surveys say like 50% or less of America has any kind of estate plan. I think a lot of people assume that something will happen that won't necessarily happen under the law. Like, my spouse will get everything, so I don't need an estate plan, or my kids will get everything, so I don't need an estate plan. And unfortunately, the North Carolina laws really aren't that intuitive. They do some things differently than you would think. So a will is basically just a written statement of, here's exactly who I want this all to go to. Here's the person I want to handle the process for me, just putting everything down in writing. The downside of a will is that anything that passes through a will goes through probate. That's a big misconception. People think if they have a will, they're not going to, their family won't be dealing with probate, and that's not true.
And what is probate?
So probate is a court-supervised process of getting assets retitled when someone dies. The court makes sure that your will is followed. There could be probate even without a will, but the court is involved, and the court is also ensuring that creditors get paid before beneficiaries get paid. Varies state by state, but North Carolina, it's not a pleasant process. We tell clients like 9 to 18 months is about how long it typically takes. Series of filings with the probate court, inventories, creditor periods where they have time to come forward and bring claims against the estate. So at minimum, it's a hassle, delay, and probably an expense for family dealing.
Well, not only an expense. So here's what I'm thinking as you're explaining this, right? You say court, I'm thinking calendar. So first you got to get on their calendar, which you don't know how busy they are or when their first availability is. You said it takes a year to a year and a half?
Typically 9 to 18 months.
So if you're talking about a house, then you're stuck, unable to do anything with that house while that process is ongoing?
So typically you're able to sell during the probate process.
There's some title mechanism that can be done through that, like the notice to creditors, and it can jump the line a little bit on that, but still create some issues.
It could delay the funds.
Okay.
It could delay the selling of the house a little bit and then delay the funds. Yeah, Josh would kind of know more from the closing
or
perspective.
the title side. Or really where the problem comes in is where we find out, or more importantly, the seller finds out that, hey, maybe the seller isn't exactly who they think the seller is. There may be some other parties because of previous deaths, previous things that have happened that have now created that. In North Carolina, South Carolina, we do real estate in both states. We're licensed in both states. We have offices in both states. We only do really estate planning in North Carolina, but I'll give a great distinction between North and South Carolina. South Carolina, when someone passes, property must be deeded, and it goes to the heirs. You kind of determine that, and there's a process for that. North Carolina is not the same thing. North Carolina, you can basically have someone pass a deed done in 1930. And different folks have passed away, and there's never been another deed in the system, in the chain of title. And you have to kind of go through that process, figure out who's who and who owns the property at that point.
Okay.
And that's where I know Beth has some good examples, some good fun stories. They weren't fun for anybody involved in the story. It's fun for the listener to say, hey, maybe we need to avoid this. But you find out, hey, actually maybe a child has an interest in this property, or maybe, hey, another spouse, the second spouse has some of this property. The deed may say, my wife and myself, but I pass away, my wife remarries, that spouse now has an interest that isn't on the deed. So
Right. Well, there's right of survivorship, right?
Yeah, there's joint tenants, right of survivorship.
So there are different ways that you can have a property that it can be deeded. One of them is right of survivorship. So if you're married and your spouse passes away, you automatically become 100% sole owner of that home.
Yeah, North Carolina has that tense about entirety, which is, when you say Josh Nip and spouse Amanda Nip, it automatically will go to the other one. Again, there's things we can do in title that do help, but that the trust or will help further the next step in that process.
So what does the trust do that seems to be so highly recommended?
Yep. So what I tell people is wills are just a piece of paper with instructions. A trust is actually a legal entity that you form during your lifetime that can own assets. So we tell clients, think of it like a box that you can put things in. So real estate, bank accounts, brokerage accounts, cars, businesses, airplanes, all kinds of things can go into the trust. During your lifetime with a revocable trust, which is what we typically do for estate planning, you have full control. So you can
change it.
Yep, take things in and out. You can sell things. You can make
Irrevocable
changes.
is this is the trust. You can't change it once you're done with it.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Kind of a different animal, but yeah, for estate planning, we are typically using the revocable. You have really complete control, but when you pass away, you technically didn't own the assets the trust did. And that distinction is huge from a probate perspective because nothing that was owned by the trust is subject to probate. So instead of having to jump through hoops with the probate court, hire an attorney to help, potentially, whoever's in charge can kind of step in and pretty seamlessly start either distributing or managing assets, depending on how old the beneficiaries are.
I heard that it's not recommended to put your vehicles in your trust because if, God forbid, you got into a crash and someone sues you, they can see how deep your pockets run via the trust. If it's owned, if your car is owned by the trust, then they can essentially sue the trust. Is that true? Is that accurate?
So it is true, but with a revocable trust, you're not getting creditor protection. Revocable trusts are really just a estate planning vehicle. So what we tell clients is in or out of the trust, you're not getting any more or less protection than you had before. So, from our perspective, as many things as you can put in the trust is going to minimize probate because you could have, everything but your car in the trust and now your family has to go through some probate process with the court just for the car. So yeah, I don't think it's, again, no more or less.
And in that case, the liability is going to be similar to
Okay, good to know. And I know we're talking about a lot of terms. I have your website pulled up. This is, niplaw.com, and you can navigate to the definitions page, which I feel like is very helpful because when you're just trying to understand the process to begin with, that can be like some serious brain power. It helps to have this to go back to understand all of the terms that we're talking about. But Beth, when people are going through this whole process of trying to figure out what they want to do, what do you feel like is kind of one of the common misconceptions that you find when talking about estate planning with people?
Yeah, so I think, like you said, it can be a little overwhelming, and I think that is a big deterrent for people. They just don't want to think about it. They think it's going to be hard. We try to make the process as easy as possible once they get started. I always tell people that's the hardest part is making the phone call and setting the appointment, and then we try to make it easy after that. But yeah, I mean, I think just a lot of misconceptions. Like I said, oh, I don't need to do a will. I don't have anything. And then we get into it like, well, do you have a house? Yes. Do you drive a car? Yes. Do you have a bank account? Well, you do have things. Just because you're not, uber wealthy doesn't mean you don't have anything. I also think that's a misconception that people think they have to be uber wealthy for it to make sense to do an estate plan or a trust. Trust is only for rich people. That's not the case. Anybody that owns a house, I think, can be a step to say, hey, you might want to look at a trust because you have a big asset that's going to potentially go through probate. So I think just, it's not necessarily a fun topic for people to think about. They think about it and they get overwhelmed. But, take the step, get an attorney that will, teach you and explain things to you in ways that you can understand. I think that's really important. But yeah, it's a thing you get done and get off your to-do list, and I don't have to think about it too often after that.
I think it's something that people think about when they start having a family. Oh, I have kids now. I need to make sure that I'm not just leaving everything up to chance and up to relatives to figure out, which for some families can get messy. For other families, it can get, for every family, it's emotional. It's a stressful time, and then you're adding another stress on top of that. What you mentioned, though, is estate planning only for the wealthy. No, but it's not a cheap process. You're talking thousands of dollars to get everything set in stone. But I'm assuming that you're going to best make the argument of someone's going to pay that eventually, whether you pay it up front or someone ends up paying on the back end. It's going to cost someone to get your affairs in order.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I tell people is, the cost for a trust up front is more than a will. But you're making things easier and smoother for whoever deals with it when you're gone. Probate is also not free. So someone pays it on the front side or the back side. To me, it makes more sense to do it on the front side because you're the person who knows what you have and knows how to get it all organized and together rather than a family member trying to track down all of your assets after the fact.
Josh, you kind of chuckled when she said probate's not free. Now I'm curious. Is there like I'm assuming it's off of how much.
There's some of that, but it'd be just even filing fees and just hiring an attorney to do the probate piece. So if you have a small estate, you're still probably going to want to get someone involved to tighten that up. I know folks that have done it on their own have friends and family have done that. They've done it and they've done it well, but they almost to a person said, man, I just wish we would hire an attorney to do the probate side. And that's going to cost about very similar, if not more than what it costs up front.
Okay. So you're paying the cost up front, but it's probably going to be less in the long run.
Correct.
The other thing too is people, you pay for all kinds of insurance. You pay for car insurance, homeowners insurance, umbrella policies. This is kind of the same thing. This is kind of an insurance policy to make sure that things happen the way you want them to when you pass away.
Yeah, but you don't have those. It's not like with insurance that you have, especially car insurance, that you have to switch insurance every 6 months because they jack up your rates and they give the discount to the new customer and not the return customer. This is like you pay for it and it's done, unless you have something crazy that you buy a new property. That would have to change, obviously. But it's the template is there and it's done.
And that's where, and Beth and her team are really great at, if you bring up the example of buying a new property, how you put that into the trust or title that into the trust. It actually, you don't have to go reopen or amend the trust. You just title it correctly and they have a whole kind of.
So that was another one of my questions. Can you do that at the closing table on closing day? You're closing for a home. Your trust would be named like, the Morgan Francis Trust or whatever. But when you buy your home, it's your name that's on the deed, not the trust name.
Yeah.
So
that one I could tell you. That one, it would depend typically on whether you're buying via cash or if you're buying with a lender.
Let's just say lender because most people are.
Sure, of course.
Give me that scenario.
And lenders are typically going to want it to be in the individual name. There's some that will be able to figure it out and be able to do the process where you're still the borrower as an individual.
Right.
The borrower individual or Josh, the trustee of the trust.
Right.
But most are going to say, hey, buy that in your individual names. And then afterwards, we can help with doing a deed, just kind of do a quitclaim deed in from the individual into trust.
And quitclaim is just one thing change on the deed, not a big deal.
Just grantor, grantee. Your grantor is your individual. Your grantee is going to be that trust.
And doing a quick claim deed, is there a big cost to that, or what typically? Okay.
That's pretty nominal.
Okay. 100. Okay.
Correct.
Which,
Right.
sometimes
Compared to-
when you're buying a home, you're like, a couple hundred more, why not?
Correct,
I mean,
correct.
add it to the tab.
But yes, you can at time of purchase put it into your trust.
Okay.
If the circumstances.
I think it's kind of like some lenders will lend to businesses and some will lend to trusts and some won't. But yeah, if they won't or can't or would rather not, then you can always just buy it in your own name for it. And I think that's understandable too, because they want, if they're lending a large amount of money to a person and that person doesn't pay their mortgage, they want to be able to go back to that person and try to settle that. Can you explain, though, let's just say bank accounts, brokerages, the house, the cars, the boat, if you're lucky. All of that is in the trust. What then happens when you pass away for people who want to get this set up for their family? What happens when they pass away and they do have all of this prepared? So the trust is going to be kind of the playbook of what happens. So who's in charge of handling the process? It's called the successor trustee, similar to an executor for a will. Okay. And then you've laid out how you want it to work for your kids or whoever you're leaving things to. Sometimes it's just an immediate distribution if everybody's over 18, responsible, capable of managing things. How you handle it if you've got, younger kids or a family member with a disability. Depending on the severity of that disability, how do people handle stuff like that? Yep. So trusts have a lot of flexibility. So anybody under 18 is not legally able to inherit property. So the parents would decide when they set up the trust, like what age they'd be comfortable with them getting an outright distribution. Sometimes they can stagger distributions, half at 25, the rest at 30. And basically the trustee manages it for them until they reach that age. Typically the trustee has ability to make distributions for the kids' needs. Health, education, maintenance, and support is the standard. So they can pay for college, they could, help them buy a car, pay a medical bill, whatever. And then the parents have decided at what age they're comfortable with everything being handed to the kids. Hollywood gave a interesting example once of there was a movie that the person had to be married by a certain age. I can't remember the name of the movie. But what is the craziest stipulation that someone has put in there for you're not getting this money until this happens?
We haven't seen any Brewster's Millions. That's another great movie. Has that stipulation, which is a phenomenal one, but yes.
So we try to talk people off the ledge if they get too crazy. But we do have people who want to put stipulations like, you know, upon completion of a 4-year degree or at age 30. So obviously then they're, you know, encouraging their child to go to college sooner. So things like that are pretty typical. Sometimes, again, people want to, we call it ruling from the grave. And
that is very accurate.
They go a little too far, and we try to talk them, you know, off the ledge there. You know, hopefully you want to get the kids to the age where they're going to be responsible, or if they're not going to be responsible, they're going to get up and go back to work the next day or do whatever they were doing before they blew their inheritance. So, but yeah, you can put some stipulations in there. And
You do see that. You do see the second you kind of know sometimes when people get their inheritance because all of a sudden they got new cars and a new house.
They don't hide it well, yeah.
You know, sometimes sometimes it makes sense to put the age limit on there. I guess how well do you know your family members and how much do you want them to, you know, have that work ethic and have that carry them through life versus this big inheritance.
And trust overall give that flexibility, kind of multiple things you can do. Pet trusts, I know, is a big deal to Beth and others in the community. Yeah, kind of having a pet
we
trust
can
that's
put
become a thing.
stipulations in for animals.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said pet trust, but I'm like, am I
yes.
hearing that incorrectly? I was going to wait for you to say it a couple more times.
Yes.
Yep. Pets are family members too.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I always say.
Well, horses especially.
Yes.
I mean,
yes, dogs. We are doing a trust right now for a family with an African gray parrot who's young by African gray parrot standards. They're going to outlive like 7, and they can live to be, you know, almost 100 years old. So they have a stipulation in their trust for that parrot. But yeah,
that's a commitment. When you get a parrot like that and you know that they're going to outlive you, I mean,
yeah,
you better like it.
Right.
I mean, that thing's not going away anytime, unless you have a cat, then it might go away a little earlier than you expected. We have a couple more minutes left. We've talked a lot about, you know, formulating the trust, but do you ever have people who create the trust and then never put anything in it?
Yep, we see that a lot.
Really?
We do. Unfunded trusts, basically an empty box. Probably weekly, we have someone come in and say, hey, I already did a trust, I'm good. And I say, great, what's in the trust? And I get a blank stare. And I don't exactly know why that happens. We really push people on that. We talk about it a lot. We talk about it at the initial meeting. We talk about it at the signing meeting.
Isn't that part of creating the actual trust, that part of that process is putting things in the trust?
So from the attorney perspective, what I tell people is we create the box. We build the box and set up the instructions. Typically, we're helping them get their real estate into the trust. So that's something that happens right away. But then the homework afterwards is theirs. That is one of the, you know, people ask what the downside of a trust is. That's one. There is work that has to be done. So people have to go to the bank and update their accounts. They have to call.
Is that like changing the beneficiary from, you know, my husband to the trust?
So not typically. You can usually put things in the name of the trust, and we tell people that's the better option. So now the bank account is owned by your trust. The brokerage account is owned by your trust. That's the quickest option. You know, you could name the trust as a beneficiary, and there are assets that you have to do that on. So like retirement accounts, life insurance. But what I tell people is that's not immediate. If it's already in the trust, someone passes away, you have a death certificate, and the trustee has access. With a beneficiary designation, there's some back and forth that has to be done with the bank. And then if there's not an account in the name of the trust, you have to open one. So it's quicker to have it just in the trust if you can.
Okay, so you're putting in the work. I mean, it's not like this is an overnight thing. First of all, you have to call around and get quotes and see who you feel comfortable working with. And then you have the conversation and you learn, like we're doing now. And then, you know, if you're doing wills on top of it, you have to have the conversation with family members of other decisions. There can be, you know, one for medical decisions and all sorts of stuff. So, I mean, it takes time. It's not like, okay, we need to get a trust and a will in place now, and then tomorrow you're going to have it. And then on top of that, it's after you formulate it, you have to go through and check all those boxes.
And on that trust funding part, it'd actually be great if we or the law firm could help do all that. But with security today, there's no scenario where we can talk. The bank's not going to talk to us.
Right.
Your car is. Your
auto
loan's not going to
nice,
talk to
but
us.
there'd be a slight security issue.
They just won't let it happen. So that goes back kind of, hey, client, and we have process try to help them through that and kind of guide them through all that. But it does take some work on the back.
Well, Beth, Josh, I feel like I learned a lot. I feel like I kind of knew some things before coming into this episode, but I learned a lot today, and I appreciate you guys coming on and going through all of that.
This
with
is great. I'm
us.
glad you're doing this. This is a good show. Yeah.
So we got Beth and Josh from Nip Law. Thank you again, and thank you to everyone else out there watching this episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Welcome into a new edition of Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen City News Plus. A big welcome to our YouTube viewers as well. And if you're connecting with me on Instagram or also on X at WSBrandon9 or on Facebook, meteorologist Brandon Lawson, you can connect with me on there as well. We're talking about all kinds of weather and climate stuff over there. If you have any questions or want to talk about want me to talk about topics online here, just send me a message, comment on some of my posts I post, and we'd love to chat with you and get connected with you, and also add to the show as well, just some of the things that you guys might be seeing out there in the world when it comes down to climate and weather as well. And some of you might see some of the NASCAR stuff I post on there. Big fan of that, obviously. Go ahead and comment some stuff on there about that too. Let's go ahead and get right into our discussion today. It's about soccer. I know a lot of folks are really excited about the World Cup. I'm pretty excited myself. It's going to be hot, though. It is going to be very hot. It's the summer season. We expect it to be hot, but summers are getting hotter across the globe, especially here in the U.S., and we're in North America for the World Cup this year. The first games in North America were played in 1970, and here we are, 2026, and another World Cup games being played here in North America. And you can see some of the videos here of players sweating, getting sprayed with water. Obviously, a lot of excitement around it as well. And I'm sure a lot of folks are going to be out and about celebrating and enjoying these games as we all come together to watch it. That's one thing about sports. It brings us all together. It's always a really good time. But we do need to get to a pretty serious topic today, and it's about the heat. There's also FIFA. They're doing 3-minute breaks for water. Some people think we should have more. Some people think we shouldn't have it at all. Something that a lot of sports fans are chatting about because it's new to the game. Breaks during the middle of the game versus the halftime break as well. And joining me on the discussion today is meteorologist Shel Wankley of Climate Central, and we're taking the data from Climate Central. You guys do a lot of good things over there, Shel, when you're talking about climate change and how it's impacting our everyday lives. Not just that it's happening, the impact it has on the lives that we're living today and where we have come from when it comes down to some of the cooler temperatures we had back in the 1900s versus the hotter weather we have now. And impacting our lives is the heat and how it's going to change the World Cup games. Talk about some of the new research you guys have just released and how important this research is for not only the players, but the fans that'll be in attendance.
Yeah, I think that's what's really interesting about it. You know, like that's one of those things, right? Like we need to understand just how climate change is impacting the things that we do every single day, the things that we love. And for a lot of us, that is this beautiful game that is soccer, or as most of the world calls it, football, right? So we really wanted to understand this big moment where there's going to be all these countries, all these teams, all these fans that are coming to the United States, that how it's going to really impact you. And so we really focused in on player performance because we know that that is a thing that heat really impacts, but also we can use this information to understand how does it impact you as a fan that's sitting in the stadium? How does it impact the officials that are running up and down the pitch just as much as these players are and have to be really sharp to make those decisions? So you've got this on the screen here. I think this is really interesting. We started at a very base level. So they did this from the 2014 World Cup in Brazil. And the study found that the temperature of 82.4 degrees is pretty much that number where once you reach it, once you cross it, that's where player performance really starts to come down. So we're talking about slower matches, not as sharp playing, you know, like those are the things that we're watching. So what we really wanted to understand was what are the odds? And it's pretty high because it is June and July in North America and the United States as well. But what are the odds that performance impairing heat is going to be inflicted on these players, but then how much of that has been added by human-caused climate change as well?
Yeah, and looking at some of those odds here, I saw some very interesting stats from you guys. It looks like almost all World Cup matches could have performance impairing heat that could change every single one of the games almost.
Yeah, so we looked at all 104 scheduled matches. 97 of those are likely to see performance impairing heat, and not just performance impairing heat, but performance impairing heat due to climate change. Now, one caveat to that we should just talk about right up front. There are 4 stadiums that are climate controlled, and for a very good reason. And we can go into those stadiums and what it would have been like if it wasn't for the fact that it is climate controlled. But when you look at places like Dallas, Houston, we know that there's just no way, probably unless there's a big rainstorm, which also would slow down play, that we'd be able to play these matches that didn't inflict some of this performance impairing heat. And I would say what's really interesting about that too is that we found that 49 matches had at least a 50% chance of a performance impairing heat. So pretty high likelihood that we would see that threshold get met and then surpassed as well.
And then out of some of this research here, what are some of the more heftier locations when it comes down to climate-induced heat? What locations are experiencing this heat the most?
Yeah, okay. So the 4 cities that really caught our attention the most, we're talking Miami, we're talking Mexico City, which is a high elevation stadium. So that's another aspect to this, is that there's the elevation sickness part for players who aren't used to being that high up. We've got Guadalajara, and then we've also got Houston. Of those 4, the only stadium that is climate controlled is the stadium in Houston. You're showing Mexico City there. So what we really wanted to do as well is just understand how many more of these extremely hot days. So what that means is think about the absolute hottest of the hot day that you would expect there in the months of June and July. Back when the last World Cup was played in Mexico City, and then that decade around it, we only expected about 2 of those days per year because we know that they happen. That's the weather side of things. But now in the 2016 to 2025 range, now that we're back to the World Cup in Mexico City, now we're talking about more than 10 days on average per year where we're experiencing these absolute hottest days that are to be expected in Mexico City. So you can see the difference. Part of that, yes, is a little bit of the built environment around us. But that also, as we have talked about before, Brandon, is another human-caused thing. So there's a lot of changes that we have made as humans that now will inadvertently impact the way that we experience the World Cup and the way that players play in the World Cup as well.
Yeah, and you mentioned another one, Guadalajara, and I actually have that graphic here. They've seen some extreme change when it comes down to heat over the last several years.
Yeah, so look at those bars, right? So the flat orange color you see, that's where when we looked at the data, we used attribution science to understand where's the fingerprint of climate change on these hot days. And in the 70s, yeah, we had some because again, it's Mexico in June and July. But as we go through the decades, especially in the 2000s, we were able to find that, you know, looking at the weather and then looking at historical carbon emissions in the 2000s, on average, we would not have experienced one of these extremely hot days if it wasn't for climate change. Climate change added those days. And I think the most staggering thing about Guadalajara, so we looked at, again, all 104 matches. The biggest single match impact, it's June 26. We'll see what the weather brings, but historically, June 26, Guadalajara, it's a matchup between Uruguay and Spain. The odds of performance impairing heat is as high as 70%. Do you want to, I don't know, let's play a guessing game for a second. Do you want to guess how many of that 70% was added by climate change?
Oh man. Let's go with about 20%.
We've got to go higher.
Really?
37 percentage points were added. So we were talking, again, a high likelihood that there would have been performance impairing heat, but we know that we have drastically made it more likely because of the heat trap and pollution that we've put into our atmosphere.
That's interesting too, because I know you guys have a website, and I actually kind of screen recorded over it. This website here shows those matchups, and this isn't the one you were just talking about, but it shows the U.S. and Paraguay and just the difference that could be made when it comes down to performance impairing heat. 32% chance performance impairing heat when you're looking at the U.S. versus Paraguay matchup, and then there's an 8% chance of climate change adding more to that heat and adding a higher chance of that performance impairing heat. But just hearing you there's some areas that are experiencing a 30% chance. Why is it higher for some locations versus others?
Yeah, I mean, think about the historical odds, right? Like, a city like Houston, a city like Miami, a city like Atlanta, they're historically hot. So when you look, some of these matches that we're going to be playing in Seattle or Vancouver, they don't really have very high historical odds of reaching that 82.4 degree threshold. But what we also understand and what we can use this same science for, because again, we're using attribution science, and what that just essentially tells us is how much more likely is unusual heat because of climate change. So what we know, if you look at the stadiums in Los Angeles and San Francisco, there hasn't really been a lot of changes. We looked at all 16 stadiums. Only 14. 14 of the 16 have seen an increase in their temperature since the 1970s. But that doesn't mean that, we won't experience this heat. So if you look at the forecast this week, there's a lot of warmth that's happening across almost half the country, especially during the overnight hours. So we can use the same science to actually look at the temperatures, look at the forecast for the day, apply attribution science, and understand, was this made more likely by climate change? So just because history tells us one thing doesn't mean that it's going to exactly play out that same way. And that can work opposite as well, right? We can know that there's a high likelihood of performance impairing heat, but then being weather, getting into this El Nino pattern, there might be some changes there. We might get an unusually cloudy day, or it might be a bit of a rainy day that clears before the match. So it really comes into the weather side of things too, but we know that climate change inherently has really shifted the way that we need to be thinking about match play, how we prepare for our games. And if you look at some of the teams that are out there, England is practicing in Miami, even though their first game is a climate controlled match in Dallas.
Right.
They're practicing in Miami for a very specific reason, which is to get acclimated to both the heat as well as the humidity.
Man, England's a great point to bring up too, because they are extremely cooler than we are during the summer months. They don't experience as much performance impairing heat when looking at that 82 degrees Fahrenheit temperature there. So it's like, how do they train for something like this? I know they have facilities where you can add heat and make the temperature hotter and get it up to about 100 degrees in some buildings. And also, like, I knew there's like a place, here in the US, it's called Hot Wax. You can go to the place, you can sweat and you get the humid air, you can condition yourself. But it just seems like it's much different when you're always in it. Like here in the US, if you live in a spot like Houston or Dallas, or you live in Florida, you're always experiencing the heat and humidity. Your body's used to it, versus England coming over. That has to be a big difference for somebody, for an area like that.
Yeah, they're not going and doing hot yoga, right? Like to get ready. Like they're I was talking with some players, and they said that some of the ways that they prepare for that heat is they'll actually go out during practice and put on things like long sleeve shirts and rain jackets in order to hold that heat in so their body can get acclimated. Stepping away from the World Cup for just a second, we know one of the biggest risks, heat is the biggest fatality when it comes to weather in the United States. And a lot of that too is really important at this time of the year. So think about if y'all had a very cool winter, right? You had a pretty cold winter there for the most part. Think about if that automatically shifted and all of a sudden you're dealing with like record heat. Your body's just not ready for it. And so that's kind of the same that the players are having to deal with. They're having to get acclimated as quickly as possible before they start running up and down a pitch for 90 minutes at a time.
And, soccer is actually coming up with some ideas on ways to give players breaks. We're going to talk about those, and if those are significant enough, coming up after the break here on Pinpoint Weather University. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. Meteorologist Brandon Lawson alongside my good friend Shell Wakely, meteorologist at Climate Central. We've been discussing the World Cup games and how much hotter they are getting, especially during the months of June and July when the games are being played. And FIFA's actually putting in some ways to try and protect the players from some of those heat risks that you were mentioning, Shell, just before the break. There's going to be 3-minute hydration breaks in each half for all 104 matchups of the World Cup starting this week in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada. So these breaks have led to some controversy. I've actually talked to some soccer fans here in my building. Some people just can't stand the breaks. It's like it's changing the game. It's coaches are allowed to talk to the players. And soccer is one of those sports, Shell, where there's not typically a lot of breaks. In football, you have breaks. You have quarter breaks. There's different possessions. Players are getting off the field a lot more. Basketball, there's more timeouts, more substitutions. Soccer, they're just playing constantly. They're sprinting constantly. The flow of the game's changing constantly. And these timeouts, these little breaks, it seems like could change the game a little bit. What are your thoughts on these 3-minute breaks? And should the breaks actually be longer? 3 minutes doesn't seem like a long time to be sitting on the sidelines and hydrating when you're talking about 90 to 100-degree days and very humid days, making it feel even higher than that.
Yeah, it's really interesting because one, like that's part of the soccer game, right? Which team is, we're talking like the most elite athletes that are about to be playing these games. So that's part of the match is like, can you have the stamina to be able to run the entire time? Now, what's really interesting, there's a lot of takes on these 3-minute cooling breaks. I actually was talking with a couple of soccer players about this as well. And what they said is like, they don't really like them because yes, it does change the way that they play the game, but 3 minutes to them isn't enough time to bring down that core body temperature. One of the things that we found when we were doing this research is that a athlete's body temperature can rise as much as 2 degrees Fahrenheit during these matches as they're playing. So think about what happens when your body temperature comes up 2 degrees, Brandon. Like you're on the couch, you don't feel well. You're probably calling into work that day. Yeah. So it's not enough time to bring down that core temperature. But the main point that they made was that those 3 minutes don't just vanish. They get tacked on to the end for extra time. So now, we've instituted these cooling breaks, but now we're just putting it at the very end of the match when you're already just way overheated and you're already super tired and you're already facing some sort of bonus time anyway. But now you've got these 3 minutes that are being tacked on there. So that's their biggest point is that, yes, it's nice. It's a nice sentiment, but it doesn't change how much play is happening during these matches. And I think the other piece, just like thinking my meteorology mind there, is maybe you start a game that's, maybe it's let's say a 11 a.m. match or like a early match, right? So now we're dragging into the heat of the day. So now you're tacking on those extra minutes when it's actually hotter at the end of the match than it was maybe when you took that cooling break in the first half.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, we're talking about 3 of these at least because we have, I guess, 2 of the breaks because you have the 22-minute stoppage and then you have halftime and then you have the stoppage. There's 2 hydration breaks. That's 6 minutes added to the game towards the end. Right. Man, that is a lot of time, and that doesn't even include the extra time that might be added due to penalties and other things. Because I mean, like yesterday, I was actually out and about. We've got something called the Cookout Summer Shootout at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Big race fan here. My fiance and I were out there at that. And I got dehydrated just sitting down in the humidity. I'm just sitting there.
Okay, so that's a great point because I don't know how you soccer, but the way that I soccer is that during those 3-minute cooling breaks as a fan, I'm sitting in the sun, I'm sitting in the humidity. And Brandon, I got to tell you, I'm not drinking water at a soccer match. I'm drinking the thing that's the anti-water. It's actually probably dehydrating me faster than I can hydrate. So yeah, as fans, that's a really good moment for us as well. Like, even if it's something that you're like, this is just annoying, I don't love it. But use that moment as well if you happen to be at a watch party, if you happen to have a chance to go to one of these matches, just use that as a reminder for yourself to take care of yourself in the heat as well.
And then lastly, Shell, a lot of folks will watch this and they'll say, well, it's always hot during the summer. It's always hot. They got to get used to it. What makes the more extremely hot days so important for people to understand? Why should people take this conversation very seriously? And even when it comes down to players, why should players look at this and be like, man, this is not good?
Yeah, so it really changes the strategy. Like that's part of a thing. Coaches and managers look at those sorts of things and try to decide like what's the weather going to be like? Do we need to change the way we play our match? I think a lot of it too, like you can use this information. I think a lot of times, at least for me, if my favorite team loses, I kind of go back and I want to know what went wrong. Like, right, we should have won that game. In this case, we should have won that match. So it really helps us understand what's the different factor here. That's always the piece about climate change. Yes, it's always hot in June and July for most of the United States, but something has changed. So it's like the last, but why? Why was it so different? And we can use the science to understand that. The other part of it too is like it changes how fast, how far players can run. But it potentially, look at the World Cup in Qatar, right? That got moved to November, December because they knew that it was just absolutely too hot to play it during the summer months. So it really makes us wonder, can we still, same with any other sport. Think about the same topic we talked about with the Winter Olympics. It really makes us wonder, can we sustain playing these sports all outdoors like we love? And can we still do it in the same time of the year that we typically do? Because the other piece of this too is a lot of these players are coming off their seasons. So they've already played a whole season and now they're already being thrown back into the gauntlet when it comes to how much strain is being put on their body. So it's just a lot of things to think about. If soccer is really important to you, if World Cup's really important to you, think about how you interact with your friends, your family, your kids. Do we want this World Cup that we used to know to look and feel like the World Cup that we will know in the future? And I think that's the biggest piece that we have to have the conversations about when we talk about climate change in the sport.
All right, Shell, thank you so much for coming in and chatting with us today on Pinpoint Weather University. Always appreciate your insight, friend. And you guys do some good things over at Climate Central. And obviously, there's so many different topics. I mean, the World Cup is not just the only thing. Do you guys have any other research or other things you guys are working on currently that's going to be coming out soon?
Yeah, so we have, if you're really into the sports, you're a big sports fan, the number 2 biggest game that's played worldwide, cricket. We've done the same kind of analysis with cricket. We've looked at football seasons. I think you and I have talked about football seasons together. And we've done marathons as well. So if you're a big runner, if you're a big marathoner, we've looked at the same, we've applied the same science to understand, is it still doable to run our marathons at that time? Yeah, so we'll see how the games go. I'm really excited. And Brandon, I got to tell you, this is one of my favorite things to get to do. So I hope you keep asking me back anytime.
Oh, man, always love having you on the show. I know our viewers do as well. We really appreciate you, Shell. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, great to be here.
All right, coming up after the break, got a little bit more to talk about here on Pinpoint Weather University. Don't want to spoil it for you. Crazy videos that we've seen this week, all coming up next here on the show. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I am meteorologist Brandon Lawson, and we are tracking some of the craziest weather video we've seen so far over the last week. This is just some wild scenes out of southern Indiana. Take a look at the flooding that took place in a downtown area of a small town. It's called Corydon, and it's just north of Louisville. So Louisville is actually, let me try this again. All right, take 3, 5, 4, 3, 2. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I am meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We want to look at some of the craziest weather video we've seen over the last week. And when it comes down to the summer season, severe weather and flooding is always significant. And we saw that in a small town in southern Indiana, in Corydon, Indiana. This is a look at the floodwaters that almost look like rapids just running through the streets and areas there. And again, this is actually as a result of flash flooding that took place in Louisville. 5 to 7 inches fell there, and that led to flooding in Corydon, Indiana, Lanesville, Indiana as well. I mean, these are just wild scenes, similar scenes to what we experienced with Hurricane Helene in western North Carolina. Water just filling everywhere, and life-threatening flooding forced evacuations in that area in southern Indiana. And a matter of fact, the floodwaters were even so significant, they took over the baseball field in Lanesville. This is a look at those scenes. Baseball field just completely washed out by water. It's so sad. And I'm sure it's probably one of those smaller baseball fields too that maybe they use for the community. It's in Lanesville baseball field there. So just a very sad scene. There's folks that were taking shelter on their roof. So scary scenes there in southern Indiana. Hopefully those waters receded and cleanup goes okay. I want to get you to another kind of a wild look here. This is a massive supercell that was caught on camera in North Dakota. Always love looking at severe weather pictures in North Dakota when it comes to storms because everything's so flat there. I grew up in North Carolina, spent some time in West Virginia. It's not flat, right? So it's kind of hard to chase storms and also get good scenes of them. So this is a look at a pretty significant storm here. You can kind of see the shelf cloud that's taking place there, and that's just that cool air that's rushing out of the thunderstorm and plowing down to the ground, creating kind of that little shelfy look in the thunderstorm. And this produced 80-mile-per-hour winds. And even some tornado threats came from the thunderstorms there in North Dakota. Pretty significant severe weather there in an area that I tend to think is one of the colder spots, but they can get it up there, especially towards the northern Rockies. Weather can get pretty violent. Again, we can see it here. Kind of looks like a little alien look a little bit when you look at that storm zoomed in. Also, Argentina. Man, our friends over there, they have not had so much luck ever since coming to the U.S. Just last week, they were experiencing almost basically a tornado, 80-mile-per-hour winds, and I believe a tornado touched down at their hotel in Kansas City, Missouri, and around the Missouri area. And then here at their World Cup friendly against Iceland, they get washed out. It almost got washed out. Floodwaters took over the field there in Auburn. This is actually in Auburn, Alabama at Jordan-Hare Stadium. It's one of those pre-world friendlies against Argentina and Iceland. It's supposed to take place Tuesday, June 9th. Got a little delayed because of the water and obviously the water backing up and kind of washing things out there on the field. So glad they were able to get things back going there, but still some pretty scary scenes for Argentina since they've been here. It might not be such a good sign for them as they go for the World Cup Championship coming up here starting this week. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen City News. Thanks again for tuning in. Again, as always, with Pinpoint Weather University, if you have any weather or climate questions or topics you want to discuss, feel free to send those my way on IG or X at WXBrandon9 or on Facebook at meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Take care of yourself and each other as you navigate the surf together.
New concerns on Charlotte's public transit. The heated argument involving a knife is now putting riders on edge once again. Ted?
Temperatures ramping up this afternoon. We hold on to that heat advisory east towards Anshin, Richmond County, lasting through 8 p.m. And the heat continues as we head into the weekend. We'll detail how hot we get with a look at your forecast.
All right, and a Gaston County school could soon be no more. Why district officials now believe closing the doors will save more money. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
The first today at noon, looking live here over the clear skies across the Charlotte area. So today begins the hottest stretch that we've seen so far this year. Buckle up. Meteorologist Ted Faden in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Ted, you held it down on the morning show. Now you're hanging with us at noon. We appreciate you being here with us. This heat advisory, though, it's in effect for some counties due to the dangerously high temperatures now taking over ahead of the weekend, right?
Yeah, Alicia, we're talking triple digits for your feels like temperatures. Trying to hold it down, but these temperatures are still going up. We can't really stop them. 88 degrees this afternoon. Southwest winds coming in at 6 miles per hour, and those dew points still locked in the low 70s makes it humid and muggy out there, which really inhibits your ability to stay cool. So that's where the feels like temperatures ramp up. Your heat advisory for Anson, Richmond County lasting until 8 p.m., extending east towards Raleigh, Durham, Fayetteville. They feel like up to 100 degrees. We'll be feeling like close to that with those upper 90s for your heat index, and the actual temperatures will get into the 90s this afternoon. Compared to yesterday, we're outpacing those temperatures, 4 to 5, even 9 degrees warmer. That's landing us in what will be the mid to upper 80s, already in the low 90s for Concord, upper 70s on tap, Boone and Jefferson. So you already feel the heat here heading into lunchtime. And those 90s will be on the way early afternoon, partly cloudy skies, low end rain and storm chance today. I'm looking at about a 30% chance. So keep an eye to the sky. We will be mostly sunny and hot. Winds are light out of the southwest, anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour. Mid 90s for your highs, feels even hotter than that. We'll break down more of how long we stay in this heat with another check of your forecast coming up in 10 minutes. Alicia.
All right, thank you, Ted, for that. So Gaston County school leaders now will hold a public hearing tonight on the proposed closing of a Cherville school. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is in Gaston County now with why officials believe the closure will save them money.
Gaston County School Board members plan to meet with the public this evening at 6 o'clock at the Myers Center here on the Gaston College campus. And they say their sole focus of the evening is just to get more opinions about the proposed closing of W.B. Beam Intermediate School. District officials say they have to close the school for budgetary reasons, especially after receiving $35 million out of their $60 million funding request from the county. Tonight, they'll hear feedback on 3 options. Option A sends 4th graders to Cherville Elementary, 5th graders to John Chavis at middle school. Option B would allow 5th graders the chance to attend Tryon Elementary as opposed to the middle school. And option C, the one that previously district leaders said they were leaning towards, would be sending both grade levels to Cherville Elementary. District officials say that closing Beam saves them about $288,000. Some community members say they believe that to be an overestimation and that the county should do something to find out other ways to cut costs without disrupting more than 200 students.
The Cherville school system is working, and Beam Intermediate was created for a specific overcrowding situation 20 years ago, and we're going to be right back into that situation.
Board members say no matter how many people are signed up or in line to speak, they're going to have to cap it at about 2 hours. The meeting only running from 6 till 8 tonight. Anyone interested in speaking can sign up either online on the school board's website with a link that's active now, or they can sign up in person in the Myers Center lobby here on Gaston College's campus. Board members say they don't plan to take a vote on any of those options tonight. Reporting in Dallas, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Thank you, Savannah, for that. Queen City News will let you know what comes out of the hearing tonight on Queen City News at 10 and also on our website at qcnews.com. Authorities in Indian Land say that a woman was killed in a freak accident at her apartment complex. It's just horrific as to what happened. It happened last night at Madison Ridge Apartments on Buster Lane. So investigators say that Margaret McSweeney she got out of her car, not realizing it was still in reverse. When the vehicle then started to roll, McSweeney then tried to be able to get back in to stop it, and instead of hitting the brake, she hit the gas. Authorities say that she hit that gas pedal instead of the brake, catching her and then hitting several other cars before coming to a stop. The incident now is still under investigation. A suspect accused of killing a man at a Catawba County home now being held in jail without bond. Thomas Banks appeared in court today after being arrested last night. He's charged in connection with a shooting on Dansbury Lane Tuesday that then killed a man identified as Rusty Johnson. Banks' next court hearing will happen next month. Cats riders still shaken right now by the August 2025 death of Irina Zarutska. They're now raising some new concerns. So new video that is circulating online shows a heated argument on the light rail that ended with a man pulling out a knife. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone looks at what passengers say needs to change.
A lot has changed for Cats riders since August 2025 when video captured the killing of Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska on Charlotte's light rail.
Someone literally got their throat slashed on the train, and they still aren't doing a good enough job to stop any of this.
Passengers we spoke with say tickets are hardly checked and security can be hard to find.
Most days they don't check. Most days there's no one even on the train to check. Look, just look at it. No one. Where are people that do their jobs?
This comes as video circulates online showing another alleged incident Sunday night on the light rail where someone is seen pulling a knife on a passenger during a heated argument. Cats officials say no one called 911 for help or reported the incident, but security was working that night, just not on that specific train.
You just have to be on alert, can't be too careful.
Late last month, Cats officials told us transit crime was down nearly 70% for the first 3 months of 2026 compared to last year. But still, riders are uneasy.
You just never know what a person's dealing with and who you may encounter on the bus or the train. So I usually try to ride and keep my back up against the wall where I'm facing everyone and no one is behind me and I can see everything moving.
I've been riding it all day today, and no one checked my train ticket.
Cats says about 1,400 hours a week of off-duty CMPD presence will continue now that City Council signed off on the new budget Tuesday. We've asked for that surveillance video from Sunday night, and we'll bring it to you as soon as we get it. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
So riders we spoke with suggest turnstiles as a better way to enforce tickets, but Cats interim CEO Brick Hagel says that's not feasible because of the system's open stations. Charlotte City Council members will begin going through applications for the interim mayor position today. They stopped accepting applications Tuesday. More than 100 people applied, including former Mayor Jennifer Roberts, longtime Councilman James Smudgy Mitchell, and Senator Caleb Theodros. Now, there will also be an in-person candidate for Monday before the council makes an appointment June the 22nd. Rock Hill man now is facing a federal charge after investigators say he voted illegally. So federal prosecutors now charging Cam Mompham with illegally voting as an alien. They say that he wasn't a legal citizen when he cast a ballot in 2024. According to the indictment now, that he came to the U.S. in 2022 and then obtained status as a legal permanent resident because he married a U.S. citizen. But despite not being a citizen himself, officials then say that Mompham voted in the 2024 election. So he now faces up to 1 year in prison. For the second day in a row, the U.S. military strikes happened, and they targeted inside of Iran. So now President Trump says the U.S. will attack a key Iranian island. Trevor Shirley is in D.C. now with the very latest.
President Donald Trump saying today the U.S. plans to target Karg Island. That's a key part of Iran's oil processing and export pipeline. President Trump made that claim this morning in a Truth Social post. He said the U.S. will be, quote, taking Karg Island in the near future. It's unclear, though, if that means through continued airstrikes or if the president would put U.S. troops on the ground to occupy the small island. Karg Island is a central processing facility for Iranian oil and a key part of Iran's ability to export oil. The president also promising to continue targeting Iran elsewhere, too. Another round of strikes by the United States on Iranian targets were carried out overnight, hitting military targets around Iran. President Trump said he had no choice after the Iranians took down an American helicopter on Monday. Both pilots survived and were rescued. U.S. officials say that Apache helicopter collided with an Iranian drone Monday, causing it to crash. Just before sunrise in Iran today, U.S. Central Command said it finished its latest round of airstrikes, which targeted Iranian surveillance sites. Iran responded with more strikes in Kuwait, Jordan, and Bahrain, Middle East countries with U.S. military installations. Officially, the ceasefire remains in place, but for how long remains unclear. The Iranians say they now consider the ceasefire, quote, meaningless. President Trump said he still wants to make a deal, but says the Iranians aren't taking the process seriously.
It's fully negotiated. We have a fully negotiated, but they're tapping and tapping. And I say, all right, let's give them a couple of more days. They're tapping because it's a meaningful paper. They know when they sign that paper, it's meaningful.
The White House says talks are ongoing, but at this point it's unclear if top-level administration officials are involved in day-to-day negotiations. Reporting in Washington, I'm Trevor Shirley for News Nation.
Thank you, Trevor, for that. Queen City News will bring you the first game of the 2026 World Cup today. The Mexican national team will take on South Africa at 3 p.m. And then the action isn't over. From there, Korea then takes on Czechia at 10 p.m. in Guadalajara. So Team USA starts their pursuit for glory Friday at 9 p.m. when they then take on Paraguay in Los Angeles. You'll be able to watch it all right here on Queen City News. The long road back to the top of the NBA almost complete for the New York Knicks. It was exciting last night, right? So the Knicks completed the largest comeback in NBA Finals history against the San Antonio Spurs. Look at the action coming from last night. So right now, look at OG. Yes, tipped in the go-ahead basket off the missed shot by then Jalen Brunson with 1.2 seconds left. And so this erased the 29-point comeback they faced around the halfway point of the game. The Knicks now lead the series 3-1 and are one win away from their first championship since 1973. Game 5 Saturday, 8:30 in San Antonio. All right, hitting the brakes, only a 25-year transit staple in York County, and that's why the service has become a budget problem. Plus, it's been more than 250 years ago since the fight, but the memories are still being preserved today. So what sets the Battle of Kings Mountain apart from other Revolutionary War conflicts? And the summertime means more road trips and flights, right? So Chief Transportation Correspondent Mackay Beeler joins us with the mistakes to avoid so your trip doesn't get cut short. Ted.
We're getting hot, hot, hot. Those temperatures stretching from the northeast all the way into the Carolinas, well above normal for this time of year. We'll even be flirting with record highs heading into your Friday. We'll detail that hot and humid forecast coming up after a short break.
All right, stay with us. You're watching Queen City News. Your time now is 12:12, 84 degrees outside the Queen City. Beautiful day, but as Ted says, it is hot. The most honor, the most local news in Charlotte continues next. Welcome back. With summer vacation underway, many families will spend more time away, and that could mean catching a flight, right? But there are some things that could make your trip harder. It can also make it end even earlier if you're not careful. So Chief Transportation and Correspondent and Pilot Mackay Buehler joins us now with the common travel mistakes that can disrupt your vacay. Not to rhyme with Mackay, but it does.
But it does.
It's funny that it does that. But anyway, so when we talk about these mistakes, I mean, these are some big things that people don't know.
You need to prepare.
Yeah.
I mean, have you ever just taken off on a whim? I'm going to go somewhere, but you didn't prepare or research where you were going. So we need to talk about this. Proper travel authorization and documentation. You may not have that and you need it. Your passport, for instance, you can't have an expired passport and it has to be good for at least 6 months. So this is something that people forget. Also, if you've changed your name for some reason, if you got married or divorced and you legally change your name, you got to change it on your passport and on your ID because your boarding pass has to match, the name on that has to match the name on your ID. All right, so vaccination cards, depending on if you go to another country, you may need a vaccination card. So you need to check out the State Department's website to see where you're going because that's a big deal. You may not be able to enter. Also, this is a really important thing you must consider. If you ignore other countries' banned substances, oh my goodness, you could end up perhaps in jail. So what you need to know is certain prescriptions and even over-the-counter medications, they can be banned in many other countries. So what you need to do, if you have to take a prescription with you, make sure you have a copy of your doctor's letter or prescription, letting them know that you were prescribed for the drug and why you need the drug. That's a really big one. Now, you know you can't take street drugs with you, right? They're going to lock you up forever with that. But for certain medications, over-the-counter and prescriptions, make sure you have a doctor's note with you. This is very, very important about firearms. So a couple years ago, I reported there was a family that went to Turks and Caicos, and for some reason, the father had ammunition in his suitcase. Don't ask me why. Didn't even have a firearm, ammunition. They locked him up. He was in jail for months until he could get out. And he said, I didn't know that you can't have ammunition. Well, guess what? You need to read the laws and do your homework and study up on the island nations or countries that you're traveling to before you even take off. Do your research. Again, the State Department, go to their website. There are other errors to avoid too, like booking hotels through unknown sites that promise a deal. You could be scammed. Be sure to only book on reputable platforms. And look, if you got medical issues, make sure you have medical insurance for your trip. And research where you're going. Some remote islands or places don't even have proper medical facilities, and you may have to be medevaced out by air ambulance. And I will tell you, a couple years ago, I was in pilot training in St. Croix, and as part of my contract, I was there training for months. It said, if you have an emergency, we're going to have to medevac you to Miami. There wasn't a hospital, and I think, how could there not be a hospital in St. Croix? There was one, but it was closed. I can't even imagine. So for serious emergencies, some islands like this, you have to be medevaced out. That can cost a lot of money. Make sure you have insurance.
Yeah.
Do your homework before you go to faraway locales. We're not talking about going to Hilton Head, right? We're talking about going to Turks and Caicos or any country abroad. Make sure your passport is current for at least 6 months.
Right. The other thing, Mackay, too, just to mention is shots. When you think about it, a lot of times when you're just traveling, I mean, even if you take a trip like to Italy, Spain, wherever, like, you know, places that people normally travel if you're going to go abroad, they have certain vaccines that are in place that you need to be able to be aware of. And ignorance is not something you can be able to just use as a factor to be able to say, well, hey, I didn't know. But also to your point, too, in terms of planning ahead, if you get stuck somewhere, you know, you want to be able to think about that, because if your trip gets postponed or whatever, you want to have all your medications, all your proper documents in place. So this is very good to be able to just think about as you get ready to take some of those vacations.
And that's why the passport has to be good for at least 6 months.
Right.
Because if you get stuck there, maybe you don't have an ID anymore. It could
Yeah.
run out. So anyway, a lot to consider. Do your homework.
But have fun as you go
Oh,
to
please, we
these
need to have
great
fun.
destinations.
Yes.
Yeah, you know. All right, well, let's talk about the weather. Take a live look here over Monroe. So the heat that we were talking about earlier and the sunshine now taking over as we begin to be able to wrap up our work week as I bring in meteorologist Ted Phaeton in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Ted, you're also now tracking the chance for some afternoon storms.
Yeah, pop-up showers and storms isolated in nature. Not going to be a washout or widespread, but just enough for us to pay close attention to it and an eye to the sky with those upper 80 southwest winds coming in at 6 miles per hour. We're really ramping up those temperatures this afternoon. Traffic is moving at a speed limit pace here on Independence Boulevard. Upper 70s, Boone and Jefferson. Upper 80s, low 90s, I-40 corridor, and already in the upper 80s around the Queen City. This is just a start. We get into the 90s. Highs will ramp up into the low 90s while our heat index, or your humidity factor, will feel like the upper 90s through the peak heating hours of the day, even into your evening hours, 7, 8 o'clock, feeling like low 90s. So if you have any outdoor strenuous activity, you might have to wait until midnight to have some bearable conditions to run in or play any sports in. Again, just looking at those hot temperatures locked in. Gets dangerously hot as we approach Friday. I'm forecasting highs touching 94, 95 degrees, Charlotte into Monroe, low to mid 80s, mountain counties, low to mid 90s, I-40 corridor with that heat extending further west and north, mid 90s through New York into parts of Washington, D.C., low 90s for Tampa. We're talking triple digits up towards Phoenix, Arizona, Las Vegas, El Paso, all seeing 100+ degree temperatures as we bring in those above normal conditions from the deep south out west toward California and northeast into the Ohio Valley region and up through New York and parts of Pennsylvania. That's where your drastic difference on the warmer side could be felt. We're talking almost 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. That impacts some of the Carolinas. We're looking at upper 90s for your Friday. Getting closer to normal for this time of year as we approach early next week. That's the mid 80s, but your high of 97 is just 1 degree off of the record high of 98 degrees set back in 1956. So we're going to be going through it here to finish off the work week. That's dangerously hot conditions. And then you factor in the humidity, which will be high all the way through the start of the weekend. So we're going to go through it as our map shows clear skies, not too much activity as of right now. Low pressure system crossing out of Nebraska and Iowa. We have the storm potential Friday for the Northeast towards New York, Pennsylvania, to parts of New Jersey with a severe risk, level 2 out of 5 heading into your Friday evening. So zooming out, that dry line keeping us mostly dry. We also keep an eye on the tropics as there's an area of disturbance, a cluster of storms pushing into the southern Gulf, which will be a 10% chance of development. Not too concerned about that, but close to home. We're going to have those rain chances pop isolated in nature for this afternoon. And then again, Friday starts off mostly dry, some good sunshine with the extreme heat that gets into play before those storms pop east of I-77 heading into your Friday evening. 7-day forecast shows 90s Saturday and Sunday. We'll be back in the 80s heading into early next week with that unsettled pattern locked in Monday through Wednesday. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Fans are ready. Host cities now making their last checks for the World Cup as the largest soccer tournament kicks off today. So it's not just threats of violence, though, that officials are now watching out for. Reuters is actually reporting that a team of public health experts will be monitoring wastewater and internet chatter throughout the U.S. during the games. The goal here is to be able to detect any possible infectious diseases. A recent uptick in cases of measles, norovirus, and also Ebola, now coupled with government cutbacks on international health aid, now all pushing the surveillance. In addition to health concerns, ticket costs have also been an ongoing issue, with prices at historic levels. According to ESPN, a seat at the finals game will cost tens of thousands of dollars. On the resale market, that number is well over six figures. So there are also questions about access for Iranian fans. The country claims that FIFA revoked their ticket allotment for fans. Iranian officials believe that's because of the ongoing tensions with the U.S. So it's been widely reported that FIFA now has issued a statement saying that they are working with the Iran Football Federation to identify solutions that maximize opportunities for Iranian supporters to attend matches. FIFA's president also addressed the issue yesterday.
Iran, tickets and visas. Nothing to do with football, a lot to do with the current situation, with our host countries, with the world the way it is. So let me say that on Iran, I'm very happy. And when Iran plays, the stadium will be full, and I hope there will be a positive atmosphere, because this is football. This is about people forgetting for a moment their realities and being able to focus on a match and on a team.
So today's matches are in Mexico, between Mexico and South Africa, and Korea Republic, and also the Czech Republic. So right now the U.S. will play tomorrow against Paraguay in L.A. Combating too much screen time in the classroom, why many parents in Mecklenburg County believe their children are spending too much time on electronics. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. the top of the hour now at 12:30. Well, here's today's top stories. At the bottom of the hour, a suspect accused of killing a man at a Catawba County home now being held in jail without bond. Thomas Banks appeared in court today after being arrested last night. He's charged in connection with a shooting on Dansbury Lane Tuesday that then killed a man identified as Rusty Johnson. So Banks' next court hearing is scheduled now for next month. A heated argument that was caught on camera now raising some new concerns for CATS riders in the Queen City. The video circulating online shows someone pulling out a knife on another passenger. So the alleged incident happened last Sunday. Then late last month, CAT officials now says that the transit crime was down nearly 70% for the first 3 months of 2026 compared to last year. But still right now, riders tell us they are still feeling uneasy. And Gaston County school leaders will now hold a public hearing tonight on the proposed closing of a charitable school. Officials saying that the closing of Beam Intermediate would then help save the district money after getting less funding than they requested. So about 200 students would be consolidated into Cherville Elementary or John Chavis Middle School. Public hearing is at the Myers Center at Gaston College from 6 to 8 p.m. Looking live here over at Uptown from our Arlington camera. So kicking off the hottest stretch of the season with temps set to be able to climb to the mid-90s this afternoon. Right now, 84 degrees. Let's check in now with meteorologist Ted Payton in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Ted, so it's going to be even hotter tomorrow, right?
Yeah, we're just going to ramp up those temperatures. When you said getting back to the 90s, I just thought, like, take it back to the 90s.
Baby.
Oh, yeah. Now it's stuck in my head. But we're already in the upper 80s this afternoon. Plain Landing, Charlotte Douglas International, right there. You can see it over there. Southwest wind 6 miles per hour. Dew points in the low 70s. That right there is the reason you can't cool down in this heat. With those high dew points, it adds to the humidity and the mugginess that you feel. We hold on to, again, those upper 80s this afternoon, making a run for what will be the 90s and feeling like triple digits east of Uptown. So we have a heat advisory, Richmond, Anson County. That's going to be until 8 p.m. as we hold on to some of those hot temperatures this afternoon. I'm looking at a temperature change. We're anywhere from 4 to 5 to 6 to even 7 and 9 degrees warmer than this time yesterday. That lands us in the upper 80s, low 90s, Charlotte into Concord, upper 80s, Monroe and Lancaster. 70s, Boone and Jefferson in our mountain counties, and we are going to just keep ramping up those temperatures as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. Low to mid 90s expected, partly cloudy skies. Can't rule out an isolated pop-up shower or thunderstorm, relatively short-lived and brief. Hot and sunny with those mid 90s and some winds out of the southwest, anywhere between 3 to 8 miles per hour. Overnight lows drop down into the 70s, making for a warm start to your Friday. We'll bring the heat up even more for the end of the work week. I'll detail that coming up in the next 10 minutes. Alicia.
All right. Thank you, Ted, for that. Parents and students in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools now calling for district leaders to limit kids' screen time in classrooms. Parents are now taking their screen time concerns to CMS board members, with some even now asking for an audit of daily time spent on technology. Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer outlines their issues.
Beyond the audit, these parents want a ban on the iReady program. It's an online platform used in kindergarten through 8th grades to assess math and reading skills.
We are stacking screen exposure on top of screen exposure and calling it learning.
We all know the negative impacts of technology on mental health, attention, and brain development, and these are well researched. Kids learn and test better off screens.
Those are just two of the nearly 20 adults and children who addressed the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Board of Education this week, pleading with members to rethink policies regarding technology use in the classroom. Some of the complaints focused on online testing.
We've normalized placing 8 and 9-year-old children in front of screens for assessment after assessment. That doesn't even count the screen time used for daily instruction, test prep, and curriculum delivery.
But many of their frustrations centered around the iReady program, which CMS leaders estimate students use for about 90 minutes per week spread across multiple days. The students who talked about the platform are not fans of it.
School is about learning, but iReady doesn't benefit our learning, which leads me to ask you to please remove iReady from all CMS schools.
It is negatively impacting teachers, parents, and students.
District officials tell me iReady is not the district's core curriculum, and it's one of many tools used to support student learning and monitor growth. They said in a statement, in part, while technology is one instructional tool available to students, the majority of the school day is still spent on teacher-led instruction, classroom discussions, reading, writing, collaborative learning, hands-on activities, problem solving, physical activity, and other non-digital learning experiences. CMS leaders also say they recognize families are looking for a balanced approach to technology use in schools. They are committed to make sure digital tools are used strategically and purposefully to support, not replace, teaching and learning. In Charlotte, Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
York County now set to be able to lose a public transit option that's been in place for nearly 25 years. Officials say the Rock Hill 82 Express hit a budget shortfall and ridership is down. But riders tell South Carolina Bureau Chief Shakira Speaks they will fight to keep the service.
Very disheartening news. You can work on the bus if you want to. You can just kind of relax.
Heidinger saved about $300 a month in gas alone just by taking local transportation. But that savings door will close if York County transportation leaders decide to suspend the Rock Hill 82 Express.
The local jurisdictions do not see enough value in the operational results, then they have to make a judgment of whether they want to continue to allocate local resources.
Rock Hill Fort Mill Area Transportation Director David Hooper says there isn't enough money to maintain the transit route from York County to Charlotte. And Hooper says the declining number of passengers who use the line is forcing their hands.
The highest point I think I'd ever seen the ridership on a monthly basis was about 5,000 trips that month. And then for the last decade, it's been vacillating between maybe 2,700 and 32 or 33 on a monthly basis. The most recent ridership month was 1,400. On a percentage basis, that's a ridership decline from the high of 78%.
Michael Plumley has been trying to get leaders to reconsider the move.
I don't want to drive into Charlotte. I don't want to take the train.
As an avid passenger for 19 years, he says ridership isn't the issue. He believes the route could be saved if more people knew about it.
More companies are bringing people back to work, and we're seeing that. I think we're going to, if we could promote it, plus the growth in the area, I think looking back at numbers is not the right way to plan for the future and budget.
He's encouraging current and potential riders to support the 82 Express through the City of Tegakay's ridership survey.
You can get through anything, but it's definitely not going to be good short term, and then long term I worry about the overall community because public transit just kind of represents progress.
Reporting in York County, Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
Thank you, Shaq, for that. So keeping the history of the fight for independence alive. So look back at the key battle of Kings Mountain. That's coming up next. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Epic Discounts by BestReviews.com. I'm Ashley Howard.
And I'm Melissa Bergamini. Scan that QR code on your screen to get ready to save big.
Okay, let's kick things off with simple ways to get organized. Rapid Storage has you covered with 2 smart solutions designed to make everyday projects easier.
First up, the MagSnap magnetic wristband. It keeps screws, nails, drill bits, and small tools securely on your wrist while you work. And it makes such a great Father's Day gift.
Then there are the heavy-duty Rapid Storage straps. They're perfect for organizing extension cords, hoses, power cables, RV accessories, and much more.
So no more tangles, no more clutter. Just simple, durable organization that helps keep your space neat, turning his man cave into the ultimate workspace.
I know they like that.
Yes.
That's what Rapid Storage does best. Smart, practical products that help you stay organized every single day.
Next up, the BirdFi Smart Bird Feeder. It's really more than just a feeder. It's a front row seat to nature with a 2K HD camera, live viewing, color night vision, and smart bird identification features.
And while you're enjoying those amazing bird watching moments, do it with the Samsung Galaxy Buds FE. These true wireless earbuds feature noise cancellation, a secure, comfortable fit, and easy touch controls so you can listen without distraction.
So whether you're watching the backyard or heading outdoors, great tech makes every experience just so much better.
And speaking of the outdoors, let's keep the adventure going with Yeti.
The Yeti Hopper N-Series backpack cooler, it is designed to go where you go. With hands-free backpack carrying and a MagShield access, it makes grabbing drinks and snacks quick and easy.
Whether it's a day at the beach, a hike, a tailgate, or a weekend getaway, this cooler helps keep your essentials cold and ready for the journey.
Sounds fun to me. All right, let's take one last look at today's products, helping save you money this summer season. from being on the go to enjoying time at home.
Just head to epicdiscounts.com or scan the QR code to scan, shop, and save with Epic Discounts by Best Reviews.
The Social Security shortfall. I'm Blake Berman, host of The Hill on News Nation. A new annual report on Social Security revealing the program's trust fund for retirees continues to face a funding shortfall. The report forecasting that benefits will be fully covered through the fourth quarter of 2032, 1 quarter sooner than expected. After that, the program will have enough to cover just 78% of benefits, triggering a 22% cut potentially in benefits. The Board of Trustees managing the fund warning Congress that, quote, lawmakers have many options for changes that would reduce or eliminate long-term financing shortfalls. Taking action sooner rather than later will allow consideration of a broader range of solutions. Now, as of April, over 75 million Americans receive Social Security benefits, the average monthly benefit standing at $1,933. I'm Blake Berman, and this is the News Nation Political Minute.
Back here at home, Queen City News counting down to July 4th and celebrating the Spirit of America 250. So Colonel Thomas Polk founded Charlotte, organized its Patriot Militia, and also reportedly read the Mecklenburg Resolves aloud in the town square. So his great-nephew, James K. Polk, became the 11th president. So nearby Revolutionary War battlefield now is being preserved to give visitors a sense of kind of a quick but important clash. Queen City News reporter John Lee tells us about the role that Kings Mountain played.
Visitors today enjoy the scenic serenity of Kings Mountain National Military Park.
On the left here is the top of Kings Mountain right up there.
This hallowed ground spans 3,945 acres. In the fall of 1780, the Battle of Kings Mountain was one of the largest Revolutionary War clashes in the Carolinas. Park Ranger Rob Holmes gave us a tour.
So we have the battlefield preserved in its entirety, which is very unique for Revolutionary War battlefields because most of them have been built over by the large cities.
The Battle of Kings Mountain was the only major skirmish between American loyalists and American patriots. The patriots prevailed over Major Patrick Ferguson and his men. Thomas Jefferson called the decisive victory, quote, the turn of the tide of success.
Whereas before, everybody thought the war was coming to a close and the Patriots had lost, now they were reinvigorated. They believed that they could still win.
Kenneth Quinn of Spartanburg walks through these grounds weekly and appreciates the history that comes with the territory.
Especially the Revolutionary War, because that's what the only reason we got a country.
There are monuments and markers throughout the park. Two are in honor of local militia commander Major William Chronicle. This one installed in 1815.
This marker is very special to us here at Kings Mountain because this is the second oldest battlefield marker anywhere in the country.
The museum at the park includes artifacts like the sword of Patriot Colonel Frederick Hambright. This is a coat button from a Royal Provincial uniform.
We're looking at a collection of musket balls that were recovered from the battlefield during an archaeological survey.
The U.S. monument is in the area where the Battle of Kings Mountain ended.
The plaque here speaks to the significance of this spot.
Kings Mountain National Military Park helps educate the public about a pivotal chapter.
Outside of the Western Carolinas, in the larger context of our country, most people are not familiar with this battle. Wonderful. I took a couple there, so hopefully there's one that you all like.
The park casts light on what happened on this revered real estate and how it shaped the Revolutionary War.
The plan of the Patriots is to kind of envelop and surround the mountain.
In Cherokee County, South Carolina, John Lee, Queen City News.
And Kings Mountain National Military Park will host a July 4th event to mark the nation's 250th birthday. And also interpreters will be able to be there and talk about the period and also be in attire as they read the Declaration of Independence. There will also be guided tours and historic weapons and some demonstrations for you to take part in. Let's talk about a live look here over at the Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman. I don't know if today is a great day to get on the lake. I know it's beautiful, but it is hot out there. Meteorologist Ted Payton joining us now. I mean, when you look outside, you see people walking down there on the dock, getting ready to be able to go out on one of those amazing boats, but it is just so hot outside today.
It is. I was going to say, I don't know if it's a good day on the lake, but I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 or 5 people who disagree. Right? They're out there right now and probably going to cool down by jumping in the water a little bit. That's what you need to do, whether it's a big body of water or go to the movie theater, free AC. Go to the mall, free AC. Unless you start buying stuff, then that can run up pretty quickly. But these temperatures are running up as we speak. Upper 80s this afternoon. Southwest wind 6 miles per hour. Dew points in the low 70s with traffic moving at a speed limit pace right over Independence Boulevard near Sharon Amity Road. Knocking on the door, hitting 90 degrees Charlotte, Monroe. Low 90s Concord. Upper 80s to near 90 degrees I-40 corridor. Getting into the 80s for our mountain counties. Now, while the thermometer says one thing, what you feel will be a different story. Heat index makes it feel like upper 90s while your thermometer reads low 90s for most of today. Cooling down, relatively speaking, this evening. We'll still be hot and warm into your evening hours. A high of 94, 95 degrees around the Queen City with those low to mid 80s on tap for our mountain counties. Zooming out, the 90s stretch up through New York, south towards Tampa, west towards New Orleans, triple digits for El Paso, Phoenix, and Las Vegas. Slightly cooler temperatures up through the Dakotas into Montana, indicated by that blue shading. Orange on your map shows above normal temperatures from California, Las Vegas, Albuquerque, New Mexico, into the Carolinas and the Northeast. So we hold on to that heat, a drastic difference from your normal temperatures for parts of Virginia into the Northeast, New York, and for parts of Vermont into Maine. Our cool down gets us closer to normal by Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, getting into the mid 80s, but we still have a warm up or a heat up before the cool down with upper 90s expected for Friday. That lands just 1 degree shy of the record high set back in 1956. Dangerously hot conditions as our humidity sticks around, keeping us humid and muggy through the end of the week into the start of the weekend. Low pressure system tracking through Iowa, pulling that moisture into the Midwest with the storm potential on Friday, focusing from New York into eastern Pennsylvania and parts of Virginia. We'll have a slight risk for severe weather for our mountain counties just north of Uptown for your Friday afternoon. Not too concerned about the storm activity today. Dry line in that brown dash is those brown dashes indicating that we aren't going to see too much in the way of rain chances, but still not out of the woods when it comes to the chance for showers. Cluster of storms coming out of the Caribbean Sea, aiming towards the southern Gulf. 10% chance of development in our tropics, something we'll keep an eye on as we head into the weekend. Not too concerned about that, but our updated drought conditions still shows level 3 and 4 out of 5, level 5 out of Raleigh with the exceptional drought. And your forecast comes with the isolated showers for your Thursday afternoon. Dry overnight, mostly dry for Friday with these pop-up showers and storms really ramping up heading into your Friday evening. So 7-day forecast will pull in those 90s for the end of the work week. Dry heading into Saturday, 90s through the weekend. 80s return with that unsettled pattern lasting from Monday into Wednesday of next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Well, if you have a Google Smart device, you may be able to claim some settlement money. So it all is now centered around devices giving users targeted ads after snooping on their conversations. A $68 million lawsuit against Google says that Google assistants recorded personal conversations when triggered. Well, it happened when users said phrases like, "Hey Google," or "Okay Google." Impacted users will receive an email notifying them of the settlement. Queen City News brings you 11 hours of news every weekday as the FIFA World Cup now kicks off today. Here's what we're now working on starting on Queen City News at 5 today. High heat hits our area as high costs continue. How it could then hit your wallet if the cold air stops flowing in your home. And the Carolina Hurricanes now back on the ice tonight, and we're getting ready for Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final as the series heats up. Also, you know you're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. The Queen City News has a whole new way to stay connected to us when we are not live on the air. You can do this. You can download the Queen City News Plus app on your smart TV using your either a Roku, an Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. So this is a look at today's lineup on the app. First at 1, you have Morning Edition. You'll see Ted Payton on that, followed by Across America at 1:30, and also Best Reviews at 2. You can watch it all on our new Queen City News Plus app. Ted.
Taking one last look at that pinpoint weather forecast with, again, those 90s this afternoon, mid-90s Thursday. We turn it up Friday with upper 90s to finish off the work week. Low-end rain and storm chance. Just want to watch out for those storms that can pack a bit of a punch. 90s linger into the weekend. Overnight lows in the 70s. We'll be cooling down, relatively speaking. Still very warm by any measure Monday into the mid portions of next week, pulling in those 80s. Active pattern ramps back up Sunday into early next week as well. Something we'll pay close attention to heading into early next week.
All right, remember, we have the FIFA World Cup right here on Queen City News, so we'll see you today at 5. But thanks for hanging with us on the noon show. Enjoy your day. It's hot outside. Make sure you wear your sunscreen.
Yep, stay cool.
Enjoy.
To another episode of Morning Edition. We have a jam-packed show. We're talking about the Knicks winning a game 4, making history. We're also talking about some World Cup storylines as the World Cup is set to start today. And also, speaking of World Cup storylines, we have a bunch of people visiting the U.S. for the first time and finding out what the U.S. has to offer. All that and more coming up this morning on a Morning Edition. With that, welcome in Julian Tedor, Ted Payton, Andy Satowski, ready for another jam-packed episode. And guys, we're going to start with the fact that, yes, the World Cup is today.
Yes.
Starts off 3 p.m. Mexico plays their first match.
Right now.
I feel like we've been talking about this for so long.
So long. I keep wondering, I'm like, when is it going to happen? Today. It's racing. It's underway.
Today years old.
Yeah.
Okay. obviously it's huge. United States, by the way, plays tomorrow night against Paraguay at 9 p.m., which I don't love being.
Because it's out in LA.
It's out in LA.
So it's very late
I
for
get
us.
it. It's all good. We've also 9 p.m. At 9 p.m. First kick.
Which
Ew.
at least that's more of a bearable hour than last World Cup. Was it in Qatar?
Yeah.
It was in Qatar.
And in Qatar, and we were looking at like overnight viewing.
Yeah.
It was.
So-
It was. I remember it was like during our show because we didn't have.
I didn't have
episodes.
noon news.
Yeah, we would be on from like 4 to 5, and then we have like, okay, we're off from 6 to 8 while there is a match going on.
Yeah.
Which I mean, I didn't mind because I was able to watch here, but for the general viewing public, not really ideal.
So having the matches in this part of the world, North America, it'll be very helpful for viewing.
Yeah. It is exciting.
It is.
How do you think we're gonna do? We gotta get it out of the way.
I haven't been scouting
Round of 16.
the national
Round of 16.
team.
I'm just matching the forecast.
Yeah.
Some cheat.
I'll go with Ted. I think we're going to be better than in World Cups past.
So that's actually kind of where we usually end up. That is our ceiling for men's is probably the round of 16.
They're not like the women's national team. Where we
Oh
just
God, no,
crush
no.
everyone.
And it was interesting. I was watching some stuff on betting for the World Cup, and obviously there's a little bit of favoritism when you have a host nation, and people tend to place bets that maybe they shouldn't have, and letting homerism affect that. Apparently, a majority of bets in the United States have been placed on the United States to win the World Cup, which a lot of analysts have said,
wow,
it would